A world bound by divine favor, a young noblewoman faced an unprecedented fate. High within the grand temple, and stunned priest declared in sheer disbelief that she bore no mark of divine blessing whatsoever. Went on to explain that every single living soul was meant to receive some form of grace from the gods or spirits, making her absolute lack of one an alarming anomaly. Looking down at the innocent young girl, the clergy member could only deliver the harsh verdict directly to her face. She was entirely without a blessing. Years later, that lack of divine favor bore bitter fruit as she reviewed a mound of potential marriage candidates, every single one of them a terrible prospect, ranging from abusive men to spoiled mama's boys. Though she understood that as a marquis's daughter a political marriage was expected, she lamented the endless stack of pretentious resumes, while holding on to a quiet desire to find true love. Gazing quietly into the distance, she admitted to herself that she truly did not want to settle for a cold, loveless arrangement. That moment, her faithful maid Anna entered the room, interrupting her thoughts to present the final background check report. Taking the paper, the young lady remained silent as her maid gently questioned why she was searching through matchmaking files when her current family treated her with such deep affection. Setting the documents aside with a faint, sorrowful expression, she privately acknowledged that her current high-profile engagement would inevitably be annulled in the near future. Brushing off her maid's concern when asked if she had spoken aloud, she calmly requested a fresh pot of tea instead. As her maid turned to fulfill the request, the young noblewoman pondered her true motives, knowing she was not searching for a replacement fiancé, but rather preparing for an inescapable destiny. Standing before the grand windows of her estate, she carried the heavy truth that she retained full memories of her past life, which gave her complete knowledge of this world. She recognized her reality as a popular fantasy otomi game called The Maiden of Asgard, realizing with dread that she had been reincarnated not as the heroine but as the story's tragic villainess. She knew every beat of the upcoming plot. The heroine would trigger the romance route with the first prince, leading directly to her own public rejection and exile. Worst of all, if the story followed its ultimate bad ending, her overcome jealousy would lead her straight to the wooden platform of the guillotine, where execution awaited. She sat quietly, burdened by the realization that despite finally securing an engagement to the man she treasured most, her future seemed destined to end in heartbreak and ruin. She had strived relentlessly to prove herself worthy of remaining by Lord Solatik's side, even without a divine blessing. Yet the preordained laws of this world decreed that the heroine would effortlessly win his heart. Though she harbored no desire to poison anyone out of malice, she worried that the game's strict narrative pull might force her to play the villain against her own will. Above all else, she wished to survive, desperately hoping to avoid the tragic fate that awaited her in the original storyline. Resolving to let go of her lingering attachments and smile warmly upon their romance, she was caught off guard when Lord Solatik unexpectedly stepped into her room. Taken aback by his sudden arrival, she greeted him in surprise, while he apologized smoothly for dropping in unannounced. Offered a gentle gaze, explaining that he had used an errand with the Marquis merely as an excuse to drop by and see her. His affectionate words left her bewildered, causing her to question why he was not actively pursuing the heroine as expected. Trying to maintain composure, she invited him to sit while mention of tea was made, all while quietly wondering why his attachment to the game's intended heroine seemed so weak. Her heart dropped when his gaze shifted toward the stack of matchmaking profiles resting on the table, forcing her to hastily claim they were merely regional administration reports. Picked up the documents and inspected them closely, leaving her flustered by the calm, striking tone of his voice. Sensing the rising tension, she attempted to make a quick exit under the pretense of checking on her maid. Expression turned cold and stern as he reviewed the papers, recognizing them immediately as suitors' profiles rather than administrative documents. Demanding an explanation, he openly confronted her, asking why she was searching for another candidate when her fiancé stood right before her. He argued that he should be seeking someone truly blessed by the gods rather than a defective noblewoman like herself, but he firmly dismissed her doubts, determined to break through her self-imposed insecurity. He earnestly explained that he had never chosen his fiancé based on divine blessings, reassuring her that he possessed more than enough strength to protect her regardless. Firmly declaring that there was no need for her to search for another suitor, he gently drew her into a tender embrace, leaving her silent and stunned against his chest as his unwavering resolve filled the quiet. Lord Solatik offered a gentle, reassuring smile as he prepared to take his leave. The young lady bowed her head in sincere apology, acknowledging that unless it was an official event, such unexpected visits were difficult to manage. Realizing she had bungled the encounter, she watched him depart while promising to await his next visit, though she had never expected him to come in the first place. He pondered her precarious situation. Technically, they were still engaged, so his irritation was understandable, leading her to decide that her immediate priority was to wait until the engagement was officially dissolved before reconsidering her plans. Recalling her knowledge from playing the game, she reflected on how lords enriched their lands using divine blessings after being exiled, confident that her familiarity with the territory management system would allow her to survive without a blessing. Though she lacked a sun god's blessing to govern a sacred tree or territory, a sudden realization struck her. She could simply borrow her father's land, just as Anna entered to serve tea. Noticing her mistress's unusually cheerful mood, Anna listened as the young lady requested assistance in preparing to head out into the city. Anna eagerly agreed to arrange everything immediately, unaware that her mistress was taking action after being confined to her room due to her lack of a blessing. Carriage journey toward the Lord's territory was estimated to take roughly 4 hours as they traveled through the countryside. As they entered the bustling streets, she reflected on how stealth dates in the city were used to raise affection levels within the game world. She mused that while wearing simple glasses was a sufficient disguise for the heroine in the game, reality proved far less forgiving. Eyes widened in shock as she spotted Lord Solatique strolling through the crowd alongside another young woman. Uncertain of how to react to this unexpected sight, she weighed her options between confronting him directly, entering the same shop unnoticed, or simply pretending she saw nothing. Anna urgently urged her to demand an explanation, but the young lady decided to choose the third option and move on quietly. Despite Anna's persistent protests that the Lord's behavior was a serious matter that ought to be reported to her father immediately, she insisted on keeping quiet. Even as a lingering sense of unease settled over her, she reflected on her troubled past, recalling how she lacked the divine mark of blessing on her body, which had caused others to constantly look down upon her. It felt like a miracle that her parents had never abandoned her, as venturing outside would only bring shame upon her noble house. Memory shifted to Lord Solatique, remembering how he used to buy vibrant, colorful flowers like tulips and gerberas for another woman in the market. While those lively blossoms were bestowed upon someone else, her own experience had been distinctly different. Bouquets she received from him were always strictly red roses. Though she felt quiet gratitude, a lingering sense of melancholy always remained. She realized those colorful flowers were reserved for the true heroine of his heart, leaving her to silently ponder her place as she concealed her doubts. Arriving in Harmil, the capital city of Linkrit territory, she excitedly recognized the familiar town from her childhood and decided to visit the sacred tree first with Anna. They navigated the crowded thoroughfare. A passerby bumped squarely into her, causing a momentary jolt of surprise. Posing herself, she reassured her maid that she was unhurt, only to glance down and realize her purse had been unlatched. Discovering that her coin purse had been emptied, she cried out in dismay while Anna offered to pursue the thief. Spotting a street-smart boy nearby, she urgently pleaded for his help to recover the stolen purse, which contained her precious handmade bookmark. Boy Hisui tip-adjusted his cap and agreed to assist her after she offered a fair favor in return. As Hisui set off to retrieve the stolen goods, Anna cautioned her mistress to remain vigilant, noting that even charming towns harbor shady elements. She mused quietly on how difficult it was to completely eradicate crime and dishonesty from any society. Moments later, her purse was successfully recovered and held out to her, bringing an immediate sense of relief. She offers her heartfelt gratitude while tenderly clutching the retrieved bookmark, recalling how proud its creator had been and imagining his fury had it been lost forever. Checking her wallet, she is relieved to find all her money completely intact, while the boy proudly points out that he kept his promise, prompting her to apologize for ever doubting him. Curious about her savior, she gently asks for his name, to which the young boy casually replies that he goes by Hisui. After she remarks that his name beautifully matches the shade of his eyes, Hisui brushed off the compliment to remind her of the favor she owes him, leading her down a quiet side street. Faint groans echo from around the corner as Hisui asks for her help with someone in distress, leaving her gasping in utter disbelief at the unexpected request. Stumbling back in surprise, she stares wide-eyed at the injured creature crouching beside the boy. Watching Hisui gently comfort the massive wounded beast, a startling realization hits her. The creature resting before them is none other than a sacred divine beast. As a grand carriage rolled through the courtyard, Lord Solatique sat quietly inside, lost in contemplation. Deep down, the young noblewoman was plagued by uncertainty, convinced that lacking a spirit's blessing rendered her incomplete in a world where everyone else possessed one. Resting his chin on his hand, he reflected on her worries, knowing in his heart that there was truly nothing for her to feel troubled about. Carriage eventually came to a halt outside the grand estate. Stepping out onto the cobblestone path, he promptly instructed his staff to prepare tea and bring it to his study. His thoughts drifted back to a recent gathering where high-born aristocrats had approached him with polite greetings. During that encounter, a noble marchioness had expressed her daughter's disappointment at missing a dance with him, subtly pressing for an opportunity at the next banquet. He gently declined, explaining that his fiancée was unaccustomed to such formal affairs and that he refused to leave her side feeling anxious. Behind a raised fan, the marchioness had whispered spiteful remarks, questioning the future of the nation when someone lacking a divine blessing held such a place. Calling how shallowly society judged worth based solely on divine gifts, he felt a surge of cold disdain for their narrow minds. Harsh words thrown at his beloved disgusted him, reinforcing his contempt for those who deemed her lesser simply for being unblessed. Placing a hand over the mark on his chest, a soft smile settled on his face as he realized that perhaps the war god Tyr had granted him power for the sole purpose of protecting her. Meanwhile, as the journey continued, a small creature rested comfortably, wondering where they were heading next. Observing the situation, the young lady listened attentively as plans were made to arrange for a physician as soon as they arrived at the estate. Holding the small fluffy creature gently in his arms, the boy shared that he had named it Toy, explaining that they had been inseparable companions since his childhood. Rested comfortably as the group discussed the remarkable resilience of divine beasts, reassuring one another that the injured creature would recover rapidly thanks to its innate magical life force. Shortly after their arrival at the grand estate, clip-clop sounds echoed from the courtyard as flowers were tended nearby. Stepping inside, the young noblewoman greeted the head steward, apologizing for arriving unannounced on such urgent business. The elderly steward, a social recluse, looked visibly stressed, wondering if some disaster had struck the royal capital. Presenting the injured boy and his creature, Lord Solatique requested immediate medical attention and quarters for their guests. Staff moved quickly to prepare a room and summon a doctor, while the maid offered to guide everyone inside. Before anything else, the house staff ushered the dusty young traveler off toward the baths. Once cleaned up, he sat quietly in fresh clothes, marveling at how noble life operated while quietly considering the remarkable presence he possessed. Joining him, the young lady confessed how unusual it was for a divine beast to warm up to someone so quickly, expressing hope that it would accept her despite her lack of a divine blessing. Offered a quiet thought, wondering if the creature might show him the same kindness once it recovered, while she was touched that he cared about such details. He reassured him with a warm smile, confident that her intuition about their developing friendship was spot on. Discussing the beast, she gently suggested addressing it simply as toy, though the young traveler hesitated to speak of a divine creature without formal honorifics. The next morning, the fluffy creature had made an astonishing recovery, bounding around happily to everyone's delight. Watching the creature play, both the young lady and the boy smiled brightly, relieved to see Lord Toy back to full health overnight. Attempting to build a rapport, she tried using his casual name, but his blank expression left her wondering if her infamous reputation as a villainess was to blame, even as he quietly reminded her to dispense with formal titles. Her anxiety quickly dissolved into pure delight as she showered the soft creature with affection, marveling at its adorable nature while hoping the boy understood he was finally safe. Shortly after, a lavish spread of delicious food was presented to the boy, leaving him wide-eyed with disbelief as he asked if he was truly permitted to feast on such a grand meal. The maids quietly excused themselves and stepped out into the hallway. They quietly speculated about what the young lady intended for her new guests. Watching him eat heartily, she reflected inwardly, realizing that while she could not save every child without a home, she was determined to protect the ones within her reach. Having finished his meal, he expressed his deep gratitude for the feast, though she felt that hospitality alone was far too small a reward for retrieving her stolen wallet. Conversation took a surprising turn when he revealed he was actually 16, catching her off guard since she had assumed he was much younger and treated him like a child. Flustered by the realization that they were the exact same age, she hastily offered her apologies for the misunderstanding. Gently pouring a cup of tea, she transitioned the topic to a serious proposal, asking if he would consider entering her service and working directly beneath her. He hesitated, pointing out his lack of formal manners and local knowledge. She warmly reassured him that everyone begins somewhere and offered to teach him everything he needed to know. Encouraged by the affectionate creature nuzzling up against him, his doubts began to vanish in the warm atmosphere. The bright smile and renewed confidence, he accepted her offer, placing himself gratefully under her guidance. Overjoyed by his decision, she clasped his hands warmly, thrilled to welcome both him and his companion into her household. Meanwhile, back at the Marquis Linkrat mansion in the royal capital, Lord Solitique sat with his father, remarking that Hisui should finish dressing soon while discussing his rare personal request. They relaxed with drinks, their conversation drifted toward the impending marriage arrangements, and the persistent rumors floating around the capital regarding his potential status as a royal consort. Revealed to her that he had personally spoken with His Highness regarding the rumors surrounding the heroine, seeking to uncover the truth behind the gossip. Went on to reassure her that the prince firmly denied any truth to the rumors, insisting that their engagement would remain intact, leaving her momentarily stunned. Relieved by the news, she noted how difficult it must have been to address such a delicate matter. Just as a soft knock announced an arrival at the door, Hisui stepped inside, neatly dressed and ready to begin his duties as a butler in training, earning warm words of introduction and support from everyone present. Instructing the boy on proper etiquette, she requested that he address her formally as lady, to which he politely complied with a bow. Mark his new role, she presented him with the key to her room and an elegant pocket watch as welcome gifts. Showing him how to carry his new possessions, she carefully helped him secure the key around his neck and slipped the watch into his pocket, leaning in close to bestow a playful blessing. Her unexpected proximity left the young boy flustered and blushing bright red. Meanwhile, in the hallway, a visitor strolled toward the room, feeling smugly confident that his prior advice was the reason for her newfound cheerful mood. Throwing open the door with enthusiasm, he called out her name, eager to offer his company and plan their next outing. Joyful greeting instantly froze in his throat as he froze at the threshold, taking in the strikingly intimate sight before him. Out in the tranquil garden, a butterfly flitted gracefully toward a white dog, resting lightly against its cold, moist nose. Creature sneezed violently, scaring the delicate insect away before settling back down into a lazy, contentment-filled nap amidst the flowers. Inside the mansion, a sudden commotion shattered the peace. Solitique burst into the room, shouting aggressively at Hisui and demanding to know who he was while ordering him away from his fiancée. Sari hurriedly tried to intervene, introducing Hisui as her butler in training, which only left Solitique startled and confused. Calming down slightly, Solitique questioned why Sari needed a butler in training when they were soon to be married. She gently explained that Hisui had helped her while she was in trouble in town, so she couldn't simply turn him away. Unconvinced, Solitique drew his blade slightly from its sheath with a metallic click, casting a stern, threatening gaze toward the young boy as he declared that his mercy depended entirely on Hisui's answer. Unfazed by the drawn steel, Hisui frankly stated he was doing nothing improper and had simply stopped because Sari looked beautiful, leaving everyone present utterly stunned by his blunt honesty. Exploding in anger, Solitique accused the boy of trying to seduce his fiancée, but Hisui calmly clarified that it was specifically her eyes that looked striking and divine. Sari touched her own cheek in bewilderment. Hisui elaborated that he had never seen anyone marked with a divine blessing in their eyes before, admitting that despite seeing her many times, he had never noticed such a trait in her eyes until now. Intrigued and suspicious, Solitique leaned in close, inspecting Sari's face intently as she stared back in silent anticipation. After examining her closely, Solitique stepped back and dismissed the claim, noting that there was no divine mark in her eyes and suggesting Hisui was merely being overly considerate. Relieved that the tension had diffused, Sari instructed Hisui to ask Anna to prepare tea so they could all sit together, while the fluffy white dog trotted into the room behind them. As Hisui went to fulfill the request, Solatique noticed the fluffy white dog panting happily nearby and remarked on their new pet. The dog let out a soft pant, staring up with cheerful, innocent eyes. Observing the creature quietly, Solatique confirmed its name was Toy. Pondered the creature before them, questioning if it was simply a dog, while Sari wondered if the animal possessed a unique sensitivity toward Toy. Inviting his guest to sit, Hisui noted how surprisingly friendly the creature was, despite usually shying away from other servants. Cradling the dog in his arms, the young noble quietly took in the revelation. Gently stroking the creature's fur, he asked if it was drawn to the peculiar mark. Hisui excitedly compared Toy to a sacred entity. Siri was taken aback. The nobleman recalled reading literature about divine beasts, noting they were said to possess marks akin to heavenly blessings. Continuing his thought, he observed that while divine beasts were legendary figures known to all, actual sightings were exceedingly rare, leaving much about them a mystery. Shifting the topic, he turned his focus directly back to Tseri. His expression turned stern as he cautioned her against keeping Hisui too close, insisting that someone of his background was ill-suited to serve as her butler. Despite his strong warning, Tseri stood her ground, declaring she would not dismiss Hisui even if he had fabricated the story about the mark. Taken aback by her defiance, he demanded an explanation. He recounted her visit to the town of Harumi, explaining how her purse and cherished bookmark were stolen, though she escaped completely unharmed. Hearing this, he reassured her that while he appreciated her valuation of the object, her safety meant infinitely more to him, though he still urged her not to treat the butler too warmly. Leaning in closer, he warned her never to place herself in harm's way for a mere possession again, threatening that out of sheer concern he might forbid her from stepping outside altogether. Realizing how deeply her safety weighed on him, she listened in surprise as he gently held her hands, reminding her that as her fiancé, his worry was completely natural. Looking intently into her eyes, he softly asked her to be more aware of the depth of his devotion, leaving her flustered and speechless. Stepping in to intercede on Hisui's behalf, Solatique gently requested that the matter be overlooked just this once. Overwhelmed by his magnetic charm, Sari could only offer her heartfelt thanks as he reluctantly agreed that there would be no second chances. Catching her breath after the intense encounter, Sari realized how dangerously close she had come to being completely captivated. The close call only strengthened her resolve to secure her own domain and gain true independence as soon as possible. Turning her attention back to the group, Sari inquired if anyone had seen Toy. Solatique admitted he had lost sight of the creature just as Hisui approached to rejoin them. Mr. Hanley arrived to check on the commotion. Solatique seized the opportunity, calling for a ribbon to dress up the mysterious beast. Despite Toy's energetic squirming and protest, Solatique persistently tried to fasten the accessory while the rest of the household watched in amusement. Surprisingly, Toy soon calmed down and settled near them, prompting Solatique to remark on how unusual it was for animals to warm up to someone so quickly. The ribbon neatly tied around its neck, the fluffy creature proudly displayed its handsome new look, earning admiring praise from everyone present. Sari's father joined the gathering, observing how rare it was for Toy to take a liking to a stranger, noting that at least now he wouldn't be mistaken for a stray. Marquise explained that Toy was drawn to divine blessings, revealing that the creature was in fact a sacred beast drawn to holy energy. They discussed the nature of divine favors, noting the Marquis' blessing from the sun god's soul and the spirit blessings of the staff. They pondered what kind of blessing Hisui must possess to attract such a creature. Pondering the revelation, Sari wondered if Hisui had been telling the truth about his own gift, curious about the hidden nature of his power. Looking at her father, she realized that if she truly possessed a divine blessing of her own, it could be her key to managing her own domain one day. Gathering her courage, she approached her father to request a private conversation, and he readily agreed to talk in his study. Once inside the quiet study, her father warmly expressed his happiness at her seeking his advice, assuming the favor concerned Hisui only for her to immediately shut down that assumption. Without hesitation, Sari declared her true desire. She wanted a domain of her own, leaving her father stunned by the bold declaration. He stood firm before her father, listening as he gently reminded her that managing a territory without a divine blessing was considered impossible. Undeterred, the young noblewoman pleaded for just a small portion of his domain, arguing that gaining practical experience now was essential before her eventual marriage. Father questioned whether expanding her academic studies might be better, shocked by how far her ambitions had already grown, but she rejected the suggestion with unwavering resolve, refusing to be remembered merely as a powerless noble. Seeing her persistent determination, her father sighed, noting how remarkably stubborn she was. He acknowledged her resolve while warning her that leaving for the domain meant neither he nor her mother could remain by her side to protect her. Overjoyed by his conditional approval, she beamed with gratitude as he designated the second district as her temporary trial grounds. As her father began to outline the specific terms of their agreement, she leaned forward attentively, eager to learn what was expected of her. Noble Lord stood from his desk and approached a nearby bookshelf, pulling a hidden mechanism that opened a secret compartment within the study. Silently, he retrieved a small ornate box from the hidden shelf as she watched in quiet wonder. Opening the container before her, he revealed an object he had intended to bestow upon her, only when the proper time arrived. Her eyes widened in surprise as he held out a delicate ancient seed, identifying it as a rare seed of the Grand Tree. Gently placing the tiny seed into her open hand, he entrusted it to her care, noting that this was the very first step of her trial. Established the condition for her success. She was to plant the seed in the second district and make it bloom within half a year to earn official custody of the domain. Normally, a grand tree seed required at least 6 months to bloom through spirit blessings, though divine blessings could accelerate the process significantly. Staring down at the tiny seed in her palm, she realized the daunting nature of the challenge, knowing that blooming it within 6 months without any divine blessing was virtually impossible. Yet reflecting on her knowledge from her past life, she recognized a potential way to succeed even without divine favor, accepting the trial with calm determination. Looking up with steady confidence, she gave her father a definitive promise that she would bring her flower into full bloom. As they walked through the grand estate, the butler explained that this secondary residence in the royal capital served as the family's home due to the master's work, while their main residence lay in the capital city of Harmil. Hisui quietly realized why this palace had felt smaller to him at first glance. He had seen the primary residence before. Opening a set of tall doors, the butler ushered the young boy inside, presenting the quarters that had been assigned to him and his white wolf companion. Astonished by the news that a room had been provided just for the two of them, the boy collapsed onto the soft mattress with joy while his fluffy companion bounced happily on the bed. Smiling warmly at the energetic creature, he asked if Toy approved of their new home, earning an enthusiastic bark in return as the butler observed quietly from the doorway. Turning back toward the elder servant with a bright expression, the young boy expressed his sincere gratitude to Mr. Hanley. Determined to do his best, he repeatedly practiced his formal bows under the stern eyes of the butler, trying over and over until the man offered a brief word of approval. Acknowledging the boy's fatigue, the butler instructed him to rest for the day, announcing that formal etiquette training would commence the following morning before taking his leave. Lying back on the bed beside his loyal friend, he reflected on his immense good fortune, no longer facing the threat of collapsing roofs in rainstorms, bitter cold, or starvation, and sent a final goodnight wish to the head butler as the door closed. Outside in the corridor, the butler harbored grave doubts, convinced that someone from such humble origins was entirely unfit to serve as Lady Tseri's personal manservant. Aware of the butler's skepticism, the young boy resolved to dedicate his free time to studying as much as possible, determined to never become a burden to his benefactor. Pumping his fist with newfound resolve, he declared to Toy that since Lady Tseri had saved them both, he would give everything he had to repay her kindness. Sometime later, Lady Tseri happily informed the young man that after discussing the family territory with her father, she had been entrusted with managing the second district, prompting a hesitant reaction from him regarding the state of that region. He pressed further to ask what made the district so problematic. She calmly responded that there was simply nothing there at all. Calling local news, the boy explained that people from the slums had moved out to form a small newly established village in that area, prompting a curious look from the noblewoman. Having come from the slums himself, he noted that the nearby settlement was barely an hour's journey by car from the central town of Harmil. Listening intently, the young noblewoman reflected on how her father's overwhelming duties prevented him from managing the territory directly, even as she pondered the need for official blessing ceremonies should new life arrive in the village. Outlining her vision, she explained that establishing their primary operational base at the Harmil mansion would be necessary before anything else. He offered his quiet gratitude, privately voicing his own dream of one day owning a home in the second district, though she acknowledged the immense difficulty of building grand residences in such a humble setting. Continuing her strategic assessment, she emphasized that a severe shortage of raw materials and labor meant their immediate priority had to be constructing a reliable distribution network. Building on that logistical reality, she pointed out that the two of them could not simply reside there alone without a full household staff of servants and maids. Wondering if their current attendant could suffice, he raised the question, only for her to outline the mountain of administrative hurdles standing in their way. Elaborating further, she made it clear that her current maid remained in her father's employ and could not be reassigned, meaning true independence required securing dedicated staff of her own. He took in her words in thoughtful silence, recognizing the practical obstacles ahead. Observing her determined posture, he gently teased that she still had a long journey ahead, though she took pride in the gradual refinement of her composure before deciding to formalize her report on the village for her father. Meanwhile, out in the rugged fields of the second district, a heavy farming tool struck hard against the unforgiving rocky dirt. Wiping sweat from his brow, a settler exhaled heavily under the strain of cultivating the stubborn ground. Despite the workers shouting encouragement to maintain morale, an elderly man named Anton paused to inspect the soil. He lamented that the earth lacked moisture and nutrients, yielding only stones, and explaining why the barren stretch had remained uninhabited for so long. Stepping forward to reassure the aging farmer, a leading villager expressed his gratitude for the community's shared efforts, offering to travel into town the following day alongside Leo to gather essential supplies. Warm laughter spread among the group as they praised his smooth speech and leadership, credited with helping them survive their difficult month in the settlement. As a distant carriage departed down the road, a lingering gloom fell over the workers, who realized that without successful crops, long-term survival in the region would be impossible. Back in the estate, he reassured her that security in the district exceeded that of the town slums, offering to personally handle key shipments to prevent theft. Grateful for his unwavering support, she prepared to depart, holding on to the quiet hope that making the village prosper might allow them to remain permanently, even if exile loomed. Gazing out the window at the vast landscape together, her resolve crystallized, knowing that ensuring the village's success was now their only path forward. She offered a warm greeting to the local settlers, introducing herself politely to the gathered villagers. Affirming her identity as the daughter of Marquis Beisel Linkart, She expressed her wish to speak directly with whoever was in charge of the settlement. The announcement sent a shockwave of panic through the village leader, who recoiled in utter shock at learning a noble was in their midst. Scrambling to maintain composure, the leader Anton called out to the rest of the group to step forward and introduce themselves. One by one, the villagers introduced themselves. Guts the builder and farmer, Leo, Odette, Sophie, Giselle, Maurice, and young Nina. Asked if she was angry about them building homes without permission, Lady Tseri reassured them, expressing admiration for how they shared meals and supported each other. She revealed that her father had entrusted her with complete authority over the 2nd District, prompting Anton to humbly invite her inside to talk further. Grateful for their hospitality, she followed them toward their modest living quarters. Before stepping inside the hut, she asked Toy and the oversized wolf to wait outside. Inside, Anton offered her a seat and prepared a simple cup of tea for his noble guest. She accepted the tea. Anton quietly reflected on the rumors he had heard about her being hidden away due to lacking divine blessings. Putting aside court gossip, Lady Tseri took the lead and asked Anton to be candid about what it truly meant to be entrusted with the 2nd District. She clearly outlined her ambitions: to grow a sacred tree, govern as acting lord, and turn their informal settlement into a recognized official village. Anton and his companions listened intently, deeply moved by her sincerity and her recognition of their struggle. As Anton detailed the demographics of their small community of 7 adults and 7 children, Lady Tseri silently pledged to protect their lives step by step, requesting every detail about their daily reality. She stood surrounded by the settlers, proposing that they plant the sacred tree at the very heart of their settlement. Anton agreed without hesitation, pointing out that the very ground beneath their feet was indeed the true center of the village. Encouraged by their warm words of support, she admitted her inner nerves, though young Toy quickly reassured her of his absolute faith in her success. Turning back to the gathered crowd, she announced with quiet resolve that their first milestone would be to make the seed sprout. Turning to Hisui, she requested the precious seed, which he respectfully delivered into her care. Taking it gently in hand as the white hound barked encouragingly, she expressed her deep gratitude, ready to begin the planting ritual without delay. As whispers of awe rippled through the onlookers, a heavy weight settled onto her shoulders. She prayed silently that this single act would breathe life into the barren fields and secure a brighter future for everyone in the district. Pausing briefly to pet the loyal hound in gratitude, she took a steadying breath before addressing the villagers once more, declaring that the moment to plant the sacred tree's seed had finally arrived. Kneeling upon the dirt, she recalled her innate knowledge that a sacred tree's growth responds directly to the ruler's influence, carefully pressing the seed into the soil. Once the task was complete, Anna was at her side with a cloth, receiving a soft word of thanks. Uncertainty suddenly turned to wonder as a shimmering light began to radiate from the freshly turned earth. Hisui gasped in astonishment, catching sight of the miraculous glow before anyone else. A sudden burst of magical vitality, a vibrant green sprout broke through the soil before the stunned eyes of Tseri, Toy, and the gathered villagers. A miraculous tender shoot now stood proudly in the center of the settlement, proving that life had taken. Astonishment swept over the crowd as a tiny shoot broke through the soil right before their eyes. Barely a moment had passed since the seed was planted, yet nature's laws seemed to bend instantly, leaving everyone gasping in total disbelief at the sight of the sacred tree sprouting. Normal germination took days, if not weeks, for any standard plant. Yet this tiny green sprout stood proudly above the dirt, proving that the miraculous power of the sacred seed was very real. Observing the miraculous sprout, Lady Tseri realized the true potential resting before them. If the sacred tree could spur life so rapidly, it offered new hope that vegetables and vital crops could be grown in this harsh land. Turning to face the assembled villagers with a bright smile, she officially introduced herself as the acting lord of this 2nd district, pledging her guidance to all who stood gathered. She declared that the sacred tree would protect and enrich their home, inviting every resident to join hands with her in cultivating a thriving future together. Speech resonated deeply with the villagers, who cheered in unanimous agreement and voiced their willingness to stand beside her. She offered to purchase crop seedlings for the village the next day. Anton waved his hands in flustered protest, feeling unworthy of taking advantage of such extraordinary generosity. He met his hesitation with warmth, insisting that working for the well-being of this community was her duty and genuine desire as well. Deeply touched, the veteran pioneer bowed in gratitude, though he honestly cautioned that the surrounding soil remained poor and infertile for regular farming. Gesturing toward a sunlit expanse near the sprout, Anton suggested building a house right there, where the land caught ample sunlight and had a clear view of the sacred tree. He assured her that the villagers would handle the construction entirely, urging her not to overexert herself while they took charge of the physical labor. Appreciating their offer, she handed a heavy pouch of funds to Hisui, directing him to pass the payment along to Anton for the materials and base setup. Young boy stared down at the weighty pouch in his hands, momentarily stunned by the immense sum entrusted to him. Reassuring him with a tender look, she reminded the young boy that as her designated butler, managing these affairs and purchasing necessary furnishings fell naturally under his care. Filled with newfound pride and determination, the young butler saluted briskly, eagerly promising to execute his duty to perfection. Offered to consult with Anton, urging the dog Toy to stay and protect Lady Tseri as a dependable bodyguard. Once the young man departed, Tseri composed herself and turned her attention to her internal magic interface. She activated the Asgard system, causing magical light to shimmer gently around her. Viewing the interface, she noted that skills unlocked through tree levels, crop quests, and romance events, deciding to focus on raising the sacred tree. Realizing 15 residents were listed, she deduced Hisui was included and noted a quest to increase village population. Checking the details, she was shocked to see Toy registered as the territory's guardian divine beast rather than just a pet. Overjoyed that the fluffy creature truly chose to stay by her side, she felt a wave of relief. She wrapped her arms around the creature, hugging him tightly in pure delight. Petting Toy softly, she reflected on memorizing all unlocked conditions for the system while enjoying his docile nature. Feeling invincible, she let out an ambitious laugh alongside her loyal beast. Interrupting her moment, Hisui returned to confirm he completed her request. The young man stood startled, inwardly questioning if Sari was truly a refined noble lady after witnessing her outburst. Flustered by his reaction, she worried that he had overheard her strange inner monologue. He observed her with subtle suspicion, finding it unusual for a noble lady to manage a territory directly. Redirecting the topic, they discussed agricultural plans, prioritizing crops like tubers and sacred tree seedlings to secure their food supply. As he watched her depart, she looked back from her carriage with a serene and contented smile. Carriage rattled steadily along the open road as she voiced her quiet excitement for what lay ahead. Meanwhile, back at the estate, the young nobleman expressed surprise upon learning of her sudden outing. He noted how rare it was for her to venture far on her own, though her faithful maid explained with a fond smile that her mistress was truly thrilled to be managing her father's land. Accepting that he had missed her, he presented a large wrapped box containing a gown prepared for the upcoming royal gathering, asking the maid to deliver it on his behalf. Along with the gift, he handed her a vibrant bouquet of fresh flowers, extending his warm regards before concluding his visit. Walking down the bustling town street alongside Hisui, the young noblewoman expressed her desire to buy potato seedlings and practical attire suitable for working in the fields. Surprised that a high-born lady intended to engage in manual labor alongside the villagers, the young companion questioned her, prompting her to head straight for a clothing shop first. Upon stepping into the shop as the door chime sounded, she immediately asked the welcoming shopkeeper for durable garments that would allow easy movement for farm work. Shopkeeper warmly ushered them further inside, prompting the noblewoman to ask her young guide what style of clothing he thought would suit her best. Though he confessed to having little sense for fashion, he began browsing the racks to find something suitable for her. Selected a modest outfit featuring a long skirt that kept her covered, which she found delightful and accepted with genuine gratitude. Accompanied by compliments on a matching jade charm and ribbon, she agreed to try on the ensemble with the shopkeeper's assistance. Moments later, she stepped out wearing the elegant yet practical outfit, leaving the young man completely speechbound by her appearance. He candidly praised her beauty and cuteness. She blushed with embarrassment at his direct words. Their business concluded, they parted from the storekeeper and set out once more. Moved on to their next destination to secure the promised crop seedlings for the village. Lush green potato vines were selected and packed into sturdy wooden crates ready for planting. The young man tried to carry all the heavy boxes himself to spare her from hard labor. She insisted on carrying her share as part of her duty. Reluctantly agreeing to let her carry just one box, he watched as she beamed with satisfaction at contributing to the effort. Next morning, they arrived at the village with the seedlings, where the settlers joyfully thanked her for revitalizing the soil and supporting their community. He looked on with warm satisfaction as the villagers marveled at the soil's restored fertility, marveling at how the great tree blessed them with its bountiful presence. The soil prepared, everyone gathered to begin planting the fresh seedlings across the newly tilled land under the tree's watchful gaze. Encouraged by the group's enthusiasm, the young children eagerly volunteered to carry crates of crops and assist with the planting work. Across the field, playful banter filled the air as everyone tended to the sprouts, encouraging them to grow healthy and strong. As the last seedlings were gently tucked into the earth, a shimmering divine light signaled that the great tree had reached level 2. Surprised by the subtle shift, she paused beside Hisui and Niwa after finishing their flower bed, listening intently to the faint humming echoing through the soil. Newly unlocked feature, Sweet Nectar, began drawing vibrant butterflies to the flourishing fields, promising to attract bees, birds, and rare creatures in due time. Smiling at a local child, she explained that honey would prove to be a valuable resource, and starting apiculture would bring prosperity to the entire settlement. Sudden movement caught her off guard as fluttering wings brushed past her shoulder. Little girl watched in quiet wonder as colorful butterflies danced among the newly sprouted plants, marking the hopeful beginning of their expanding village. Determined to perform his duty faithfully, Lord Solatique announces his departure to his staff, eager to escort his precious fiancée Tseri. His excitement is palpable as he leaves, leaving his butler to wish him well on his journey. Meanwhile, Anna puts the finishing touches on Tseri's attire, standing proudly behind her as they admire her elegant transformation in front of the mirror. Deeply touched by the praise, she graciously thanks her maid, keeping a composed and graceful demeanor for the grand occasion ahead. She prepares to head out. She reminds herself of the weight of the day. The Feast of Abundance held at the royal castle marks a crucial turning point where the story's heroine will appear, forcing her to fulfill her designated role as the villainess. Suddenly, young Hisui enters the room, carrying a sprawling bouquet of exquisite roses, announcing that the carriage has arrived to take her to the venue. Accepting the vibrant flowers, she marvels at Solatique's unwavering thoughtfulness, wondering quietly to herself why he continues to bestow such thoughtful gifts even as his affections for the heroine grow. As Anna offers to place the lovely roses in a vase, she reflects on past events, curious about the kind of bouquet he might have given the heroine previously. But in the hallway, a playful argument breaks out among the attendants after learning that Solatique is already waiting at the entrance. catching everyone off guard. Hearing that her fiancé came all the way to escort her directly, she expresses slight worry over his trouble, but Anna gently assures her that escorting a lady is proper etiquette for a gentleman. Maid reminds her that his dedication is proof of how deeply he cherishes her, leaving her to absorb the comforting words with a subtle nod. Knowing that their fate may eventually part them, she resolves to treasure his sight now, just as his radiant voice calls out to her in greeting. Stepping forward with a dazzling smile, Solatique apologizes for any wait and warmly praises how perfectly the gifted dress suits her beauty, leaving her utterly flustered. Completely overwhelmed by his striking presence and sweet words, she stammers out a shy expression of gratitude. Shortly after, the grand hall of the royal castle fills with aristocratic guests enjoying the lavish feast of abundance, surrounded by fine food and rich wine. Standing together as a refined couple, Solatique and Seri graciously welcome the visiting nobles, who expressed their heartfelt thanks for the magnificent event, remarked warmly on how eagerly he had anticipated the banquet, while beside him, Seri suddenly caught sight of a captivating presence in the crowd. Instantly, she recognized the young woman as the story's true heroine, finding her every bit as charming as expected. Observing Solatique remaining politely by her side until formality required it, she couldn't help but worry whether her own presence was preventing him from approaching the heroine. Noticing her preoccupied expression, he softly offered to step outside with her for some fresh air, inquiring if she was feeling exhausted. Realizing this was the perfect opportunity to step aside so the heroine could approach him, she agreed to step out for a moment, only for him to immediately insist on accompanying her. She gently suggested he stay behind to greet the lingering guests, especially the heroine. He firmly refused to leave his fiancée alone while she seemed troubled. Deeply touched by his sense of responsibility, she quietly conceded as they made their way out together. Stepping onto the quiet moonlit balcony, the noise of the grand ballroom faded into the calm night air. Looking up at the night sky, he gently checked if she was feeling better, mentioning that he had heard about her work overseeing District 2 and asking if dealing with people from the slums felt dangerous. Reassuring him warmly, she explained that the people there were good-natured and that they were currently working together to cultivate crops for an upcoming harvest festival. He added that their desires were simple. They merely wished to lead peaceful, normal lives, so there was truly nothing to fear. Absorbing her earnest explanation, he quietly nodded in understanding. Expressing a genuine desire to visit the district himself, he asked if she would show him around, undeterred when she warned him that development would take years. Looking at her with profound affection, he expressed how much he truly longed to watch her effort and passion unfold. Heartfelt words left her speechlessly, staring into his eyes, her heart fluttering at his sincere gaze. Complimenting her beauty with a radiant smile, he completely flustered her, leaving her internal thoughts swirling in nervous delight. He assured him that she was fine and preferred to remain by his side, even as he gently reminded her of how long they had been outdoors. He worried that she might catch a chill and urged her to return inside to ease the concern of the other guests. Gazing back toward the bustling hall, she quietly deliberated on how to keep him from encountering the story's heroine tonight. Inside the brightly lit ballroom, the young heroine, Lady Maria, made her graceful entrance, instantly capturing the quiet admiration of the surrounding nobles. Approaching with a timid greeting, Maria formally introduced herself, while the young noblewoman quietly prayed to avoid any awkward misunderstandings. As Maria Saltamarl offered her polite pleasantries, memories stirred regarding her backstory of recent convalescence at her family's maternal estate. Maria's companion requested that she be treated kindly since she lacked close female acquaintances, a request graciously accepted with a gentle smile. Noticeably flustered, Maria fidgeted under the calm, poised composure of the young noblewoman standing before her. Blushing with embarrassment, Maria admitted her unfamiliarity with such lavish gatherings, while receiving warm reassurance that she was always welcome to talk whenever needed. Hesitating briefly, Maria gathered her courage and softly asked if the young lord would honor her with a dance. Recognizing the social expectations of the ball, she urged her fiancé to accept the request and dance with Maria while she rested. Latik firmly declined, insisting he had no intention of leaving his fiancée alone while she felt unwell. Observing Maria's crestfallen expression, he thoughtfully proposed that they all head back inside together so everyone could feel comfortable. Extending a delicate hand with a radiant smile, she unexpectedly invited Maria to join her for a dance instead. Sudden slip sent a drink splashing directly onto Maria's dress, causing a gasp of dismay as the fluid stained the elaborate fabric. Promptly directing the attendants to escort Maria to a guest room for a change of clothing, she secretly took satisfaction in how perfectly the moment aligned with a villainess's scheme. She gasped in complete astonishment as Solatique suddenly swept her off her feet, gathering her up into his arms, decisively declaring to the room that he would be taking her along with him. He left her utterly speechless, and as night fell over the estate, the young maid Anna leaned against an open window beside a small cat, staring up at the moon and wondering how Lady Seri was faring at the grand evening banquet. Mind drifted to the lavish spread of food that must be served at the ball, letting out a weary sigh as her imagination conjured images of delicious treats. Meanwhile, back at the ball, Lord Solatique rushed to check on Lady Milia, who insisted she was merely startled after being suddenly pulled, while Solatique criticized Seri's harsh actions toward the delicate young lady. Pointing an accusing finger, he dramatically declared their engagement broken, casting Seri aside just as the original villainous story had dictated. Reality defied expectation as Solatique suddenly swept Seri up into his arms, leaving her utterly bewildered as to why he was carrying her instead of the heroine. Smiling warmly, he gently reassured her that she had no need to hold herself back. Eternal panic seized Seri as she desperately internally pleaded to be put down, terrified that lowering her standing in front of the heroine would seal her doom. She questioned if it was truly all right to leave Lady Melia behind, Solatik affectionately pressed his cheek against hers, declaring that Sari was far more important to him. Re-entering a private room, Solatik carefully set her down and inquired if she felt cold, while attendants hurried out to fetch a fresh dress for her ruined gown. Smoothing out her damp skirt, she brushed off the spill as a minor mishap, though she privately regretted that her mistake had disrupted the intended romantic scenario. Apologizing for staining herself, she lamented losing a chance for Solatik and Melia to draw closer, though he softly told her not to worry about it. Gaze then fell upon a magnificent arrangement of fresh, vibrant roses resting inside the room. Observing her fascination with the bouquet, Solatik asked if she liked them, and she warmly confirmed that she did. Revealed that he had specifically prepared the flowers exclusively for her room, rather than the general guest quarters. Holding a single rose close to her chest with a bright smile, she expressed her deep gratitude, while Solatik fondly recalled how happy she had always been whenever he gifted her roses in the past. He sat beside him in stunned silence as he paused, exhaling softly before turning his attention back to her. Suddenly grew concerned, asking if she truly disliked the roses and offering to return them immediately, causing her to frantically reassure him that she loved them. Calling the roses in the guest rooms and the bouquets she had received, she inquired if he gave flowers to others, to which he clarified that his position required giving flowers often, but he reserved roses exclusively for her. Having initially assumed he simply preferred simplicity, she listened in awe as he firmly reaffirmed that he only wished to give roses to her. He gently probed further, bringing up how he had given flowers to Lady Melia during what she assumed was a secret date. Quickly set the record straight, explaining that he had merely bumped into Melia in town and gifted her a bouquet purely out of courtesy. Went on to detail how consulting a woman about gifts had helped him find a wonderful ornament specifically for her. Despondent at having accidentally blurted out his secret surprise, he slumped over in dismay while she realized that the flowers had merely been a gesture of gratitude toward Melia. Holding her hand tenderly, he lamented his slip-up and confessed his regret that their encounter hadn't been an actual date. Heartened by his intense devotion, she inwardly dismissed the original storyline and urged him not to worry, prompting him to suggest they visit the florist together next time just as a knock came at the door. Maid announced the arrival of the dress, leading him to politely step outside to wait while she changed. Left alone, a sudden wave of apprehension washed over her as she contemplated the garment brought before her. Unveiling the outfit, the maid held up the elaborate gown, inquiring if it suited her taste. She reeled in shock upon recognizing that the gown was identical to the iconic dress worn by the story's heroine, though she quickly masked her panic with polite compliments. Dressed in the stuff gown, she stepped out to present herself, realizing with growing unease that events were deviating wildly from the path she had anticipated. She took a quiet breath, telling herself that once the day was over, she could return to her home village. Though returning in such an eye-catching outfit would surely draw unwanted attention, she knew there was no choice but to endure it a little longer. Stepping out to meet Solatik, she thanked him for waiting as he softly called her name. He immediately checked if she was all right, expressing relief when she reassured him, even as she insisted the previous mishap had been entirely her own doing. Complimented her appearance, noting how well the new dress and hairstyle suited her, which prompted a shy expression of gratitude. Suggesting they return to the main hall, he offered to make only a brief appearance before leaving early so she wouldn't feel pressured. They walked back into the crowded venue. Their striking presence immediately drew whispers and admiration from the surrounding guests. Lady Melia approached them with a cheerful smile, assuring them that she was completely fine and urging them not to apologize. Addressing Solatik directly, she hesitated slightly before voicing a gentle thought regarding the situation. He formally asked Sari to dance, recognizing the need to finish their ceremonial moment, a request Sari accepted with heartfelt grace. Lightly excusing herself, Melia stepped back to allow the two of them space together on the floor. Taking Solatik's hand, Sari allowed him to lead her out among the onlookers. Moving onto the dance floor, she silently acknowledged the bittersweet reality of stepping into Lady Melia's original role to avoid a tragic outcome. Looking up into Solatik's warm gaze, she steeled her resolve, feeling her heart fully settle with her choice. Across the ballroom, onlookers whispered harshly among themselves, snapping their fans in disdain as they watched the pair glide across the floor, remarking how the young lady moved like a helpless puppet with no true skill of her own. Hearing their cruel gossip, her internal voice pleaded silently for them to quiet down, mortified that every word was carrying clearly across the room. Despite knowing the harsh whispers stemmed from jealousy, she could not shake the unpleasant, heavy feeling weighing down her heart. But as Solatik smiled warmly and confessed that dancing with her brought him the most joy, she returned his gaze with a tender smile, expressing the very same sentiment. He reflected on how, despite the original narrative expectations, his affection toward her had remained steadfast and unchanged. Checking in on her comfort, Solatik noticed her weariness and gently inquired if she was tired, though she quietly assured herself that she would endure. Calling an earlier incident where champagne had been spilled on Maria's dress, she worried that the heroine might still be secretly upset despite her polite assurances. Prompted by this concern, she delicately suggested that he might offer his assistance to Maria directly. Approaching Maria with gentle consideration, the noble lord offered his help, reasoning that showing proper concern would put her mind at ease. Stepping in as her fiancé, he offered a gracious apology on her behalf, taking full responsibility so Maria could feel relieved. Satisfied with the arrangement, she watched as the two gathered onto the dance floor, proud to have facilitated a proper moment for them. However, as they began to dance, the steps quickly dissolved into an awkward, clumsy display, leaving onlookers onlookers stunned by the complete lack of rhythm. Gasps echoed through the room as Maria inadvertently stepped directly on his foot, completely shocking the observing crowd with her utter lack of grace. Watching the chaotic dance unfold from afar, she pondered whether this unrefined behavior was simply a trope inherent to the heroine's nature, while others speculated if men secretly enjoyed teaching inexperienced partners. She watched in dismay as the spectacle unfolded before the entire ballroom, observing Maria's utter failure on the dance floor. The surrounding guests whispered in astonishment while Maria remained collapsed on the ground, weeping over her abysmal performance. Deeply embarrassed, Maria offered a tearful apology to Solatik, who maintained his composure and offered to escort her to a guest room so she could rest. Solatik led the distraught young woman away. Sari reflected on how difficult the dance turn must have been for her, attempting to understand the situation with grace. Solatik gently asked Siri if they should accompany Maria together, noticing her concern. Feeling a pang of guilt for having orchestrated the dance in the first place, Sari checked if Solatik was hurt, praising his gentlemanly nature as he reassured her that everything was fine. Solatik insisted that they return home immediately, expressing regret for his lack of consideration, though Sari felt responsible and sought to mend the atmosphere. Sari offered to head home alone, urging Solatik to stay behind and cheer up the heartbroken Maria, a request he graciously accepted. He internally celebrated her strategy, confident that taking care of the heroine would skyrocket Solatik's affection for Maria, even if the immediate attempt hadn't yielded results. Upon returning home by carriage, Sari was warmly greeted by Hisui at the entrance. They walked inside together. Hisui casually brought up rumors he had heard about a lady named Maria. Hisui explained that he knew Solatik and Maria had danced together, and that Solatik had escorted her after she fell, prompting Sari to clarify that she herself had requested to be sent home early. Changing the topic, Sari praised Hisui's sharp memory and asked if he had been reading a lot of books recently, mentioning that Anna had spoken highly of him. Hisui admitted that he was studying diligently, inquiring if Sari had any interesting books to recommend. Hisui secretly reflected on his determination to study hard in order to repay Sari's kindness without embarrassing her, aware of how responsible he needed to be despite their shared age. Later that evening, the household staff prepared tea, noting that Sari was exhausted from the ball's events and would soon be retiring to bed for the night. Exhausted from the day's events, she collapses onto her bed with a heavy sigh, relieved to finally have time to herself again. Resting her tired limbs, her mind immediately drifts back to her duties, recognizing the urgent need to expand the village and advance her Earthguard system skills to secure their future. She reviews her options. She realizes that increasing her sweet nectar skill requires planting a wide variety of flowers to create a thriving blossom field, though doing so might temporarily reduce crop yields. Reaching the second skill level will attract bees, opening the door to beekeeping and creating a potential signature specialty for the village. Sitting up to ponder the vast checklist before her, she reflects on the administrative hurdles remaining, including choosing an official name for the settlement. Once her father and the king grant their formal approval, their newly established home will finally be placed on the kingdom's map. Looking out into the tranquil night, a warm wish takes shape in her heart. Once stability is achieved, she longs to host a grand festival to celebrate together with every single villager. Following morning, travel underway brings a return to the pioneer site where the settlers are already hard at work building their new lives. As her carriage arrives, Anton and the gathered villagers offer warm greetings, welcoming their noble patron back to the growing settlement. Farmers eagerly share good news, explaining that the potato crops are growing at an astonishing rate and will be ready for harvest in just a few days, bringing delight to her face. Expressing her eagerness for the upcoming harvest, she listens as the local children gather around, bubbling with excitement about the colorful flowers being brought to the grounds. Unveiling seedlings brought specifically to plant near the base of the great tree, she invites young Nina and the others to join in planting them together. Nearby, settlers craft sturdy baskets from woven vines, pausing briefly to apologize for working ahead, though she warmly reassures them that their effort is deeply appreciated. Flowers bloom around the great tree and wild butterflies flutter through the air. Her sweet nectar skill successfully advances to level 2. Swarms of winged insects suddenly materialize around the fresh blossoms, prompting panic among the villagers who urge everyone to flee indoors, but she remains completely calm. She gently clarifies that these creatures are dociles known as flower bees, which do not sting humans or animals, easing the villagers' fears as they realize the swarm has shown no aggression. She explains how these harmless bees collect nectar from the blossoms to produce sweet honey, proving that peaceful coexistence between the insects and the village is entirely possible. Upon hearing about honey, Anton and the craftsmen eagerly agree to construct beehives for harvesting, enthusiastically committing to the village's newest endeavor. Listened intently as Lady Tseri outlined her ambitious timeline, raising 3 fingers to emphasize that if everything went smoothly, honey could be harvested in just 3 days. Surprised by the brief time frame, the young boy questioned if such rapid progress was truly achievable, though she reassured him with complete confidence, before leading the group toward the back where the lumber was stored. Upon confirming that the timber was suitable, the young noblewoman requested 5 square wooden beehives fitted with internal mesh screens, a design the experienced pioneer found remarkably simple to construct. She explained how the bees naturally utilize the mesh to build combs with special secretions. The rugged settler eagerly volunteered to craft the hives, while the young boy looked forward to a rich yield. The beehive production officially underway, her mind brightened with anticipation for the sweet treats they would soon be able. Inside her residence, Sari gently touched her face while discussing her preparations with Toy, Although marks remained on her skin, she assured him they would fade by the time their carriage reached the village. Noticing her tiredness, Toy asked if she was sleep-deprived from staying up late. Tesseri admitted she had spent the night contemplating names for their new village. He then turned the conversation to Toy, asking if he had come up with any good ideas himself and what name he thought might fit. Toy pondered her suggestion, proposing that since it was her village, it should bear a name associated with her, though he jokingly doubted his own naming sense. Tesseri dismissed the idea of naming the settlement directly after herself, though she noted with amusement how pleased Toy seemed with the discussion. Meanwhile, in another part of the estate, concern grew over Lady Maria. The maid noted that the young lady had barely touched her food again, leaving her attendant worried for her health as Maria sat absently at the table. Maria gazed quietly out the window, known to everyone as a sweet and gentle soul despite her lingering melancholy. Ill health had long kept Maria indoors, leaving her with few companions beyond the guard knights. Though she always smiled without complaint, her frequent sighs had recently begun to worry those around her. Attendants deliberated over her recent behavior. Despite rumors of teasing at the ball, Maria had seemed delighted to dance with Prince Solatik and be escorted home, leaving them puzzled by her current distraction. Maria rested her chin in her hands, longing to see him again. Her attendant suddenly wondered if the young lady's heart had been captured by someone. Maria's thoughts drifted back to the grand evening, remembering her desire to dance and talk more with Prince Solatik, while her knight Sarah reflected on the reality of her social standing. Sarah explained that outside the estate, people pointed fingers because Maria lacked a divine blessing, restricting her social appearances to only the most mandatory events. The absence of a blessing was a heavy burden, as the prosperity of the realm was deeply tied to divine favor. Maria listened intently as Sarah revealed a crucial truth. Marquis Linkrart had entrusted a portion of the territory's future to others. 3 days after setting up the beehives, Anton and the settlers gathered enthusiastically in the fields, ready to harvest their very first batch of honey. He stepped forward to handle the heavy task himself, but the others insisted they could manage without his help. Reassured that the bees posed no danger, he rallied the group with a call to action as they prepared to open the frame. As the wooden frame was lifted, a swarm of bees burst forth, buzzing vigorously into the air. Marveling at the glistening golden honeycomb, the young girl suggested they enjoy the sweet reward while offering thanks to the bees. Encouraged by her enthusiasm, everyone took turns harvesting the rich honey, with even Guts joining in despite his lingering hesitation. Watching the swarm disperse peacefully, they quietly checked on one another to ensure no harm had come to anyone. Turning her attention to the future, Lady Tseri voiced her desire to consult the gathered crowd about choosing an official name for the village. Surprised by the revelation that their settlement was to receive an actual name, the villagers eagerly contemplated the possibilities. Ideas began to fly back and forth, from simple suggestions like Potato Village or Honey Village to clever wordplay based on the settlement's 2 districts. While the villagers passionately debated the merits of each proposed title, Lady Tseri observed their lively discussion with a mix of surprise and amusement. Turning toward Hisui to ask if he had any thoughts, she was met with a clear and confident proposal. Saren, caught entirely off guard, she gasped in shock as Hisui explained his reasoning for naming the village directly after her. She flusteredly suggested choosing a name based on the land's natural features instead. The surrounding villagers warmly embraced the suggestion. Overwhelmed by the enthusiastic cheers echoing through the crowd, she conceded with an embarrassed smile as everyone celebrated the decision. So, bathed in bright sunlight under a sprawling sky, the pioneering settlement was officially christened Saren Village. She beamed with satisfaction as a new skill was unlocked following the official naming of the territory. While nearby, the great tree stood tall. Over in the fields, one of the villagers excitedly called out that the potato crop was sparkling. Looking closer at the crops, the leaves across the entire field had already begun to turn a distinct yellow hue. Anton expressed concern that the leaves would wither by tomorrow due to a lack of nutrients, but Sari quickly reassured him that this was simply a natural sign of maturity. He clarified that potatoes are ready for harvest precisely when the flowers wither and the foliage turns yellow, easing everyone's worries. Reassured by her explanation, the group eagerly agreed to gather a bountiful harvest the following morning. Meanwhile, Toy presented a fresh container of harvested honey to Tseri, prompting them to gather ingredients and prepare a meal together with Odette. Excited to use the fresh honey, she cheerfully announced to the gathering that they would be making delicious pancakes. Odette marveled at the thought of pancakes, having only ever heard of the legendarily sweet treat that was said to melt in one's mouth. Setting to work at the stove, Tseri offered to guide Odette step by step through the cooking process. As they poured the batter onto the hot pan, she carefully explained that the appearance of small surface bubbles was the precise signal to flip them over. Under their careful attention, the pancake rose into a perfectly golden and fluffy delight. Satisfied with their culinary success, the two women happily carried the freshly baked pancakes over to the waiting table. Drizzling the golden honey generously over the stack, she expressed her hope that honey could eventually become a signature trade good for Saren Village. Gathering around the table in high spirits, the entire community offered their heartfelt gratitude to the gods before digging in together. Everyone savored the exquisite sweetness, praising the collaborative effort and expressing deep gratitude for such a wonderful gift. He watched with warmth as the villagers happily indulged in the feast, warmly inviting everyone to eat as much as they desired. A mother and her young daughter praised the heavenly treat, marveling at how delicious the pancakes were, while even the massive, fluffy creature eagerly presented its empty plate for a generous second serving. Seeing the crowd so content, the young boy expressed his joy at everyone's happiness, a sentiment she wholeheartedly shared with a gentle nod. Holding her fork, a serene smile rested upon her face as she soaked in the peaceful atmosphere. Laughter and chatter filled the air across the long dining tables as the settlers bonded over the meal, playfully teasing one another and asking for seconds. Surrounded by the lively crowd, she took in the wonderful sight of the thriving community united in joy. Closing her eyes with a heartfelt smile, she realized that living as a supposed villainous noblewoman was truly not so bad. Savoring the memories of recent delicious pancakes with a blissful smile, the young woman leaned on her hands, while across the room, others quietly conversed. She voiced a playful concern about gaining weight if she indulged in such treats every day, though she quickly remembered that tomorrow promised hard work with the upcoming potato harvest. Nearby, a companion noticed an unexpected arrival outside. Outside in the dark night, figures gathered, wondering who could possibly be visiting at such a late hour. Elegantly dressed noblewoman sat composedly, wearing a warm, bright smile. As morning arrived, hands pulled on sturdy work gloves, signaling that the day for harvesting potatoes had finally come. Gathered out in the sun, the entire village cheered with enthusiasms, as Lady Tseri cheerfully joined them in the fields alongside her faithful companions. While tending to the crops, a local worker mentioned to Tseri that an unexpected visitor had come by the previous day after she had left. Explained that a person named Sarah had arrived asking persistent questions, but departed as soon as she was told that Tseri was out. Puzzled by this news, Tseri wondered who this mysterious visitor could be, as no one had notified her of any planned arrivals. Putting thoughts aside, she plunged into the grueling physical labor of farm work, discovering just how demanding it was to pull heavy crops from the earth. Meanwhile, Guts pushed himself to the absolute limit, working with fierce intensity to compensate for his previous absence during the honey harvest. Admiring his dedication, Tseri and her friends called out words of encouragement and warnings not to overexert himself. Shifting their focus to cooking preparation, they checked in on one of their group who seemed visibly exhausted from the heavy labor. Overwhelmed by emotion and blushing deeply, the young woman wiped away tears, reassuring everyone that she was simply overcome with happiness. Surrounded by fluttering butterflies and fruitful fields, she expressed her deep joy at living a peaceful life and sharing good food with dear friends. She expressed her delight, her face brightening as Tseri admitted that hearing such warm words truly brought joy to her heart as well. She pondered the strange growth of the massive tree and the abundant potato harvest. She reflected on whether things could truly flourish without divine blessings, harboring a quiet desire to raise a great tree of her own. Thoughts drifted deeper into her true identity and purpose, recalling how cultivating a splendid tree through the power of Frey, the god of fertility, could enrich the entire realm for everyone's sake. Meanwhile, a delicious spread of freshly prepared dishes sat ready, featuring roasted potatoes with butter and crispy potato chips made possible by the recent plentiful harvest. The atmosphere grew lively as the villagers gathered to enjoy the feast, celebrating their hard work just as Maria cheerfully entered to offer her warm greetings. Presenting the freshly made potato chips to her host, she watched eagerly as Tseri offered the crunchy treats to the guests, prompting curious villagers to sample the unfamiliar delicacy. Upon taking a single bite, her eyes sparkled with sheer delight at the surprisingly rich and savory flavor of the freshly fried potato chips. Lighted by the amazing taste, she eagerly asked for another helping, explaining to Tseri that curiosity about how the territory was being managed had drawn her to visit today. The villagers expressed their gratitude to her for her presence the previous night. Tseri inquired further about what had brought her back again so soon. Looking out toward the fields, she noted how reassuring it was that the village management was progressing so smoothly, especially given how rapidly the miraculous sapling had already grown. Smiling brightly, Tseri gently expressed her gratitude for everyone's support and casually asked if she would like to join her in nurturing the great tree together. Unexpected suggestion caught her completely off guard, leaving her momentarily frozen in utter disbelief as the words registered in her mind. Seeking clarification, she asked if Tseri truly meant for them to cultivate the tree side by side, before formally revealing her full title as Maria Saltamarl, blessed directly by the deity Frey. Realizing that joining forces with someone possessing divine favor would cause the tree to flourish rapidly, Tseri enthusiastically welcomed the news, while Maria confidently declared that her sacred blessings would bring boundless prosperity to the entire settlement. Villagers gather, marveling at the divine blessings surrounding the majestic great tree, and discussing the sacred energy that permeates the land. Lady Melia appeared suddenly without prior warning to visit the great tree. Tseri understands that she came with peaceful intentions. Melia winces from a sudden spell of dizziness, clutching her head while those around her express immediate concern for her well-being. Seeking a quiet space to host their guest, Tseri requests permission to borrow a room for tea, and Anton readily agrees to guide them inside. As a delicate teacup is served, news arrives that the settlement has officially been bestowed with the name Tesrin. Tseri expresses deep gratitude upon learning the official naming details, noting the deep resonance and significance behind it as tea is shared. Asked if the new name is already recorded on the official maps, Tseri explains that the formal application process will be initiated shortly. Conversation shifts to the great tree, acknowledging how rare and precious such a divine specimen truly is. Tseri reflects internally on the tree's origin as a cherished gift from her father, firm in her resolve that she will not share its cultivation with anyone else. Melia apologizes for getting carried away in her desire to grow her own tree, while Tseri gently acknowledges her feelings and explains the responsibilities involved. Melia pauses nervously, preparing to offer an additional unexpected apology. Blushing intensely, Melia tearfully confesses her love for Lord Solatique, leaving the entire room stunned by her sudden declaration. Tseri remains calm on the outside while quietly reflecting on the awkwardness of hearing such a confession so openly. Understanding Melia's sheltered background and lack of social experience, Tseri firmly reminds herself of Lord Solatique's devotion as her own fiancé. Setting a clear boundary, Tseri politely advises Melia to keep her feelings to herself and remember her proper boundaries moving forward. He reminded her guest of the subtle boundaries between them, pointing out that despite their similar ages, her status as the daughter of a marquis and acting lord carried responsibilities that demanded serious study and decorum. Continuing her advice, she added that propriety required advanced notification before making calls, warning that other noble houses might take offense at unannounced visits even if she herself was forgiving. Observing the young girl sitting quietly over her tea, she offered a mild teasing remark about secret rendezvous, leaving Lady Melia feeling like an inexperienced child before her. Rising from her seat, Lady Melia prepared to take her leave, expressing unexpected gratitude for the stern yet valuable guidance she had received. With renewed determination shining on her face, Lady Melia vowed to study diligently so that she might prove herself worthy. As Lady Melia departed cheerfully, Tseri watched her go, quietly harboring her own private thoughts about suppressing the girl's romantic expectations. Turning to the gathered villagers, Tseri offered a sincere apology for turning down Lady Melia's proposal without consulting them first. Villagers quickly reassured her that her judgment was sound, entrusting the governance of the territory to her and Lord Solatique without reservation. Relieved by their unwavering trust and support, Tseri offered them a radiant, grateful smile. Meanwhile, in a formal study far from the village, an official handed over a written report concerning the events of the 2nd District. Viewing the document, the Marquis and his advisors noted the involvement of Lady Melia of the Saltamarl family, pondering whether official intervention was required. Examining the reports closely, the Marquis decided to hold off on taking action, choosing instead to observe how the new territory of Tesri would respond. Should she prove unable to handle the matter on her own, the administration planned to relieve her of territorial duties and enforce standard royal training upon her. The report detailed the agricultural progress in the region, noting current potato harvests alongside plans for flower cultivation, beekeeping, and expanding crop varieties. Across the table, discussions turned to domestic achievements as Lady Melia proudly shared dishes prepared from the newly harvested crops, anticipating her father's approval. As her future hung in the balance, the topic shifted as the young noblewoman brightly announced that the newly established settlement had been officially named Tesrin, a name suggested by Hisui. Her father listened attentively as she proceeded to bring up a specific request regarding Lady Melia's situation. He requested immediate approval for Tesrin village so she could set up a stall selling dishes made from their harvested potatoes. Her father folded his hands thoughtfully, carefully weighing her ambition and practical initiative. Acknowledging all the hard work that had gone into the territory, he readily granted her request, promising that formal procedures within the realm would commence the very next day. Further granted her complete freedom to act within the territory starting the day after tomorrow, prompting an overwhelming surge of joy and gratitude from his devoted daughter. Later that evening, sitting alone in his study, the Marquis reflected on how his daughter had chosen to handle Lady Melia's predicament entirely on her own authority. Marveling at how much she had accomplished despite feeling like a helpless child only yesterday, the proud father broke down in comical tears of emotion, while his loyal butler dryly offered a handkerchief to calm him. Under a clear, bright sky, a soft sigh of contentment drifted through the fresh morning air. Stepping out onto the balcony, Tseri greeted the perfect weather, knowing that as of today, Sarin village was officially marked on the map, opening up long-awaited trade opportunities for Asgard. He bounced excitedly on her toes, eager to head into the village to plan potato dishes for trade, though she hastily tried to hide her wide grin so as not to creep anyone out. Realizing that Solatique had been quietly observing her joy, she turned away blushing and decided it best to sneak back inside to celebrate in private. Inside, a delicate butterfly rested peacefully under the open sunny sky. Nearby, the divine beast toy drooled with eager anticipation alongside Tseri. Villagers gathered to watch the morning's harvest, exchanging cheerful greetings as they finished preparing the last batch of produce. They inspected the freshly cleaned potatoes resting neatly inside the woven baskets. Tseri warmly thanked the villagers for their hard work before noticing Toy whimpering sadly by her side. As Toy whined for a taste of the raw potatoes, she pondered whether it was safe for a divine beast to eat them, despite knowing raw potatoes were usually bad for animals. The creature continued to plead with pathetic whimpers, clearly desperate to eat. Taking precautions just in case, she asked Odette if she could boil a few potatoes specifically for Toy, to which Odette readily agreed. That settled, she turned to the assembled group and proposed setting up a food stall in Hallmill later that day. Villagers felt their hearts pounding with nervous excitement at the thought of running a food stall for the very first time. Terry presented her idea of selling bagged potato chips for 200 luz, confidence evident in her plan for a fair and reasonable price. She learned a new skill by offering harvested goods to the divine beast, who sat plump and satisfied beside her. Stronger divine beast promised greater protection, driving away harmful monsters threatening the settlement. Eager to check her status, she inquired if the offering was satisfactory while her maid watched in relief. The administration office, the clerk quoted a stall rental rate of 3,000 lus per day, including one magic stove. Requesting a single permit, she handed over her documentation to finalize the arrangement. As they departed, the clerk marveled at her refined, noble demeanor. Set up their stall in the bustling town market, displaying signboards to attract customers. With everything prepared and bags of potato chips neatly arranged, she invited the divine beast to act as their mascot. She warmly called out to passing crowds, offering Saran Village's specialty potato chips for 200 luz. Passersby voiced confusion, completely unfamiliar with both potato chips and Saran Village. Noticed seeing staring from a distance without approaching, she realized they faced a promotion problem. She suddenly recalled the official notice posted at the administration office regarding their newly mapped domain. Nearby townspeople recognized the village name from the public bulletin, bringing joy to her companions. Though a skeptical customer doubted the light snack could satisfy him, she offered a free sample. She urged him to try a piece with no obligation to buy, determined to prove their product's worth. She stood quietly as the nearby townspeople began taking notice of her appearance, whispering among themselves about her neat clothes and striking silver hair. One of the men pointed directly at her, inquiring if she was a noble and deducing that she must be one of the without blessings. Familiar discomfort washed over her as she recalled past scorn, while a companion chastised the man for pointing so rudely in her presence. She harbored doubts about whether she should remain at the forefront of the stall, mindful of how nobles were perceived by commoners. Before she could retreat, a young woman passionately spoke up in her defense, rebuking the men for their rudeness and highlighting how wonderful she had been to their village. The young defender insisted that having a divine blessing made no difference, pressing the men until they sheepishly agreed. Tears welled in the young woman's eyes as she recalled how she had extended a helping hand when they were struggling to make a living, leaving the noble girl deeply moved. Reflecting internally, the noble girl acknowledged that it was actually the villagers who had welcomed and aided her when she suddenly stepped into her role. Emotional commotion drew the attention of nearby shoppers, who began gathering and scolding the two men for making a young girl cry. Overwhelmed by the crowd's disapproval, both men immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, bowing deeply to apologize. He graciously offered her forgiveness, gently asking them to lift their heads as the atmosphere eased. Onlookers cheered her radiant benevolence, comparing her to a goddess of sweetness, though she modestly deflected the extreme praise. Companion warmly chimed in, agreeing that her beauty and kindness made the comparison understandable. Seizing the opportunity, the young assistant handed free samples of potato chips to the two chastised men, encouraging them to spread the word about the delicious snack. Upon tasting the crispy snack, both men were instantly amazed by its texture and flavor, eagerly offering to buy more on the spot. He breathed a sigh of relief as the potential confrontation dissolved into grateful handshakes. Glad that the commotion had passed without further incident, the young boy by her side eagerly pointed out that business was about to pick up, and indeed nearby customers were already raving about the delicious flavor of the potato chips from Teslin Village. Immediately, a surge of eager buyers swarmed the market stall, waving their hands and calling out their orders all at once. Every person who sampled the crispy treat was instantly won over, marveling at the rich and satisfying taste. Watching the growing crowd clamor for multiple bags, she offered a warm, polite smile and reassured everyone that they had prepared plenty, encouraging them to form an orderly line. As evening set in over the town, the bustling market day finally drew to a gentle close with warm words of gratitude. Wiping the sweat from their brows after completely selling out their stock, the group celebrated the successful launch of their first stall, resolving to recruit more helpers and increase production for the following day. The next morning, she awoke in her bed, realizing she had been so utterly exhausted that she had fallen asleep the moment her head hit the pillow. Checking her domain status notification, she was delighted to discover that her territory had reached a higher level overnight. Smiling at the steady progress made alongside her companion, she took pride in knowing that successfully selling the harvest had unlocked yet another valuable skill. She reflected on how the great tree was already growing waist-high, bringing her one step closer to fulfilling her vow to her father, when a polite knock announced her maid entering with the morning greeting and a sealed letter on a silver tray. Attention immediately shifted to the wax-sealed envelope presented to her, wondering what news it might. Standing resolve in her heart, the moment she had been anticipating had finally arrived. Today, her engagement was expected to be annulled. Official missive from the royal capital arrived at last. Reflecting on past events, she reasoned that the secret courtship she had subtly advised was proceeding smoothly, as no further rumors of them appearing together in public had surfaced. She could not help but chuckle as she envisioned her upcoming peaceful life, fully expecting her fiancé and his true love to receive the entire kingdom's blessing. Meanwhile, the young woman held her hands together softly, her expression brimming with heartfelt hope and gentle joy. The household gathered outside the carriage to bid them a safe journey. The atmosphere remained serene and formal. Inside the carriage, however, a sudden sense of confusion washed over her as she caught sight of her companion's unexpected demeanor. Casually remarked on how long it had been since they had traveled together outside of formal evening galas, prompting her to wonder internally whether the annulment discussion would take place upon reaching the royal castle instead. His tone turned subdued as he mentioned hearing that she had invited Lady Melia to her village entirely on her own initiative. He quietly pondered whether he was displeased because she had spoken sternly to Lady Melia, despite her status as a marquis's daughter and acting lord during that brief encounter. With an earnest, melancholic expression, he questioned why he was the only one excluded from visiting the village, leaving her visibly flustered. He explained that the village was not yet presentable, and she feared he would find it dull, but he countered by assuring her that knowing how hard she worked meant he could never be bored. He added warmly that as future husband and wife she ought not to worry over such minor details, leaving her to offer a soft assent. With a charming smile, he confirmed that he had already secured permission from the Marquis, leaving her startled to realize that they were heading straight toward the village right then. Relieved despite her lingering confusion, she accepted the situation, glad that the trip was not a public condemnation event. He abruptly asked about Lady Melia's dependability. She resolved internally that she needed to elevate Lady Melia's standing, determined not to remain passive. She found herself taken aback by his strangely subdued reaction, attempting to elaborate on her point even as her inner thoughts questioned why he remained so unmoved. Continuing her explanation, she described Lady Melia as a remarkably vibrant and pure-hearted individual, eager to learn more about her virtues. In response, he admitted that because he rarely stepped outside his own estate, he held a genuine sense of admiration for someone so lively. Drawing a comparison, he praised her own dedicated service as deputy lord, suggesting that spent time together with Lady Melia would be deeply beneficial for her moving forward. As her imagination wandered to the possibility of traveling abroad and experiencing new sights, her heart fluttered with genuine excitement. Reaching across to gently take her hands in his, he offered a reassuring promise to remain firmly by her side as they worked together to make the nation better. The warmth of his tender grasp lingered between them, conveying a deep sense of sincerity and trust. Softening her gaze, she accepted his heartfelt words with a quiet, affectionate affirmation. Yet even while holding his hands, a quiet anxiety lingered in her heart regarding what might happen once he grew closer to Lady Melia. Gazing thoughtfully out the carriage window, she harbored the faint hope that if an end to their arrangement must come, it would at least be a gentle one. Interrupting her solemn reflections, the carriage came to a halt as the attendant formally announced their arrival at the destination. Preparing to disembark, she caught sight of young Hisui thoughtfully stepping back to grant her space, a quiet gesture of consideration that did not go unnoticed. Unused to walking on rough terrain in delicate heels, she stumbled slightly with a small gasp, prompting him to instantly steady her arm in concern. Stepping out together into Tsarin village, both were surprised to find the settlement far more vibrant and developed than rumors had led them to expect. Taking in the breathtaking panorama unfolding before her eyes, her breath caught in awe, a faint blush dusting her cheeks at the incredible sight. She watched in wonder as horse-drawn wagons filled with tourists began rolling into the settlement, signaling a new era of growth. Calling Hisui's words that the arrival of visitors was the key condition for the territory's advancement, her heart swelled with gratitude and joy as she reflected on how far the once isolated village had come. Standing beside her, Solatique took in the impressive surroundings with quiet admiration, acknowledging that this prosperous land was truly her creation. Nearby, the local residents gathered in excitement, bowing respectfully and calling out greetings to honor the high-ranking visitor in their midst. Stepping forward gracefully, the nobleman offered to introduce the chief of the settlement, Anton, to the gathering crowd. He announced his role as her official guardian, expressing how pleased he was by the rapid progress of the domain and offering warm encouragement to continue supporting her. Deeply moved, the chief bowed low and pledged his utmost dedication before the noble lord turned his attention toward another waiting visitor. Newcomer introduced himself with grand enthusiasm as Nicholas, a prominent merchant representing the prestigious Picot Trading Company from the town of Hallmill. Realizing that his firm was a major commercial power in the region, she quickly recognized that granting his request to establish a local branch office would bring unprecedented prosperity to her people. Nicholas went on to describe with poetic passion how deeply impressed he had been by the exquisite potato chips sold in the village market, calling them a culinary treasure. While she and her companion warmly welcomed his high praise and commercial interest. Leaving the local management decisions to Anton, Solatique acknowledged that while he would no longer be personally involved in every detail, he had expected Sari to remain by his side for the discussion. Anton reassured him that the village could handle more responsibilities, especially since Solatique's standing as Tantri's fiancé ensured favorable terms from the higher noble families. Content with the arrangement, Solatique asked to see the progress of the great tree. Inspecting the young sapling along Titsari, he commended the exceptional care given to it, noting that despite its small stature, the tree was growing strong and magnificent. His warm praise brought a radiant blush to Tsari's face, filling her heart with quiet joy as she marveled at the glowing leaves of the thriving sapling. Taking her hand tenderly into his, Solatique expressed his deep admiration, expressing genuine happiness that even without a formal blessing, she was able to nurture the great tree so wonderfully. Bowed reverently over her hand, softly reaffirming how deeply proud he was to have her as his promised bride. Romantic atmosphere was abruptly broken when Maria burst onto the scene with an exuberant flair, taking both Sari and Solatique completely by surprise. Brimming with cheerful enthusiasm, Maria explained that after hearing at the castle about their whereabouts, she simply couldn't miss the chance to meet them. While Solatique's expression darkened with stern disapproval, Maria blithely added that she had sent a quick letter promising her arrival right before rushing over. Solatique pointedly questioned the point of sending a letter that would only arrive after she had already left, prompting a flustered defense from Maria while Sari nursed an onsetting headache from the social blunder. Sensing the growing coldness in the air, Maria stammered nervously, insisting that her eager intrusion had only come from her earnest desire to become closer friends. Her eyes welled with dramatic tears as she acknowledged that her arrival might have been far too sudden and improper. Sari grimaced internally at the tedious situation, realizing that letting the girl break down in tears would make them look like cruel bullies. Anticipating the damaging social rumors that would spread if a marquis's daughter refused to accept a tearful apology, Sari knew she had no choice but to handle the matter tactfully. Adopting a gracious and forgiving smile, Sari gently reassured Maria not to dwell on it, offering a polite forgiveness that instantly relieved the girl's anxiety. She watched silently as the bright-eyed young noblewoman expressed her profuse thanks, while the prince maintained a stern expression, reminding the guest to exercise proper restraint in the future. Continuing his gentle reprimand, he pointed out that dropping by without prior notice causes great inconvenience to hosts. Though he conceded to overlook the breach, this once solely out of respect for her companion's leniency. Patiently detailed proper aristocratic etiquette, explaining that proper letters of intent should always precede a visit, while the uninvited guest stammered out excuses, leaving the surrounding companions in mild exasperation. Humbled by the reprimand, the visitor apologized and promised to be more careful, while the young lady secretly prayed that no further reckless stunts would follow. Insisting on making amends for her disruption, the intruder offered a bright smile, yet her cheerful gesture only filled the young lady with an uneasy sense of foreboding. Despite polite attempts to decline her offer, the persistent noblewoman claimed the divine favor of the god of abundance, ignoring all protests as she instructed her attendant to assist. Clasping her hands together in dramatic prayer, she announced her intent to force the sapling to grow rapidly right before their eyes. Ignoring the young lady's panicked cries to refrain, she poured her blessed water directly over the sacred great tree sapling. Unnatural magic reacted instantly, causing a dark, ominous black rose to burst forth from the plant and shock everyone present. Gazing down at the corrupted blossom, the young noblewoman felt a deep pang of sorrow, realizing her months of hard work and careful nurture had been stolen away in a single moment. Breaking her trance, the young boy urged her to act quickly, telling her to step closer to the great tree and reach out to touch the newly bloomed flower. Compelled by his sudden instructions, she reached out toward the strange plant, gasping as a surging warmth radiated through her fingertips upon contact. As energy pulsated around the dark blossom, a crucial choice hung in the air, leaving the destiny of the great tree at an uncertain crossroads. A mystical choice hung suspended in the air, asking whether to preserve the tree as it stood or bring forth a brand new flower. As light flickered around the dark budding blossom, a strange transformation began to stir within its petals. Observing from the side, the companions noticed an unusual shift in the girl's eyes, leaving the young lord to wonder if this strange magic was visible only to him. She hesitated, weighing the heavy decision before her, fearful that making the wrong choice might cause the delicate bloom to wither entirely. Loyal spirit companion barked encouragingly, giving her the quiet reassurance she needed to claim the destiny of the great tree as her own. Newfound resolve, she reached forward and touched the dark blossom, choosing to bind its fate to her own essence. Radiant light burst forth from her hands, bathing her face in a brilliant glow as the magical power overflowed. For their astonished eyes, the dark blossom transformed completely, opening into a stunning, pristine white flower. Raptured by the beauty of the bloom, the young lord drew her into a warm embrace, marveling at the lovely sight that mirrored her own spirit. While she cradled the gleaming white blossom softly, her rival looked down in utter disbelief at how her own dark flower had been transformed. Flustered and trying to save face, the rival stammered out an explanation about her past refusal to tend the tree together. She claimed she had only intended to accelerate the tree's growth using her divine blessing as a gesture of apology. He insisted her intentions had been purely beneficial for both of them, though her words were met with quiet skepticism. The young lord calmly suggested she consult her father regarding the matter, cleverly using social etiquette to dismantle her excuses while his companion cheerfully agreed. Forcing a cheerful smile, the rival agreed to speak with her father and quickly took her leave while the young lord politely dismissed her from their presence. Watched as the apologize was offered for the day's troubles, expressing hope that Lady Melia would receive proper education before her next visit, leaving Sarah to question what she had done wrong. Seeing the scattered flower petals, Sari gathered them up since they came from the great tree, wondering what ought to be done with the black petals. She offered her gratitude, reassuring that even if Lady Melia caused it to bloom, the fault did not lie with the flower itself. Sari looked down at her hands. She admired the flower's beauty, but sudden confusion arose when something unexpected caught her companion's attention. Reflecting on the mark in her left eye that shifted to a baby pink color, Sari wondered if it truly signaled a god's blessing. She remembered how her left eye grew hot the moment she touched the great tree, contemplating whether that heat signaled a divine sign. Considering that she might possess a blessing as well, it was suggested that she consult a priest at the Grand Temple, an offer she deeply appreciated. Detailed system window materialized, displaying updated domain statistics, great tree skills, and territory attributes. The subtle smile, Sari remarked to herself on how surprisingly smooth things were proceeding for a villainous territory. Looking out as the flower bloomed, she relaxed after a long, exhausting day filled with unforeseen events. She closed her eyes contentedly, realizing she had fulfilled her promise to her father much sooner than expected, though she wondered if he might wish for her to stay home. Business discussions brought new tourists and employees eager to settle down in the village, reinforcing the need to strengthen the warding against evil for the children. Pondering the requirements to strengthen the barrier, she recalled that subjugating monsters would come later, prioritizing the establishment of the local branch first. Relaxing in a warm bath, Sari acknowledged her zero combat power and total lack of fighting means, resolving to consult Hisui next time. Standing outside her father's door, she prepared to report the previous day's events, wondering anxiously how he would react before a voice called for her to enter. She entered the room just as her father enthusiastically greeted her, beaming with joy over the white flowers that had blossomed on the great tree thanks to her efforts. Overcome with emotion, he pinched the bridge of his nose, admitting he had never imagined she could bring the great tree to bloom so quickly. Pulled her into a warm embrace, apologizing for having treated her so strictly in the past when he had deemed her potential impossible. Reassuring him, she expressed her gratitude, noting how wonderful it was that he had raised her with such devotion despite her lack of a blessing at the time. Holding her tight, he declared that he could never discard such splendid talent, and that seeing her thrive made him immensely happy. In an official declaration, he appointed her as the formal ruler of the 2nd District, a role she accepted with radiant joy. As the business portion of their report concluded, the conversation shifted toward the matter of Lady Melia's recent actions, sparking quiet tension in the room. Father reflected on Count Saltamar's household, acknowledging that while the son was dependable, Lady Melia's frail nature had led her family to indulge her every whim. Nevertheless, he maintained that her hostile behavior toward his daughter remained unacceptable and promised to address it directly with her family. Cautioned her sternly that while Melia had faced hardships, sentimentality should never excuse unjust actions or earn unmerited forgiveness. Nodding in understanding, she accepted his advice before turning her focus back to the mysterious mark that had appeared in her left eye. Observing the peculiar phenomenon, her father remarked that she seemed to be favored by an extraordinary deity. Pondered deeply, confessing that he had never heard of a divine blessing manifesting directly within someone's eyes or producing such rapid miracles. Recognizing potential unforeseen events on the horizon, he turned to the young boy present and requested that he stay by her side to support her. Young boy eagerly agreed, pledging to do everything within his power to serve and assist her faithfully. Stood alongside his feline companion, who puffed out its chest with pride as the young lady expressed her gratitude, placing her full faith in both of them as they pledged their steadfast support. Later that night, amidst the silent expanse of the estate's vast library, a solitary lantern illuminated Lord Solatique as he meticulously searched through old texts. Paging through the ancient tome before him, he pondered the deep anomaly of the situation, realizing that a divine blessing residing within someone's eyes was completely unheard of, not just within their kingdom, but perhaps across the entire world. His research yielded no answers regarding the mysterious white flower on the great tree, nor the dark bloom associated with Lady Melia, leaving him to lean back in frustration as he wondered what strange fate was intertwining the two young women. Closing the heavy volume with a soft snap, he felt a sting of helplessness, aware that beneath Sari's outward joy lay deep uncertainty, and blaming himself for failing to uncover anything that could put her mind at ease. Tightening his fist as he anticipated the inevitable summons from the Grand Temple to investigate her unprecedented power, he rested his chin upon his hands with unwavering resolve, silently swearing that he would shield Sari no matter what trial lay ahead. The day had finally arrived for the grand opening of the Picot Trading Company's Tesselin branch, marked by a fresh sign hanging proudly above the newly constructed storefront. Stepping through the doorway, the young noblewoman and her companion welcomed Nicholas as their very first official customer, ushering him inside with bright smiles. Inside the tidy, well-stocked shop, she joyously greeted him, thrilled to see the very first patron cross the threshold. Outside, the local workers remarked on how quickly the carpenters brought along by Nicholas had completed their tasks, while noting that Guts was also working tirelessly. He reflected on Guts's immense pride in his craft, admiring how he took extra care to ensure the foundation and interior were built to last. Observing Guts collect heavy lumber so the rest of the crew could focus entirely on construction, she noted his stubborn dedication to the task. She offered to lend a hand. The builder flailed in protest, insisting that her sweet offer of kindness was more than enough. Deep down, he felt immense gratitude that she had entrusted him with the project, silently promising to pour his heart into constructing a home worthy of her. Encouraged by his determination, she smiled warmly and offered her full support, looking forward to seeing the completed work alongside her companions. Though completion of the shop fulfilled the requirement for Great Tree Level 7, the overall level remained capped at 5 because the prerequisite requirement to build a personal residence was still pending. As time passed and Guts poured his energy into building the house, everyone patiently awaited the moment when all accumulated requirements would take effect at once. Nicholas soon offered his formal congratulations on her appointment as the official lord of the 2nd District, to which she expressed her gratitude, recognizing that quick access to merchant information was a powerful asset. Word spread rapidly throughout the town, drawing a lively crowd of villagers together to cheer and celebrate their newly appointed lord. Insisting that simple words were not enough for such a grand occasion, the jovial merchant proposed throwing a massive celebration, which she accepted with heartfelt thanks. With a satisfied chuckle, he pointed out that their newly opened shop was already fully stocked with fine goods and spirits, making it perfectly prepared to host a grand feast. The crowd gathered to celebrate. Lady Tseri beamed with delight, eager to launch a grand festival for all the villagers. She excused herself to begin preparations, prompting Hisui to enthusiastically offer to hunt top-quality meat for the feast before rushing off. While the young boy darted away, Lord Solatique lightly teased her about her immense popularity among the villagers, leaving her flustered. Then turned the conversation to the feast menu, asking what kind of dish could satisfy everyone present, prompting Lady Maria to join the discussion. She raised a finger with an inspired idea, proposing a barbecue which left Lord Solatique momentarily puzzled. The concept was clear. Meat and vegetables skewered and grilled over an outdoor net grill for everyone to share together in a festive atmosphere. Hearing this excellent proposal, the local villagers immediately stepped forward to prepare the tools and specialized grill equipment. They offered to handle all the ingredient prep work as well, receiving heartfelt gratitude from Lady Tseri. The preparations underway, she suggested using the spare time to inspect the great tree together with Lord Solatique. He walked alongside her, remarking warmly on how welcoming the great tree's atmosphere always felt upon their arrival. Approaching the glowing flora, she clasped her hands in delight as fresh, vibrant new leaves sprouted right before her eyes. Because the total harvest surpassed 10,000, the divine blessing of abundance leveled up while local children harvested crops nearby. Watching the incredible growth, Lord Solatique smiled in awe, anticipating how beautiful the plant would become in time. She agreed warmly, though her peaceful reflection was suddenly cut short by an audible growl from his hungry stomach. Noticing the noise along with their hungry pet dog, Hisui asked if they could feed him, and Lady Tseri gladly offered some fresh potatoes. She gently tended to the young flora near the great tree before activating her divine interface to review their progress. System display outlined the expanding capabilities of the territory, showing enhanced crop growth, increased harvests, and protective wards that keep hostile beasts at bay. Considering her upcoming journey to the Grand Temple, she realized that expanding the monster-free perimeter would require defeating 100 beasts to level up her protective ward. Knowing new abilities awaited her at the temple, she offered a gentle word of encouragement to the growing sapling, wishing for its continued strength. Meanwhile, the savory aromas of skewers preparing for the outdoor feast began to fill the fresh air. She tried to lend a hand with the preparation. Maria urged her to sit back and rest, though she politely insisted on helping. Holding a skewer, she shared her earnest desire to connect more deeply with everyone in the settlement. Maria remarked how rare it was for a highborn lady to engage so openly in cooking and labor alongside others. She replied that she was simply enjoying the moment, expressing heartfelt gratitude to all those who made this warm atmosphere possible, while the meat sizzled nearby. As glasses were prepared for the gathering, Hisui offered her a choice of drinks, and she requested juice. Handing her the cup with a courteous bow, he gestured that the moment was hers to lead. The young boy unexpectedly asked her to deliver the opening toast. She was caught completely off guard as every eye turned towards the villagers gathered. Conversations buzzed about whether Anton should lead the toast, but the elder gently insisted that the honor belonged solely to their new lord, prompting Sari to swallow her lingering self-doubt about managing the territory. Looking out at the gathered crowd of warm, supportive faces, her determination crystallized as she gazed back with earnest gratitude. Tightening her grip on her cup, she silently pledged to dedicate her absolute best efforts to ensuring the well-being of everyone present. Addressing the assembly directly, she expressed her genuine pride at becoming the lord of the village, thanking them deeply for their hard work in the 2nd district, and asking for their continued support in the days ahead. The bright, unifying cry, everyone raised their cups together, offering a loud cheer for the future prosperity of Teslan village. The celebration got underway. She took a quiet sip while watching the villagers happily feast and mingle nearby. Anton presented her with a freshly prepared dish, offering a warm serving while she voiced her sincere thanks for his hospitality. During their conversation, Anton mentioned that although the exact date remained uncertain, he would soon be heading off toward the Grand Temple. Knowing she might be away from the village for a while, she asked Anton for the schedule of the children's blessing rituals, and he readily agreed to manage all village affairs in her absence. Anton explained that 3 children in the village had yet to undergo the ritual: Giselle, who was 5, alongside Maurice and Nina, while noting that the other local children had already completed theirs. Reflecting on the dates, she noted that today was the 10th day of the fire month, which meant Giselle's 6th birthday and upcoming ritual were scheduled for the very next month. Calling the unique local calendar, an 8-month cycle where each 40-day month cycled through elements like fire, water, and spirit, she instructed Hisui to track the schedule carefully so she could attend the ceremony. Turning back to Anton, she asked if he would accompany them to the small temple, expressing her eagerness to witness what kind of blessing young Giselle would receive. Meanwhile, near the serving table, Odette offered a towel to a woman who suddenly admired her hands, catching Odette off guard as she caught Sari observing her attentively. Odette looked down at her own palms, apologizing as she explained that her hands had grown rough from the constant hard labor of fieldwork, fetching water, and daily chores since arriving at the village. She gently took Odette's hands in her own, admiring how hard they worked for everyone and dismissing any thought that anyone would speak ill of them. Noticing how sore they must be, Sari offered to bring hand cream on her next visit, which left Odette flustered and blushing at the generous thought. Overwhelmed by her kindness, Odette felt such expensive items were beyond her station, though Sari reassured her that her gratitude alone was more than enough. Odette acknowledged that noble products were usually far too costly for common comfort, while Anton wondered aloud if hand cream could ever be made affordable for everyday people. Anton expressed deep appreciation for her consideration toward Odette, emphasizing that such thoughtful care was precisely what brought warmth and happiness to their community. Men shared how food stall earnings allowed them to purchase proper hunting tools and ingredients, expanding their daily meals and securing meat much more easily, though Tseri reminded them to remain cautious on their hunts. Villagers expressed heartfelt thanks for how much more comfortable their lives had become, and Tseri smiled warmly, returning their gratitude. Surrounded by thankful villagers, she reflected peacefully on her earnest desire to protect this tranquil way of life. Later that night at the estate, arrangements were considered for the upcoming blessing rituals. Noting that young Giselle would be among those participating. As tea was poured, discussions continued regarding whether to take Giselle to the Grand Temple for the month-end blessing ritual, given Tseri's involvement. Sui agreed to handle the official paperwork for the Grand Temple, promising to write the necessary documents right away. Before he could leave, Tseri paused and mentioned that she had another crucial matter she needed to address with him. With an unwavering gaze, she firmly declared her resolute intention to defeat her target, leaving Hisui utterly stunned. Overwhelmed by her sudden resolve, Hisui paced back and forth, clutching his head in deep thought as he tried to process her bold declaration. Assuming she must have a valid reason behind such a statement, Hisui waited intently, and Tseri agreed that an explanation was indeed due. She explains that because she has been venturing out around the village far more often, she needs a reliable way to defend herself against monsters. Hisui concedes with a thoughtful gesture, admitting that while he wishes he could protect her at all times, he still falls short. Raising a finger, she further elaborates that her resolve stems from protecting the great tree in the village as well, leaving the young companion utterly bewildered by her ambitious reasoning. Though he admits he cannot truly comprehend the motives of the great tree, he reaffirms his unshakable faith in her, leading them to discuss what manner of weapon would suit her best, despite his persistent doubts. Noticing his resigned sigh, she beamingly reassures him of her absolute joy and excitedly declares that they will set out for the weapon shop the very next day. Her eyes sparkled with sheer anticipation as she realized that her grand debut in monster hunting was finally on the horizon. High above the town street hung a wooden sign featuring crossblades, marking the entrance to an authentic armory. Shopkeeper turned as the door opened, taken aback to see a delicate young lady entering his establishment. Looking around in awe, Tseri marveled at being inside a genuine weapon shop, far grander than she had envisioned. While the craftsman inquired if she sought anything specific, she offered a polite greeting, explaining that she required a weapon suitable for her own use, while Hisui requested gear appropriate for rear guard duty, leaving the shopkeeper momentarily stunned. Pondering their options, the blacksmith gestured toward his stock, suggesting that a bow, throwing knives, or specialized spirit orbs would be the most suitable choices for her. She admitted her lack of confidence in aiming throwing knives, concluding that either a bow or the magical orbs would be her best course of action. Inspecting a finely crafted bow priced at 50,000 luz, she recognized that mastering it would take effort, but noted its popularity among women before asking to inspect the spirit orbs as well. Ranged neatly in a box were disposable attack items known as spirit orbs, categorized into fire, water, wind, and earth, each releasing formidable elemental power upon impact and priced at 10,000 luz. Shocked by the steep price tag, she mentally tallied their remaining savings, acutely aware of the incoming expenses needed for village development, guard fees, and maid salaries. Determined to make a practical choice to clear out large numbers of monsters, she decided to prioritize the bow while keeping a small emergency reserve of spirit orbs for the village. She placed her order with the shopkeeper, requesting the bow alongside arrows and 5 spirit orbs of each element type, to which the vendor gratefully agreed. Turning to the young boy, the shopkeeper listened as Hisui asked for a lightweight frontline sword and a few throwing knives, prompting the craftsman to step away to retrieve suitable weapons. Examining a sleek, narrow blade that was brought out, Hisui held the rapier up to inspect its fine craft. Blacksmith assured him that despite its remarkably light weight, the rapier possessed exceptional durability. Laying out an array of throwing blades, the craftsman detailed their distinct functions, ranging from heavy, high-power blades to light, non-lethal options and non-fatal intimidation knives. Stepped up to test the blades, answering eagerly when offered a chance to practice on the target mounted nearby. The swift flick of his wrist, he hurled the weapon straight toward the wooden board, burying the tip near the bullseye. Observing his decent aim, the blacksmith offered a few words of praise, while the young noblewoman found one of the heavier daggers slightly unwieldy. Both knives remained firmly embedded in the wooden target, proving their balance and sharp design. Testing a final blade, he found it perfectly suited for easy throwing. Deciding on the comfortable set, they finalized their purchase, though he secretly wished they could afford the spirit orbs as well before thanking the blacksmith. Back with the elders, 8 glowing spirit orbs were carefully presented for inspection. Recognizing the ongoing danger to their poorly defended village, Anton marveled at the costly investment, while reminded that these magical items were not toys. Handing over the items, she urged Anton to use them without hesitation during emergency situations, prompting a passionate vow of defense from the old pioneer. Shifting the conversation, she prioritized human life above all else, before bringing up their plans for the upcoming blessing ritual. Agreeing on the arrangements, they decided it would be wise to invite little Giselle as well. Moments later, Giselle skipped into the room, eager to hear about the upcoming ceremony. The young girl beamed with pure excitement at the thought of participating in the blessing ritual. Reviewing the itinerary, he noted that the journey to the Great Temple would take 10 days, promising to arrange proper carriage transportation for the trip departing on the 29th. Anton gaped in astonishment upon learning they would be traveling alongside noble royalty, prompting a gentle scold from his peers for his loud disbelief. Listened carefully as she explained that since separate carriages were arranged, there would likely be minimal interaction with the noble party during the journey. Determined to be a good host, the elder fervently promised to do his absolute best not to cause any trouble, especially after learning the noble even expressed a personal desire to visit Selen village, leaving him completely awestruck. Elsewhere, a bell chimed gently as a welcoming voice greeted someone stepping inside, catching the attention of a young woman standing nearby. Noticing the newcomer's visible tension, the young noblewoman immediately sought to put her at ease, encouraging her to relax as the visitor introduced herself as Chloe. She went on to state her reason for visiting, asking if it would be possible to collaborate with the Pico company to craft hand cream using Seren village's honey, which left the young lady momentarily stunned. Inquiring whether her host knew the craft of potion and cream making, Chloe clasped her hands together in delight, confessing she would gladly use the product every single day. Realizing her sudden outburst of enthusiasm, Chloe quickly bowed in apology, though the young noblewoman warmly reassured her that she was already well versed in the necessary techniques. Fueled by this encouragement, Chloe passionately vowed to dedicate everything to creating the absolute best hand cream possible. Slightly embarrassed after losing her composure, she quietly began outlining the initial steps, planning to request honey and beeswax prototypes directly from Guts. Chloe wondered how to bring up financial arrangements. The young noblewoman smoothly stepped in, promising to consult Guts regarding long-term supply allocations. He added that details regarding material costs, pricing, and revenue distribution could be settled later alongside Anton. With matters agreed upon, she took her leave, assuring Chloe she would send word as soon as the first prototype was complete. Behind, Chloe found herself utterly captivated by her host's effortless grace, refined presence, and sweet lingering fragrance. Reinvigorated by the encounter, she declared her determination to work her hardest, leaving the young lady and her companion smiling brightly at her enthusiasm. Later outside, the young boy questioned whether she truly intended to hunt monsters, to which she explained her plan to start safely with weak creatures like flower rabbits. Exuding confidence, she brightened up, eager to test her abilities against the harmless creatures. However, upon spotting one, her high spirits instantly evaporated. Facing the ridiculously adorable creature, she hesitated, realizing that defeating them in reality felt far more troubling than it ever had in a game. She reminded herself that despite her lingering affection for the monster's cute game-like appearance, this world was now her reality. Expressing sympathy for how difficult a first battle could be, her young companion acknowledged her resolve when she insisted she had to do whatever was necessary to protect the village, offering to draw the creature's attention so she could fire her arrow freely. The boy readied himself for action, to which she eagerly agreed. Small flower rabbit hopped innocently across the grass toward the boy, completely unaware of the ambush. Taking advantage of the distraction, the young lady notched an arrow, recognizing this as her prime opportunity to strike. However, as she held her stance, hesitation washed over her, causing her to lose her focus and lower her draw slightly. Forcing herself to pull back the bowstring once more, she aimed carefully at the unsuspecting target. Eyes widened in alarm as her companion aggressively swung his weapon right in her line of fire, leaving her terrified that her arrow might strike him instead. Kindly asking him to step aside to grant her a clearer angle, she watched in dismay as he continued his relentless barrage, rendering her aim impossible. Realizing the monster would flee if the boy suddenly backed away, she officially conceded that defeating it was impossible for her today. Understanding her plight, he suggested practicing on fixed targets first, an idea she accepted with relief, though she lamented how distant level 2 of her blessing felt. Later, while discussing preparations for their upcoming trip to the Great Temple, the young companion asked what supplies he should pack beyond a change of clothes. Though she knew hiring a new maid was essential since she could not bring servants from the main estate, nor allow a young man to handle her intimate garments, her sudden mention of needing a maid left him caught off guard. Blushing slightly after bluntly explaining that a man managing her undergarments was inappropriate, she took comfort in knowing her message had gotten through, even if her honesty embarrassed him. Gaining his composure, the boy proposed appointing one of the local women from Seren village to serve as her personal maid. Surprised by the idea, she listened attentively as he explained that the candidate could continue residing in the village normally, attending her only during visits or journeys, a setup she found quite suitable. He mentioned Odette and Sophie as potential candidates. She agreed that framing the role as local village assistants rather than high-class noble maids would prevent undue pressure, resolving to discuss it with them the following day. He instructed her young companion to send word to Anton immediately, emphasizing that if dispatched by fast horse, the message would arrive before nightfall. The boy agreed readily, promising to deliver the letter right away before taking his leave. The quiet click, the door shut behind him, leaving her entirely alone in the peaceful chamber. Resting her cheek softly in her hands with a bright, enthusiastic smile, she pondered their upcoming journey to the Great Temple, eager to take on and complete numerous quests along the way. Realizing that forgetting any part of her plan would be disastrous, she clapped her hands together in inspiration and resolved to write everything down, stepping briskly over to her writing desk to start penning a comprehensive list. Sitting comfortably before the arched window that looked out onto the starry night sky, She rested her feather quill thoughtfully against her cheek, happily anticipating all the new skills she would soon acquire. As evening fell over the settlement, the children were ushered off to bed while Grandpa Anton gathered the two young women inside to discuss an urgent matter. Holding a wax-sealed letter that had just arrived from Hisui, Anton delivered shocking news. Lady Tsarashina requested one of them to serve as her personal attendant, leaving both girls gasping in sheer disbelief. Thought of standing beside the gracious Lady Tsarashina filled their minds with awe and hesitation. Anton reassured them that there was no immediate pressure, yet one girl worried about her complete lack of formal education and service etiquette, while her companion wrestled with mixed feelings of joy and apprehension. Despite their humble origins in the slums, they realized with deep gratitude that Lady Tsarashina offered this position out of sheer kindness and trust. Anxious about their shortcomings, both shared a sincere desire to repay her goodwill and discussed who among them was best prepared for the task. They agreed that Odette possessed the refined demeanor needed to serve as an attendant without bringing embarrassment upon their benefactress. Sudden realization struck Odette as she listened to her friend's encouraging words. Resolve lighting up her face, Odette stepped forward, declaring that she would take on the role first and pass along everything she learned. Shared smile passed between the two friends, bound by a hopeful promise for their future together. Relieved by their harmony, Anton smiled warmly as the matter was settled, delighted to see the young women so happy. Outside in the quiet night, plans took root to work tirelessly and surprise everyone by improving the village while others were away. Odette officially accepted the offer. Lady Tsarashina joined her hands in genuine joy, deeply touched by her willingness to join her. Later on, Giselle pondered the conversation from the previous day with a thoughtful expression. Calling how determined Odette and Sophie were to work hard and transform the village, she could not help but marvel at their shared enthusiasm. He watched with a warm smile as the young boy enthusiastically promised to do his utmost to assist them both, leaving Odette utterly flushed and flustered by his open cheerfulness. Recognizing that preparations would soon become hectic, the noblewoman suggested that Odette begin her service as early as possible, addressing her simply and warmly by her name. Outline her initial duties. She explained that Odette's first task would involve managing luggage for an upcoming blessing ritual at the Great Temple, encouraging the hesitant girl to relax and take things one step at a time as they prepared to depart the capital mansion. To ease her worries further, she assured Odette that the experienced mansion maids would guide her through every aspect of her work, prompting a heartfelt expression of gratitude from the village girl. Bowing her head in deep resolve, Odette contemplated how acquiring refined manners would allow her to pass down knowledge to the children and elevate the whole village, until her mistress gently asked her to lift her gaze. Overwhelmed by gravity of the opportunity before her, tears began to well in Odette's eyes, prompting the young noblewoman to offer her a fine handkerchief. Dabbing away her tears, Odette listened carefully as her mistress gently warned that difficult times might lie ahead, urging her to communicate whenever struggles arose. Reassuring her that she need not carry every burden on her own, the noblewoman earned a quiet, devoted nod of agreement. Though Odette admitted to feeling lingering anxieties, her mistress offered gentle comfort, expressing full confidence that she would adapt to her new life in due time. Humbly speaking up, Odette inquired if she might ask for a single favor, to which her mistress readily agreed to grant whatever was within her power. With absolute sincerity in her eyes, Odette requested to be corrected immediately whenever she committed a mistake, promising to work tirelessly to improve herself. Touched by such earnest devotion, the noblewoman let out a soft chuckle, amused and charmed by the girl's serious nature. Fired with newfound purpose, Odette vowed internally to be completely transparent with her feelings, eager to bring even the smallest bit of joy to the lady who had shown her such kindness. Full mutual trust established, Lady Tsarashina welcomed Odette into her service with a radiant smile, ready to embark on their shared journey forward. Arriving at the capital, the vibrant cityscape opened up before the group, filling the young travelers with awe at the grand architecture and bustling streets. Maria gazed around with wide eyes, marveling aloud at how beautiful the royal capital truly was. Noticing her excitement, Lady Tsari mentioned that since it was Maria's first time visiting, they should take the opportunity to do some sightseeing together, a proposal that Maria eagerly accepted with delight. Three of them paused outside a grand store window, captivated by the elegant dresses displayed within. Upon returning to the Marquis's grand estate, a carriage pulled up to mark their safe arrival back home. Anna stepped forward with flawless grace to welcome them back, prompting Lady Tsiri to introduce Odette, the new attendant from Salin village who would be joining the estate's staff. Odette greeted Anna politely, offering a respectful bow and expressing her enthusiasm to work alongside such a composed senior maid. Immediately taking her role to heart, Anna began evaluating Odette's posture, scrutinizing her stance with a sharp professional eye. Anna promptly instructed Odette to stand straight and maintain a graceful composure, guiding her physical presence until it matched the refined standards of the household. Satisfied with the initial adjustment, Lady Tesseri explained that Odette would be shadowing Anna to learn the essential etiquette and duties required at the manor, before calling Odette to follow. Encouraging Odette to do her best under Anna's expert guidance, Lady Tseri then turned to Hisui, suggesting they retire to their rooms after the long journey. They prepared to head inside. The sound of an approaching carriage drew their attention, leading Mr. Hanley to suggest it might be news regarding the Great Temple's schedule. Inside the peaceful room, Toy, the fluffy white creature, let out a soft, contented sigh while relaxing comfortably. Overjoyed to be reunited with her beloved pet, Lady Tseri buried her face in Toy's incredibly soft fur, reveling in the ultimate sense of comfort. Holding the fluffy creature tight, she affectionately asked if Toy liked her too, completely immersed in a moment of pure bliss and affection. She praised her fluffy companion's keen sense of smell, smiling as she prepared to reward him with a special treat brought back from town. Presenting the snack with flourish, she unveiled strips of dried meat for the eager creature. As the pet happily began to chew, she beamed with delight at his sheer cuteness. Watching him devour the food, she gently urged him not to rush and enjoy the feast. Cozy atmosphere shifted when Hisui arrived carrying a letter, raising an eyebrow at her enthusiastic feeding session. Posing herself, she offered a polite word of thanks as she accepted the incoming message. Noticing stray fur stuck to her formal attire, Hisui attentively picked it off before offering to fetch a paper knife. Opening the envelope, she carefully read through the handwritten correspondence. Relief washed over her upon learning that the upcoming schedule would proceed smoothly without unexpected delays. However, reading that the journey involved an extended trip to the Great Temple sent her mind spiraling in silent panic over the potential consequences. Desperate to alter the trajectory of events, she abruptly suggested inviting Lady Melia along, catching Hisui off guard. He quickly rationalized the idea, recalling how Melia had mentioned wanting to build a closer bond with them. Hisui could only stare in complete disbelief, questioning her sanity after everything that had occurred. Quickly retracting her statement to put romantic matters aside, she turned her attention to the maids arriving at the door. Welcoming the arrival of fresh flowers, she politely requested that the vibrant bouquet be displayed inside the room. He listened attentively as the newly appointed maid marveled at the sheer size and splendor of the freshly delivered roses. Lady Tseri casually noted that such magnificent blooms were likely cultivated with great care by the royal gardeners within the palace grounds. The young maid added that the gardeners devoted every day to nurturing them into perfection, leaving the young noblewoman genuinely impressed by their dedication. Once the floral arrangement was placed elegantly upon the table, Anna offered warm praise for the display, to which Odette offered a shy thank you. As Lady Tseri gracefully enjoyed her tea, she smiled warmly and added that the maid uniform suited Odette wonderfully. Reassuring her further, Lady Tseri explained that Odette could stay at the manor until she was fully accustomed to the duties, after which she could return to her village without worry. Deeply moved by her mistress's kindness, the young girl quietly vowed to give her absolute best. As Odette carefully brushed Tseri's soft hair in front of the vanity mirror, she praised how graceful the young noblewoman had become since entering her service, though Tseri humbly insisted she still had much to learn. Expressing her deep gratitude, Tseri counted on Odette's support for their upcoming journey to the Great Temple starting that very day, while Odette vowed to work tirelessly to catch up to Anna's high standards, flustered by her lady's praise. Inside the carriage, Solitique sat in quiet elegance, resting his chin on his gloved hand as he gazed out the window at the passing town landscape. Outside, as the party assembled near the carriages, bright morning greetings were exchanged among the traveling group and their escorts. Lord Wilfred and Lord Olgren offered reassuring words to Tseri, expressing how refreshing it was to meet outside formal evening galas and promising to handle all security during the trip so she could relax. Solitique stepped forward to mention he would accompany her as an aide, providing a light-hearted jab from Olgren about speaking more formally, though Tseri warmly thanked them for their consideration. Apologizing for introducing her staff so late, Tseri expressed how reassuring their presence was, given that this was her first journey so far from home. Sui and Odette formally introduced themselves to the party with nervous bows, offering their greetings as Tseri's apprentice butler and attendant. Politique turned to the staff with a dazzling smile, charging them to ensure Tseri had everything she required, which left Odette completely starstruck. The preparations wrapped up, the group made final arrangements to load their luggage before setting off toward Selen village. Noticing Hisui's flushed cheeks, Tseri teasingly asked if he was flustered because Solitique was coming along, while advising him there was no need to be so tense. As they boarded the carriage, Tseri reminded Hisui that since Odette would have more opportunities to attend to Lord Solitique, she needed to keep her composure, and together they agreed it was time to depart. A procession of grand horse-drawn carriages set off along the dirt road, journeying through the serene open countryside. Upon arriving at Teesland village, the locals gathered round, watching with warm curiosity as the noble party dismounted. Looking out from the carriage, Solitique noted Tseri's fondness for Tselen village, and asked if she wished to visit more often, to which she enthusiastically agreed. He listened intently as Lord Solitique asked if she had tried the newly introduced potato chips from Harmel, which Olgren had brought back for everyone to enjoy together, to which he warmly agreed they were delicious. Overcome with emotion, the young noblewoman clasped her hands together in gratitude upon learning that a branch of the Picot Trading Company had opened, bringing growing distribution and joy to the villagers. Gazing softly at her, Solitique remarked on how exceptionally hard she had been working, his expression filled with quiet admiration and care. Mused to himself about her incredible achievements, including making the great tree bloom in just 3 months, wondering with mild concern how much further his talented fiancée would go. Reaching out gently across the carriage, he took her hand into his own, taking her by surprise. The tender gaze, he softly asked her to remain by his side, leaving her wide-eyed and momentarily speechless. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew open the carriage window, startling Hisui as he stumbled inside while Solitique offered to let some fresh air in. Sudden entry interrupted the intimate moment, leaving Tseri flustered as Solitique looked over in surprise. Outside, the open landscape stretched toward a cliff edge where dangerous plant monsters were known to lurk. Upon arriving, the party prepared for action, Sari requested her bow from Hisui, eager to test the results of her training on the slow-moving targets below. Solatik offered to spar with her to practice bow stance, but she politely declined, assuring him that such measures were unnecessary. Hisui handed over the weapon while the group lightheartedly discussed her plan to practice shooting live monsters from a distance. Positioning herself at the edge of the cliff overlooking the monsters, she confirmed that the distance was safe and ideal for target practice. Self-conscious about her beginner skill level, she requested that the others wait inside the carriage so she could practice without feeling embarrassed. Knocking an arrow onto her bow, she steeled her resolve, knowing she had a daunting task of defeating 100 monsters to save the village. She squealed with delight as her arrow struck true, unable to hide her excitement at successfully landing a hit on the creature down below. Hisui praised her success, though he playfully pointed out that she had almost slipped out of her noble character in her moment of triumph. Realizing that a single arrow might not be enough to finish off the target, she drew her bowstring once more, aiming carefully at the target. Second shot struck home, felling the creature and causing it to drop a small branch as loot. However, seeing how far down it lay, she decided it was best to leave it behind. Determined to make the most of her practice session, she resolved to eliminate as many of the plant monsters as her remaining arrows would allow. Arrow after arrow flew from her bow as Hisui continued to cheer her on, offering cheerful praise for each hit against the distant targets. Noticing her posture, Solatik stepped forward to offer gentle guidance, advising her to keep her shoulders lowered and relaxed so she could draw the string with smooth control. Taking his advice to heart, she adjusted her stance and released another arrow, hitting the monster squarely with satisfying precision. He marveled at how much easier the shots felt, while Solatik explained that as a wielder's archery skill grows, even basic weapons naturally deal increased damage. Having been carried away by the excitement until her quiver was nearly empty, she sheepishly admitted that she had overdone it and suggested they wrap up. She expressed her deep gratitude for their helpful advice and apologized for keeping them waiting, to which Solatik warmly assured her it was no trouble before suggesting they head toward the next town. Turning to her with an extraordinarily charming smile, Solatik confessed that watching her give her absolute all had been genuinely delightful. Flustered by his earnest affection, she flushed deeply and wondered silently why he always spoke such embarrassing words with complete composure. Embarrassment was instantly cut short when a massive Trent monster unexpectedly sprouted from the ground below, radiating an uncomfortable heat across the field. Spotting the fully grown plant monster standing among the smaller fairies, she gripped her bow once again and enthusiastically asked if she could take it down. She held the ornate spirit orb tightly in her hand, recognizing that since she had never tested its true power before, this moment presented the perfect opportunity. Wasting no time, the young noblewoman wound up and hurled the glowing sphere directly toward the monster down below. Upon impact, a colossal explosion of flame and pressure erupted across the landscape, completely engulfing the target in a blinding burst. Violent shockwave blew backward, forcing her to shield her eyes as swirling fire and debris surged over the edge. Solatik rushed over in alarm to demand what had just happened, while she stared in utter shock at the sheer destructive force of the artifact, stammering out a quick apology for her reckless test. Requested that she inform him before attempting something so drastic next time, to which she bowed her head, expressing her deep regret. Reassuring her with a gentle posture, he explained that he was not angry as long as she remained safe, prompting her to offer a soft word of gratitude. Night soon fell over the estate along the road, wrapping the grand structure in quiet stillness. Inside her private quarters, she gasped in pure delight upon inspecting her glowing system interface, realizing that every single skill and territory attribute had leveled up significantly. Lapsing onto her bed with an exhausted stretch, she noted the immense benefits of her ward and attack buffs, though her smile faded slightly as she observed that reaching level 3 would require defeating another 1,000 monsters. She allowed herself a proud smile nonetheless, acknowledging that vanquishing 100 beasts to achieve level 2 was already an impressive feat worth celebrating. The quiet night deepened outside the manor. She nestled into her pillows, chuckling softly at the realization that fighting 100 turns would certainly leave her body sore. The bustling town of Kiriko within the Shaxford territory, cobblestone streets wind past charming timber-framed buildings surrounded by vibrant greenery. Strolling through the fragrant thoroughfares, Lady Tseri marvels at the lovely flower decorations, while Lord Solatik explains that the town is widely renowned for its exquisite perfumes. After catching her attendant getting swept up in the delightful atmosphere, Tseri kindly grants her staff free time until nightfall, once their luggage is safely delivered to their rooms. They step outside. Tseri mentions her plans to shop for flower seeds, and Solatik happily offers to accompany her, despite her warning that it might prove dull. The charming gesture, Solatik assures her that any outing together is a joy, while her remaining attendants respectfully agree to wait outside. Inside the lush greenhouse of the nursery, Tseri focuses on gathering as many distinct seed varieties as possible to boost her nectar production. Browsing through odd botanical specimens, she finds herself oddly fascinated by exotic carnivorous plants, while considering the sheer volume needed to summon a divine beast. Uncertain whether such unusual flora even count as flowers, she decides to set them aside under Solatik's amused and watchful gaze. Together, the pair wander deeper through the rows of potted plants and blossoming displays spread across the spacious shop. Solatik points out a rare rainbow rose, prompting Tseri to marvel at seeing one in person for the very first time. While drawn to the rare specimens, Tseri decides practical choices like cosmos, marguerites, and verbenas would be easier to cultivate in the village, a choice Solatik warmly supports. As Tseri plans her purchases, Solatik's attention is captured by a magnificent platinum rose displayed prominently nearby. Tseri places her order for seed packets with the shopkeeper, Solatique quietly arranges to purchase the striking flower for her. Presenting the lavish gift despite its steep price tag of 255,000 coins, Solatique offers it to enhanced Ceylon village, leaving Sari deeply touched and grateful. Gasping inwardly at the astronomical cost, Sari resolves to grow it safely indoors once her home is built, just as Solatique invites her to visit another shop. Gently proposed exploring the town's famous perfume shops since they were already visiting, catching her completely off guard. She paused in silence, her mind racing as she tried to process his unexpected suggestion. Memories of the story's original narrative flooded her mind. In the game, that exact line was the trigger for an intimate encounter where the male lead would lean in and sample a fragrance on the heroine's wrist. It made no sense for a villainess like her to be triggering an event meant for someone else. She tried to reassure herself that checking out local perfumes in a town known for them was merely a coincidence. Meanwhile, the young lord instructed his companions to head back to the inn while their guard remained behind. Expressing her desire to bring her butler apprentice along to help him gain experience, she was quickly interrupted by her noble companion. Leaning in closer, he pointed out with a suave smile that a gentleman hardly needs a butler present while on a date. Sudden mention of the word date caused her composure to slip entirely, leaving her flustered while he reassured her that their guard would still maintain a discreet distance. Admitting that he had not planned for a date either, he formally requested the apprentice return to the inn before deciding to lead them to a high-end perfume boutique patronized by nobility. He soon arrived at the elegant storefront of Dream Flower Garden, stepping inside to browse the impeccably arranged rows of artisanal fragrances. Inside, he turned to her and asked if she would select a perfume that suited him. She agreed readily, though she internally noted that this was yet another line originally intended for the heroine. Went on to suggest that he choose one for her as well so they could wear matching scents, leaving her to wonder whether the romance storyline was actively unfolding around them after all. Intricate glass bottles filled with colorful essences lined the display counters of the quiet shop. Testing a crisp, refreshing mint fragrance, she found it perfectly suited to his polished and serene composure. Approaching her with his own selection, he watched approvingly as she presented the delicate light blue bottle she had chosen for him. Presented an ornate floral bottle, explaining that he had chosen a gentle rose scent because he believed roses suited her best. Inhaled the sweet, elegant aroma, her heart warming at his thoughtful gesture. He watched in pleasant surprise as he leaned forward, gently taking her hand to dab a touch of the fragrance directly onto her wrist so she could experience the scent properly. Delighted by the thoughtful gesture, she held the elegantly decorated bottle, expressing her heartfelt appreciation for such a wonderful present, while he smiled warmly in response as the shopkeeper neatly wrapped their purchases. Still feeling a bit hesitant about receiving such a lavish gift, she offered to apply some of the scent onto his wrist as well, gently dabbing it onto his skin. Thanked her with a charming smile, causing her heart to flutter with anxiety as she reminded herself that he was destined for the heroine, resolve strengthening within her to maintain a proper boundary. Turning her mind back to thoughtful gift-giving, she selected additional items as souvenirs for Sui, Odette, and the rest of their companions. A few days later, while traveling by carriage toward the great temple for the blessing ceremony, the young boy beamed with excitement, unable to contain his joy at receiving his gift. The boy reflected on his painful past in the slums, remembering the constant fear of starvation before kindness and community gave him hope. Utz chimed in, pointing out how much easier things had become, as the children shared fond memories of being supported by the adults who cared for them. Looking at her young companions, she felt a profound sense of gratitude for everyone who had helped them build a safe, peaceful life together. Young boy flashed a brilliant smile, specifically expressing his deep gratitude to Anton for his unwavering support. Anton patted the boy gently on the head, modestly brushing off the praise with a soft, warm smile. Watching the interaction, he reflected on how a land that once offered nothing but bare survival had transformed into a true sanctuary where children could dream of a bright future. Breaking his reverie, he called her attention to the magnificent structure looming outside their carriage window. Standing tall against the sky, the Grand Great Temple emerged into view, signaling their arrival at their solemn destination. Standing elegantly in a refined dress, she offered a warm concluding message, expressing gratitude for the journey shared. So, entering the Grand Hall of the Harmel Temple, the group paused to admire the impressive architecture rising above them. The young girl gazed upward in awe at the sheer scale of the building, while the older man noted that because a minor temple was nearby, fewer visitors traveled all the way out to this central location. Suggesting they complete the reception process first, he directed the staff to organize lodging for himself and the girl, to which the young attendants readily agreed. Meanwhile, the young noble lord confirmed that guest rooms were prepared, promising to wait for the lady in their quarters once the registration concluded. Privately pondered how best to assist her on his first such outing, without getting in the way of her duties as leader of the village. Offering a reassuring smile, she encouraged him to consult her at any time, prompting his heartened vow to do his utmost for their community. Filled with joyful anticipation, the young girl clasped her hands together, eager for the upcoming ceremony. The ornate patterns of the high temple interior stretched across the quiet corridors as they proceeded further inside. Moving deeper into the hall, they noted the growing crowd of attendees gathering for the spirit rites. Observing the figures in refined robes, the young girl realized they were priests and priestesses wearing vestments bestowed by the spirits themselves. Delicate embroidery upon their garments denoted their specific affinities, with distinct colors representing fire, water, wind, and earth. Explaining that blue signified water, green represented wind, brown denoted earth, and red stood for fire. the young leader shared in the child's excitement for her imminent blessing. Wondering aloud which element would choose her, the child sparkled with enthusiasm, while the noblewoman confessed she was so excited she might struggle to sleep that night. Approaching the reception counter, the attendant politely greeted them and asked for their place of origin along with the candidate's name. Providing the necessary registration details, the lady stated they hailed from Sarin village in the Linkra territory, entering young Giselle as the child slated to receive the spirit rite. She reflected on how welcoming the temple felt compared to her initial anxieties. After greeting the attendant, she admitted that without a blessing of her own, entering a grand temple felt daunting, but the minor temple proved far more approachable. Priestess offered a gentle prayer, offering her quiet blessings for the children of Sarin village ahead of their upcoming rite. Confirming the schedule, the priestess requested that they gather in the hall by 10 o'clock the following morning, to which Sari offered her heartfelt thanks. Before departing, Sari presented a small token of gratitude which the priestess received with warm appreciation. Back in room 103, Solitique served Sally a warm cup of tea, prompting a gentle thank you from her as she took the saucer. Inquiring if the procedures went smoothly, Solitique learned that tomorrow's rites would occupy the temple all day, meaning their own appointment was scheduled for the afternoon of the following day. Accepting the news, Sari quietly confessed her growing nervousness, privately harboring doubts over whether she possessed a genuine blessing at all. Noticing her uneasiness, Solitique sat close by her side, offering reassuring words that he would remain by her side throughout the process. Apologizing for burdening him, she proposed visiting the library the next day to research blessings while he attended his own ceremonies. Solitique expressed his joy at simply traveling together, though Sari noted to herself how unusually distant and slightly off his responses felt compared to his usual self. Pondering the journey ahead, he caught himself mid-thought before deciding he needed a better strategy to reach her effectively. Early the next morning, young Giselle stood looking outside, her heart pounding as she realized today was the day her true blessing would finally be revealed. Startled by a sudden greeting, Giselle turned to find Sari offering her a warm cup of hot milk to start the morning. Exchanging early morning greetings, both admitted that anxiety over the upcoming rite had kept them from sleeping soundly. Grateful for the comforting drink, Giselle found relief in knowing she was not the only one feeling anxious about what the day would bring. Listened carefully as Sari offered gentle words of reassurance, promising that she and Solitique would be watching over him throughout the upcoming ceremony. Grand hall of the temple sat filled with families and young children awaiting the commencement of the sacred rites. The priest rang a silver bell to signal the start. Sari quietly observed the composed children, realizing that despite her composed exterior, she was perhaps the most anxious person in the room. At the front of the altar, a priest clad in dark ceremonial robes stepped forward to address the gathered crowd. Introducing himself as a servant of Mani, the moon god, the priest invited the children to step forward for their blessings, prompting words of encouragement from the surrounding guardians. The solemn gaze and folded hands, the officiant prepared to invoke the divine powers. Ringing the ritual bell once more, he offered prayers to the spirits of water, fire, wind, and earth, asking for life, strength, peace, and endurance for the young supplicants. The priest called upon the spirits to bestow their seals. Magical lights began to cascade gently over the wide-eyed children. Watching the vibrant display, Solitique commented on the brilliant radiance, while Sari eagerly sought out Giselle amidst the glowing atmosphere. Giselle's eyes lit up as a warm brown radiance enveloped him, signaling to Sari's immense relief that he had successfully received the Earth Spirit's blessing. Deep sense of relief washed over her, knowing that he would be spared the hardship and judgment of remaining without a sigil. Turning to his companions with joyful excitement, Giselle celebrated receiving his desired Earth Spirit blessing as the adult pioneers congratulated him warmly. Proudly proclaimed his desire to use his newfound power to help work the fields in Sarin village, bringing tears of joy to Anton's eyes at such heartfelt dedication. As the priest announced the conclusion of the session and requested the room be cleared for the next group, the party exchanged polite words of gratitude. Stepping out from the sacred hall into the courtyard, the group prepared to take their leave and return home after a successful ceremony. He proposed spending the remainder of the day completing temple quests, eager to explore the interior of the great temple, while offering the others free time to do as they pleased. However, Giselle smoothly stepped forward, pointing out that as her apprentice butler, he would naturally accompany her, which immediately prompted Odette to volunteer as well. Taken aback by their unexpected eagerness to follow her, the young noblewoman could only offer a bewildered. Lady Sari pondered taking on temple quests alone. Her companion stepped forward with cheerful enthusiasm, offering to accompany her directly as her servant and maid. She worried that bringing them along on official duties might appear suspicious or prove to be an inconvenience. She hesitated to dismiss their genuine kindness. Deciding that she could find a way to manage the arrangement, she warmly welcomed their company, prompting bright smiles of gratitude from both of them. Entering the grand sanctuary of the cathedral, they stood before the illuminated altar, preparing to begin their visit by offering a quiet prayer. Impressed by the solemn atmosphere of the sacred hall, Odette joined her lady in stepping forward to pray side by side. Clasping her hands tightly together, the young noblewoman closed her eyes to focus her devotion. Silent petitions filled her heart as she prayed for her great tree to flourish, for good health among the villagers, and for enduring prosperity throughout the territory. Nearby, her attendants offered their own hopes, asking for success in the upcoming discussions and hoping for a few personals of their own. Upon finishing, they exchanged cheerful thoughts about their requests, with the young boy sheepishly admitting he might have asked for too much, while the maid shared her selfless desire to be useful. Their initial prayers complete, the group paused together near the pews, turning their attention toward the next step of their journey. They considered approaching a priest to request an official blessing quest for Tsarin village, hoping to fulfill the requirements without unnecessary delay. Examining the detailed quest list, she explained that while minor rites could be conducted at the local branch, crucial matters required direct authorization from the main temple. Thoughts drifted to the major objectives ahead, touching the great tree and reading sacred texts that called for high-ranking priestess credentials in heavily guarded areas. Deep within her mind loomed the true climax of the world's narrative, sealing the dark-bound entity responsible for withering the great tree. She realized with growing concern that achieving this impossible task was meant for the main hero and heroine together, fearing the world would face destruction if their bond failed to unite. She quietly reflected on her decision, wondering if she should have fostered a closer bond with the heroine instead. Noticing her sudden silence, Odette gently inquired if anything was amiss, bringing her back from her deep thoughts. Her companions watched her with mild concern. She took a moment to collect her thoughts before responding, brushing off their anxiety with a soft reassurance that it was nothing. She privately reminded herself that the current crisis could not be solved overnight. Her immediate focus had to remain on what she could accomplish right now. Moments later, a temple attendant guided them into the inner sanctuary, requesting their offering so that the High Priestess could perform the requested prayer ritual. Stepping forward, High Priestess Anj formally introduced herself as a servant of Sol, resting her hand upon an ancient holy scripture as she prepared to commence the blessing. Observing the holy book on the altar, the young noblewoman realized that the sacred text was used far more frequently during blessings than she had anticipated, giving her hope that an opportunity to read its contents might present itself sooner than expected. Closing her eyes in deep reverence, Priestess Anj offered a solemn prayer, calling upon the divine light to watch over, protect, and bestow blessings of vitality upon the people of the village. Suddenly, a radiant pillar of brilliant light burst forth into the sky for the altar, mesmerizing the young lady and her companions as the divine power cascaded around them. Following the majestic display, Priestess Anj announced the conclusion of the ceremony, and the group offered their sincere gratitude for the blessing. As they made their way out of the temple hall, she reflected on how surprisingly swift the ritual had been, realizing that the true efficacy of a prayer was independent of its duration. While her companions marveled in awe over the breathtaking pillar of light, she couldn't help but quietly mourn the enormous sum of 1 million lus that had just drained from her personal funds. Upon returning to her private quarters, she dismissed Odette and Toy for the remainder of the day, insisting that she needed time to rest alone in her room. Once the door was firmly shut and privacy secured, she summoned the glowing magical interface of the Asgard system into motion. Seeing the interface materialize, a satisfied smile spread across her face as she confirmed that her substantial donation had indeed yielded desired system skills. Examining the newly unlocked territory bonuses and temple shop options on the system screen, she began strategically planning her next steps to optimize the village's growth and her own capabilities. She resolved to visit the temple shop the following day, believing that providing books for the village children would help study and broaden their horizons. As midnight arrived, bringing quietude throughout the mansion, she decided it was the ideal moment to inspect the temple basement. Reassuring herself that roaming at this late hour wouldn't arouse suspicion, she noted that the final boss should still be safely sealed underground, so a quick peek would pose no danger. Stepping out into the empty hallway, she was relieved to find the corridors completely deserted. Carrying a small lantern, she reached the doors of the prayer hall, realizing the only remaining obstacle was whether the entrance itself remained unlocked. She reasoned that because the prayer hall was a sacred space intended for open worship, it ought to be accessible without keys, and softly pushed the door open. She walked inside. She recalled that this very spot had been the site of a romantic affection event involving Lady Maria and her love interest. Approaching a stone statue, she mentally pleaded for forgiveness as a longtime fan of the original game while searching for the hidden mechanism positioned right behind it. Citing the passphrase to bestow the great tree's bounty upon the earth, she watched as the heavy stone structure began to shift with a low rumble. The passage successfully opened. She peered down into the descending staircase, pleased that entry was so simple. Ascending the cold stairs, she felt a sudden chill in the autumn air, shivering as the temperature dropped noticeably. Examining the rough, crude stone walls of the underground tunnel, she reflected on how poorly built it seemed, making it an unsuspected hideout for a final boss. She ventured deeper. The atmosphere grew increasingly eerie and cold, filling her with a subtle sense of foreboding. Standing before a massive set of chained iron doors at the end of the passage, she gazed up at the heavy seals. Checking the sturdy padlock, she confirmed it was still tightly secured, aware that as story events progressed, this seal would eventually break and trigger the great tree's decay. She recalls that in the game, the true appearance of the final boss was never revealed. Only an ominous low voice echoed the promise to wither every great tree. Holding her lantern high in the dimly lit corridor, she ponders with a slight shiver what terrifying entity could truly be locked away beyond this ancient threshold. Having verified that the heavy seal remains securely intact, she turns her heels on the stone floor to make her quiet return. Suddenly, a sharp call echoes from the darkness near the massive chained doors, calling out to demand who goes. A deep voice echoed from behind the heavy chained door asking who was there. Sari froze, startled by the sudden voice in the dark corridor. Startled by the low rumble and creaking metal behind the entrance, she stumbled backward onto the floor, holding her lantern tightly as she wondered what to do. Looking up, she raised her lantern to illuminate the dark hallway, steeling her nerve as she prepared to confront whatever was locked inside. Voice from beyond the door dismissively stated that even if she found a way out, he couldn't leave anyway, leading her to wonder if she was speaking with the final boss. She questioned his identity. The voice behind the door responded with disbelief, questioning if she was serious since she had wandered all the way down here. Suddenly, a menacing dark aura flared from behind the chains as the voice demanded if she desired power, assuming she sought to break the seal in exchange for strength. She flatly rejected the offer, tilting her head in confusion and stating she had no need for demonic power, leaving the entity bewildered when its dramatic attempt at a contract failed completely. Declaring he wasn't a demon, she asked if he was a talking monster or a priestess of a deity, only to be pouted at when he retorted by asking why she kept answering his questions with more questions. Analyzing her response, the voice pointed out that she was neither a priestess nor properly answering him, concluding that she must be an outsider. Realizing what she had just blurted out, she gasped in panic, covering her mouth as she internally panicked over accidentally admitting her status. She remembered that outsiders weren't allowed to waltz into underground areas, knowing that if anyone found out she was here, it would trigger a massive diplomatic incident. To her surprise, the prisoner reassured her that he had no intention of blaming her or dragging the crown prince into it, relieving her as she realized he was conversational and not scary at all. Looking at the heavy chains, she reflected on how calm and reasonable he sounded, concluding that he didn't seem like a terribly evil being at all. She realized that the prisoner was actually a human, making her wonder why a person would be locked up here and whether the temple would truly permit such an unethical act. Before she could ponder further, the voice called out to her softly from behind the sealed door. He peered toward the sealed doorway, demanding to know what kind of entity was imprisoned within. Realizing it was their first meeting, and she was an outsider, she accepted that he would not reveal his true identity, though he readily recognized her as the blessingless one. Behind the heavily chained doors, the captive figure casually offered his name, Hale. Surprised by how remarkably ordinary he sounded, she questioned why he was locked away, only for him to joke that he was merely shy around people before bursting into boisterous laughter. Amused by her frankness, he noted that no one had ever called him strange before, quietening down with an amused scoff. Dawn drew near. He warned her that breakfast would be served soon, signaling that her time in the underground chamber was running out. Knowing she needed to slip away before anyone caught her, she paused to ask him one last question. He asked if he was truly trapped and whether he longed to go outside, but he maintained that being a shut-in suited him just fine. Chuckled softly, pointing out that his captivity at least came with 3 meals a day and guaranteed time for naps. Laughing off her sympathy, he urged her to hurry along before someone discovered her presence. Waving goodbye, she turned to leave, internally reassuring herself that he did not seem like a final boss type at all. But as she walked further down the corridor, a sudden flicker of uncertainty crossed her mind. It was obvious that both Hale and the temple authorities were keeping deep secrets, leaving his true identity shrouded in mystery. Safely returning to her private quarters, she let out a long sigh of relief as she closed the door behind her. Setting down her lantern, she recalled details of her previous life's game knowledge and pondered whether Hale was actually the final boss after losing his mind. She reflected on the massive iron barrier, realizing it could never have been unsealed from within, nor could the captive ever have ventured out to gather information on his own. Juicing that someone within the Holy Order must be delivering his provisions, she concluded that a member of the temple, or perhaps the entire institution, was directly entangled in the mystery. Considering her next move, she decided that forging closer ties with the temple officials would be essential for gathering intelligence if unforeseen events occurred. By doing so, she harbored a quiet hope that she might intervene before Hale succumbed entirely to dark ruin. She briefly entertained the notion of securing his favor as a safeguard against potential exile, though she quickly dismissed the thought as far too optimistic. Overwhelmed by the daunting list of tasks ahead, from developing the territory to preventing disaster, she collapsed onto her bed to steal a brief respite. Polite exchange echoed outside her door as someone respectfully pardoned themselves while another softly reassured them. Having granted her rest following the exhausting journey, Odette greeted her warmly as she finally stirred awake. Maid explained that their guest had kindly offered to wait without disturbing her, prompting a relieved word of gratitude for handling the visitor so thoughtfully. Panicking slightly upon noticing she had fallen asleep fully clothed, she quickly scrambled to assemble a plausible explanation. She claimed to have woken early and visited the sanctuary to offer prayers, citing restlessness about their upcoming discussion regarding divine blessings. Impressed by her apparent devotion, Odette offered to help fix her hair before she met with the others. Skilled, practiced fingers, the attendant carefully gathered and tied back her locks. Admiring the finished hairstyle, she praised Odette's growing expertise, though the maid humbly insisted she still had much to master. Encouraging her loyalty with a warm smile, she gently teased her companion for being overly enthusiastic with her praise. She quickly apologized for her oversight, asking Odette if she could prepare a light breakfast, while the maid enthusiastically offered to get everything ready immediately. Shortly after, they arrived at the Grand Temple's counter, where a calm attendant greeted them cordially as they stepped up to make their purchase. Handing over a product list, Hisui expressed surprise that one could shop directly at the Grand Temple, though Tseri secretly credited her knowledge to player privilege. Looking over the available items, she selected 3 bottles of monster-repelling holy water and a volume of temple tales, wincing slightly at the steep total cost of 33,000 ruz. As they completed the transaction, Hisui was asked to handle the payment, silently lamenting how his savings seemed to vanish continuously since his arrival. Examining the newly acquired book together, Hisui pointed out that Sari's specific blessing was nowhere to be found in its pages, leaving her hoping that today's discussion might finally yield answers. Gazing toward the Grand Temple's majestic dome, she pondered the mystery of a blessing unrecorded in any known text, silently wishing for it to be a favorable. Inside the quiet dressing room, the maid remarked on how lively it sounded outside. Sarashina softly agreed, listening to the muffled commotion beyond the door. Brief knock announced Giselle, who stepped inside to deliver news regarding the day's audience, revealing that the high priest himself would be personally conducting their meeting. Surprised by the sudden revelation, Sarashina gasped softly, caught off guard by the unexpected stature of the official overseeing her case. The prominent figure possessed a serene yet intimidating aura, an esteemed religious leader whose authority surpassed even royalty. Shifting her attention back to her reflection, the young noblewoman listened as the maid offered a compliment on how exquisite her attire looked, to which she offered a warm expression of gratitude. Wondering aloud if Solatique shared her anxiety, she admitted her heart was pounding at the prospect of meeting someone ranked higher than a crown prince, but he gently reassured her of his constant presence at her side. Shortly after, they assembled together in the formal reception parlor, awaiting the solemn engagement. Tension mounted with the imminent arrival of the dignitary. She voiced her nervousness once more, prompting Solatique to clasp her hands tenderly to soothe her fears. Explained that regardless of the exact details, the consultation would at least determine whether a divine blessing was truly present. Moments later, the heavy doors opened, and visitors offered apologies for the delay while wishing for favorable news. Solatique formally introduced himself as the first prince alongside his fiancée, Sarashina Linkhart, while Ryukalia Asgards presented himself with divine grace as the high priest. Inviting them to be seated, the high priest acknowledged their purpose in seeking counsels regarding the mysterious blessing. Solatique proceeded to recount the incident, detailing how a black flower had mysteriously bloomed upon the sacred tree blessed by Frey, the god of fertility. Continued the chronicle, describing how the blossom transformed into a pure white flower the instant Sarashina touched it, coinciding with a strange mark appearing within her left eye. Producing a sheet of paper with a precise drawing of the eye mark, the prince presented it to the high priest, who closely scrutinized the symbol to assess its true nature. It was not necessarily a benevolent soul. Sarashina mused in silence as she recalled past events involving the great tree's fate. Realizing that revealing her ability to see fateful choices would serve as a vital clue regarding her divine blessing, she knew she had to keep such dangerous knowledge guarded. Noticeably perceptive, the religious leader offered a light-hearted assurance, insisting there was no need to remain so guarded around him. A flash of alarm struck Sarashina as she wondered if he had somehow read her innermost thoughts. Turning his attention directly to the paper before him, he admitted candidly that he was witnessing this particular mark for the very first time. Explained that countless deities inhabit this world, meaning unprecedented phenomena occasionally arise. Solatique acknowledged this truth, noting how exceedingly rare divine blessings truly were among their populace. Offering a soothing smile, he urged the young noblewoman not to let anxiety weigh upon her heart, then requested permission to inspect her blessing directly. Though youthful for his elevated station as high priest, he assured her that his spiritual perception was more than sharp enough to discern the presence and magnitude of any divine grace. Surprised by his sudden proposal, Sarashina marveled at the extent of his abilities as he politely asked for her hand and reached out toward her. Pulse quickened with nervousness as he established contact. She couldn't help but feel terrified at the prospect of being declared entirely devoid of a blessing once again. His expression turned stern as he evaluated the situation, expressing deep disdain for the temple clergy's past failure to properly detect her innate power. A dramatic gesture of repentance, the supreme religious authority bowed low before her, formally apologizing on behalf of the entire institution for wrongly deeming her unblessed. Flustered by the sight of the world's highest spiritual figure bowing before her, Sarashina urgently requested that he lift his head, offering her sincere gratitude. Resuming his composed posture, he requested to examine her condition in greater detail, inviting everyone to remain comfortably seated as he took his place. Sarashina sat quietly, preparing herself as she waited for him to perform the closer inspection. With a gentle motion, he reached out toward her face, lightly tapping near her eye. A sudden rush of soothing warmth washed over Sarashina, causing her physical strength to rapidly drain away as her eyes began to close. His hand brushed near her brow. She felt her energy drain, but the high priest immediately confirmed that she indeed bore the genuine blessing of a goddess. Before she could falter, Prince Solatique rushed forward to embrace and support her, cutting off the high priest's sudden closeness. Surprised by the reaction, the high priest calmly explained that because of his youth, he needed to touch the mark directly on her forehead to inspect it. Prince Solatique inwardly fumed at how close the man had gotten to his fiancée, but managed to keep his composure while confirming that nothing improper had occurred. The high priest apologized for startling them, clarifying that his actions were strictly necessary for the investigation, and reaffirmed there was no mistake about her blessing. Releasing a breath of relief as they held hands, they listened as the high priest admitted he could not yet identify which specific goddess bestowed the mark. Solatique reflected on how Sarashina had always suffered in silence, holding herself back and enduring harsh words over being labeled unblessed. Looking at her fondly, he felt a profound sense of happiness knowing she was finally freed from that cruel stigma. He offered her his warmest congratulations and she thanked him with a bright, radiant smile. The high priest acknowledged how long and painful her ordeal had been, while Sarashina expressed her deep gratitude for his divine intervention, assured them that disciplinary action would be taken against those who oversaw her initial ritual, agreeing that her mark should have been obvious to anyone. Contemplating the mysterious mark that shifts color, the high priest noted that pinpointing a goddess connected to flora, earth, or fertility made the situation truly intriguing, promised to investigate the goddess further, while Sarashina politely apologized for causing him so much trouble. The warm and approachable smile, the high priest dismissed her formalities, admitting that his own curiosity was thoroughly piqued, then made a sudden proposal, inviting Lady Sarashina to accompany him beneath the great tree where she might be able to channel and test her new powers. Moved forward without hesitation to initiate the test, catching Sarashina completely off guard. Though she acknowledged that they had to proceed, she inwardly questioned if such a monumental matter could really be settled so effortlessly as his hands reached out to take hers. Offering a calm, gentle smile, the high priest cordially invited her to accompany him. As Sarashina stood flustered by his sudden departure toward the great tree, Lord Salatik watched the exchange from behind with a look of utter shock and dismay. High Priest Rukalia expressed eager anticipation regarding the nature of the upcoming blessing, a sentiment to which Lady Tseri offered a polite concurrence. However, Prince Salatik quickly intervened, firmly advising the high priest to maintain appropriate decorum. Acknowledging his enthusiasm, Ryukalia admitted he had grown restless at the prospect of witnessing divine power firsthand, prompting Seri to gently validate his feelings. Salatik offered a formal apology for his emotional outburst, but the high priest assured him it was acceptable as long as Seri was comfortable, graciously stepping forward to escort her. Quiet resolve, the young noblewoman composed herself as the escort prepared to guide her further into the temple grounds. She stood serene and resolute, ready to face whatever revelations lay ahead in the sacred sanctuary. Directing their attention toward the expanse beyond the window, Ryukalia revealed the towering silhouette of the Grand Temple's great tree. Seri marveled at the vibrant blossoms blanketing its massive branches, noting how significantly it dwarfed the great tree of Alberard, while Ryukalia explained the meticulous care the clergy bestowed upon it. As Ryukalia offered to lead them closer, Seri silently remarked on how its magnificence far surpassed even the famous tree within the royal castle grounds. Guiding them toward a path that led directly beneath the massive organism, Ryukalia cautioned her to mind her step on the long descent. Descending the winding stone staircase, Salatik offered his steady support to Seri, who reassured him that she was managing fine despite the intimidating grandeur of their surroundings. Before them stretched the massive ancient trunk and sprawling canopy of the sacred tree in all its quiet majesty. Contemplating her journey, Seri realized that entering this sanctuary uninvited would have provoked a severe diplomatic incident, making her present proximity to the artifact all the more astounding. Eucalia inquired if she sensed any unusual resonance or divine sensation within her marked left eye while gazing at the tree, but Seri confessed that she felt nothing. High Priest then suggested that direct physical contact with the tree might unlock the dormant power within her, startling Seri with the sudden gravity of his proposal. Invited by Ryukalia to lay her hand upon the ancient bark, Seri felt her heart surge with anticipation as the long-awaited moment finally arrived. She realized that touching the ancient bark granted the opportunity to acquire a legendary skill, one capable of accelerating the growth of the great tree within her own domain. She could scarcely believe they were truly allowing her to lay hands upon it. Despite her initial excitement, an overwhelming sense of expectation weighed heavily upon her shoulders. The silent scrutiny of the high priest, the prince, and the young boy filled the air with intense pressure. She reflected on her true ability, knowing it was meant to alter fate itself, yet no dire destiny stood before her waiting to be rewritten. Offering a silent prayer of gratitude to the divine forces watching over them, she steeled her resolve. Convinced that nothing extraordinary would occur anyway, she reached out her right hand toward the towering trunk. The moment her fingertips made contact, her breath caught in her throat. Her eyes dilated in shock as an unexpected surge of holy radiance exploded outward, whipping her hair and clothes in a violent gust of energy. Waves of brilliant light cascaded down her form, pulsing rhythmically from the sacred touch. The great tree burst into a blinding white blaze. Prince Salatik and his young companion stood frozen, paralyzed by the sheer magnificence of the divine display. As the strange light slowly fades, the group checks on Seri, who assures them that physically she feels completely fine despite the mysterious event. Companions notice a subtle radiance still emanating from her body, prompting them to step back in awe as her aura stabilizes. Salatik leans in closely to inspect her eyes, observing that their color briefly shifted before returning to normal, leaving everyone wondering what this phenomenon truly means. Addressing the startled attendees, High Priest Ryukalia urges everyone to remain calm, confessing that even he had not anticipated such immense power residing within her. Turns toward the sacred trunk of the great tree, inviting the young noblewoman and her companion to examine its surface closely. Gently raising his hand over the bark, Ryukalia begins to explain the hidden spiritual mechanics governing the sacred grove. Details how the growth of the great tree is tied to divine spirits, pointing out that when someone bearing a sacred blessing touches it, that dormant force manifests visibly. Ryukalia notes that Seri's radiance was equal to his own, a level of divine favor so extraordinary it is typically reserved for selecting the next high priest. Seeking to test the phenomenon further, Salatik asks for permission to touch the great tree and steps forward to place his palm upon its surface. To his utter bewilderment, the tree barely reacts, emitting only a faint flicker of light that leaves him questioning the strength of his own blessing. Eukalia dryly observes the dim response, explaining that while Salatik's divine mark is still among the stronger ranks, Seri's magnitude remains a rare exception. Contemplating the stark contrast in their results, Solatique considers the usual standards of divine power, quietly reflecting on the roles assigned to figures within their world. Sari gazes ahead thoughtfully, inwardly questioning why she was granted such an overwhelming power despite her perceived role in the story. High Priest Ryukalia offers his sincere apologies for the earlier misjudgment regarding her blessing, promising to investigate the matter further, while Sari graciously expresses her gratitude. As an attendant reminds the High Priest of his upcoming schedule, Ryukalia excuses himself, leaving the group to process the extraordinary revelations of the day. Expressed his pleasure over their fruitful meeting, welcoming her to return to the temple anytime, to which she offered a polite affirmation as he took his leave. The religious leader gone, the prince offered his warm congratulations on her divine blessing from the goddess herself, prompting her to beam with excitement about sharing the miraculous news with her family. Turning to her with a gentle expression, he mentioned that there was something specific he wished to discuss, piquing her curiosity. Retired to a private parlor where an elegant spread of fresh fruits and bottled drinks had been carefully prepared. As he poured a glass of fragrant flower juice brought from Koriko, she admired its wonderful aroma and took a sip, delighted by its exquisite taste. Raising his own glass, he offered his warm, formal congratulations once more on her receiving the goddess's favor. Touched by his genuine warmth, a delicate blush spread across her cheeks as she offered her heartfelt thanks. He looked at her glass in disbelief, finding it surreal that she possessed such power, though he reassured her that it was natural for the reality to take time to set in. Encouraging her to abandon her worries and simply enjoy the moment, his words brought a quiet, serene smile back to her face. Together they raised their glasses in a quiet toast, celebrating her miracle in peaceful companionship. High above the sprawling grounds of the royal castle in the kingdom of Alballard, a new chapter begins in silence. Turning from their grueling pilgrimage, the High Priest and Prince Solatique make their way through the castle corridor, reflecting on how remarkably meaningful their journey had been, especially after securing a divine blessing from the goddess herself. High Priest speaks with overwhelming relief, declaring that with such a divine omen, the kingdom's future is beyond secure, though he adds warmly that as long as Cherishina becomes queen, the realm would always be safe. Turning toward her with a gentle, reassuring smile, the young prince softly remarks that now she will no longer feel unworthy of being his betrothed, bringing a soft, grateful smile to her face. Surrounded by her loyal companions and close allies, she listens quietly as the reality of her accomplishment settles in. Proud father steps forward to shower her with heartfelt congratulations, expressing his complete amazement and deep gratitude for the goddess's incredible grace. He declares how immense his pride is as her father, to which she beamingly replies that hearing his praise brings her boundless joy. Upon stepping into the grand reception hall, however, her eyes widen in utter bewilderment at the vibrant gathering awaiting her. Noticing her shock, her father chuckles and explains that he arranged a small family celebration to honor her blessing, humbly admitting it might be modest. The room erupts into joyful cheers as the household staff and guests offer their warmest wishes, while her father playfully offers a drink to a startled Anna. Overcome with emotion, the devoted maid wipes away tears of pure happiness, declaring she is far happier than if the honor were her own, prompting a tender thank you from her mistress. Surrounding maids chime in enthusiastically, remarking how magnificent she was even before receiving the blessing, but praising how splendid she has now become. Senior butler reminisces fondly about watching her grow from a small girl into such a dignified young lady, insisting they must expand the festivities, though she humbly insists the current gathering is already more than enough. Looking around at the radiant faces filling the hall, her heart swells with deep affection as she realizes everyone is celebrating her success as if it were their own. In the background, her father chats contentedly with the guests, noting that while he had set what seemed like an impossible challenge, it was no surprise after all that his remarkable daughter made the great tree bloom. He listened attentively as Prince Solatique noted how quickly news of the goddess's blessing had spread among the nobility. Reflecting on her recent achievements, he insisted they announce the grand news without delay, marveling at how swiftly events were unfolding. Went on to detail plans for a formal presentation evening, reassuring her that she deserved a celebration worthy of a marquisate. Smiling warmly, he urged her to hold her head high, honoring a wish 10 years in the making. Joining in the conversation, the elderly butler Mr. Hanley expressed immense relief and joy at her blessing. However, seeing his unusually flushed cheeks, she began to wonder if the loyal servant was already intoxicated. Clutching his wine glass, Hanley indignantly declared that he could not suppress his fury toward the temple for judging her so harshly, all while insistently claiming to be perfectly composed. His voice rose dramatically as he demanded that the temple issue a swift and public apology for their grievous mistake. Taking a more structured approach, Prince Solatique agreed that a formal protest should indeed be lodged following her debut party. Surrounding staff rallied behind the sentiment with enthusiastic cheers, raising their fists in agreement to send protest letters, even as some suggested wrapping up the gathering early. Shortly after his fiery speech, the butler slumped limply into a chair, completely unconscious from the spirits, while the maids quietly cleared the dining table. Observing the passed-out servant, Solatique questioned whether Hanley had always been so light-headed with drink, while Cherishina watched on with mild amusement. Deciding it was best to leave Hanley to rest, Solatique requested that Cherishina join him in his study for a quiet conversation. Once settled in the private study over a warm cup of tea, he brought up the pending matter regarding Count Saltimar. Sitting across from him on the comfortable sofa, she listened carefully as her father referenced the discussions concluded a few days prior. Mention of the Count brought Lady Maria Saltimar to her mind, as she realized how completely the recent chaos had pushed the noble family from her thoughts. Slumped slightly with a weary sigh, admitting that dealing with the Count had been quite troublesome, prompting her to offer a soft apology for causing him extra burden. Sipping his tea, Solatique added that despite his frustrating nature, the Count was fundamentally a good father who simply permitted Lady Maria to act as she pleased. Went on to explain that while Lady Maria had frequently visited the castle believing she was there to see him, her father had assumed she was visiting to see someone else entirely. When asked if she was aware of Maria's position within the Knights, Sarashina quietly confirmed that she was. Father had simply been content as long as his daughter remained happy and cheerful at home, completely unaware that her actions toward Sarashina were deeply impolite. Fortunately, Maria had explained the entire sequence of events to him beforehand, though the sheer nature of the situation had left him nursing a headache. The Count wondered if he had spoiled her excessively, yet he took comfort in knowing Sarashina had offered counsel, recognizing that Maria's core desire was genuinely to help cultivate the great tree. Getting straight to the conclusion, he revealed that Lady Maria would be sent to serve as a shrine maiden at a small temple within the royal capital. Given that she carried the blessings of Frey, the god of harvest, it was deemed fitting for her to become a maiden of the gods, a resolution Sarashina silently absorbed. She voiced concern over whether the young lady would manage. He assured her that Maria would first relearn proper noble etiquette at the temple, returning home only after her education was complete. Knowing how strict the temple was regarding decorum, Sarashina realized they would not see Maria for a considerable time. She quietly reasoned that if the prince visited the temple, the two could nurture their bond, silently hoping Maria's past missteps would be forgiven. Noted that once Maria was free of her duties, she would hopefully gain common sense and enjoy peaceful days, before asking if Sarashina desired a personal apology from her. She gently declined, expressing her wish not to complicate matters any further. Lowering her teacup to its saucer, she firmly made her preference clear, stating that she preferred not to be involved any further in the matter. Accepting her decision, he agreed to respect her wishes and ensure the Count would not dwell on it, though she quietly inquired whether the young lady herself had ever intended to apologize. Noted that the Count appeared to consider the matter fully settled on his end, treating his own actions as sufficient resolution. However, leaning forward with a firm gesture, he made it clear that relying solely on trust would make a mere verbal apology entirely unacceptable. Tone hardened into stern intensity as he pointed out that while no direct harm had been suffered, an attempt had still been made to harm the great tree, a transgression that could not be forgiven easily. His signal, servants entered the room carrying several extravagant apology gifts, presenting an immense chest laden with precious jewels and treasures, while he reassured her that she was free to reject them if they felt like a burden. Sarashina gasped in utter surprise at the staggering volume of riches displayed before her as he nonchalantly handed over an extensive itemized list detailing every single offering. Offering a bright, cheerful smile, he added that if the physical items were not to her liking, they could simply demand monetary compensation instead, leaving her silently calling out to her father in utter bewilderment. Presented an extensive inventory detailing the restitution offerings, construction materials for 2 wells, timber and stone for barns and housing, a squad of 10 guards, and valuable livestock, including a sheep, a goat, and a horse. Viewing the list, Lady Sarashina noted how immensely valuable these resources would be for Tsilin village, particularly the security guards given the many young children residing there. Yet she hesitated, wondering if accepting such a massive tribute was excessive, though he promptly dismissed her hesitation as utter nonsense. He reminded her of her exalted status as the daughter of a Marca and the future queen, emphasizing that accepting the compensation fulfilled the Count's earnest desire to settle the matter amicably. Realizing the truth in his words and her own standing, she resolved to accept the offered restitution in full. Noted that as these were formal apology gifts, expressions of gratitude were unnecessary, though he asked her to convey their formal regards to the Count regardless, prompting her to offer her sincere thanks. Shortly thereafter, fine bolts of silk fabric, ornate wooden chest drawers, and valuable luxury goods were delivered and arranged within the estate. Reflecting on the sheer volume of restitution received, she smiled with satisfaction, relieved that the turmoil surrounding the heroine had finally come to a close. As night settled over the estate, her mind turned toward the future, knowing that starting tomorrow her full focus would return to developing the inside her carriage. Sari pondered the sudden influx of territory skills and population increases, wondering what on earth could have triggered such rapid developments when she had barely done anything since acquiring her primordial skill. Outside, Count Saltimar bowed deeply in sincere apology, offering gift sets while Sari expressed her heartfelt gratitude to him. She felt deeply appreciative that he had arranged everything so quickly despite the recent chaotic events, though she couldn't help feeling a bit awful about how much trouble Melia's father had gone through. As the carriage neared its destination, Hisui informed Lady Sari of their arrival at Saren village just as her system interface shut down. Stepping down from the carriage, she warmly thanked Hisui, acknowledging how his workload seemed to grow heavier with each passing day. Realizing that Hisui might collapse from exhaustion without proper help, Saris considered hiring a dedicated coachman and buying a carriage for the village, when sudden commotion nearby caught their attention. Turning toward the noise, she saw a disciplined line of newly arrived men standing before the village structures. Men were engaged in a heated debate over construction priorities, arguing whether to build the Lord's Manor first or prioritize villager homes and guard posts. Saris stepped in to calm the crowd as the soldiers insisted that camping out was no issue for trained troops. Villagers watched in admiration, deeply impressed by the natural leadership displayed before them. Sari explained to the onlookers that thanks to the generous support of Count Saltamarl and Lady Melia, these men would be residing in the village as its official guards. He went on to list the overwhelming bounty received: livestock, building materials, seeds, fabrics, and gemstones, asking everyone to work together to take good care of Tsarin village. Establishing clear orders, she instructed the guards to work in shifts of 3 and assist with construction during off hours, emphasizing that villager homes and livestock pens must be built before her manor. Guard leader readily accepted her instructions and requested permission to manage the transport of supplies, to which Tsari gratefully agreed. He added that until their homes were finished, they might need to stay temporarily in Hallmill Town, but paused abruptly as a strange thought struck her. She stared in utter disbelief at the large canvas structure pitched before her. In response to her questioning look, the guard captain proudly explained that these tents served as temporary housing for the troops, built sturdy enough to withstand wind, rain, and bitter cold. He added that setting up camp doubled as essential field training for his men, warmly advising her to speak up immediately should anything prove inconvenient. Turning her attention to other pressing matters, she recalled that Chloe had mentioned having something important to discuss with her. Realizing what Chloe's request must pertain to, she proposed to check in on the sacred plant first, while her companion agreed to drop by the shop a bit later. With gentle care, she sprinkled water over the potted seedling, marveling at how it had already shot up nearly 20 centimeters and formed promising new buds. She reflected on how the primordial great tree's growth rate had significantly accelerated, no doubt enhanced by the newly acquired divine blessings from the temple. Watching the vibrant green leaves flourish, she smiled warmly, anticipating the day it would grow taller than herself. Looking affectionately upon the burgeoning plant, she softly encouraged it to grow strong and grand. Clasping her hands together in gratitude, she mused quietly on her incredible fortune, though when her companion overheard her, she quickly dismissed it with a light chuckle. Arriving at the shop moments later, she announced her presence with enthusiastic warmth, accidentally blurting out her excitement a bit too loudly. Shopkeeper greeted them with a radiant smile, welcoming them back warmly and expressing how eagerly everyone had awaited their return from the long trip. The shopkeeper attempted to gently greet the young companion. The boy turned away aloofly, leaving her momentarily crestfallen at his distant reaction. Softening the awkward moment with a gentle laugh, she reassured the shopkeeper that the boy was simply shy and took time to warm up to people. Chloe presented a freshly completed prototype of hand cream, eagerly offering it to Tsarashina to test. Delighted by the news, Tsarashina expressed how much she had been looking forward to trying it, while Chloe warmly promised to prepare a delicious meat dish for their next meeting. Setting out 3 distinct containers, she explained that each batch had been crafted with varying amounts of honey to test different formulations. Asking for permission to sample one, Tsarashina readily received a nod of approval. Gently smoothing the cream onto her skin, she marveled at how effortlessly it spread and how lovely its scent was. Impressed by the finest quality version, she thanked Chloe enthusiastically before urging Hisui to test it as well, promising it would make his hands remarkably soft. Looking at the container, the young boy hesitated, wondering aloud if such products were meant exclusively for women. Reassuring him, Tsarashina pointed out that while women used it often, skincare was a practical part of grooming for a butler in training. He then carefully instructed him on proper application, explaining how to warm a small amount between his palms, before spreading it all the way to his fingertips. Acknowledging the advice, he realized proper hand care required more regular effort than he had anticipated. He fretted over the tedious routine. She encouraged him, noting that applying it before bed would pay off and that it easily washed clean with water. Chloe then detailed the formulations, explaining that the second version incorporated refreshing herbs and less honey for a lighter scent, while the third was kept affordable enough for commoners. Impressed by her foresight, the young boy praised her strategic targeting of different demographics with each cream. Testing the remaining varieties, he noted his preference for the invigorating herbal fragrance over the sweeter alternative. Turning to the practical matter of pricing, Tsarashina inquired if Chloe had settled on market values, noting that while the commoner formula felt slightly sticky, it remained quite acceptable. Outlining her tiered pricing strategy, Chloe proposed setting the Noble Ladies version at 50,000 else, the men's Noble Cream with herbs at 30,000, and the commoner edition at 6,000. Weighing the cost against the rare flower bee honey used in the ingredients, Tsarashina concluded that 30,000 LS for the men's version was entirely reasonable given the lack of competition. She proposed setting a distinct price for the flower bee honey itself, emphasizing that its exceptional rarity and superior quality far surpassed standard market products. To illustrate her point, she brought samples for comparison, pointing out a standard jar bought in town for 30,000 else against typical market rates. Unveiling the sample harvested directly from Tsarin village, the exquisite appearance of the honey left Hisui thoroughly astonished. Glowing with a brilliant golden hue, the clear liquid was strikingly superior to ordinary store-bought honey, capable of commanding a premium price. Hisui inquired about the planned selling price. Noting how casually villagers consumed it, she reminded him that average commoners elsewhere could barely afford a single spoon of such luxury. Chloe added that the Picot Trading Company estimated 60,000 LS per jar would still be considered a bargain, a sum that left the young boy speechless. Observing how rapidly the market prospects were escalating, She listened as Mr. Nicholas suggested that honey of this caliber should be offered directly as tribute to the royal family. Surrounding herself with such luxury goods, the high quality of the hand cream and honey could significantly solidify her standing and social reputation. Calling past condescension from aristocrats, Chloe declared with quiet satisfaction that seeing these products succeed would force her former detractors to change their stance. Moved by her companion's passionate support, she offered a sincere expression of gratitude for everything being done on her behalf. Realizing that specialty regional goods could serve as a formidable tool for a newly established noble house, she contemplated their strategic deployment. Lifting the jar of golden honey high, she confidently resolved to launch a complete commercial brand centered around the village's signature honey. Gathered around small jars of cream, Lady Tseri enthusiastically proposes developing an entire new product line centered on honey as the star ingredient. Companions, Chloe and Toy, simply stare back in silent disbelief, completely caught off guard by the unexpected declaration. Stuttering in confusion, Chloe struggles to process how sudden the announcement truly was. Overwhelmed by emotion, she bursts into tears of pure joy, deeply honored at the thought of participating in such a venture. Gently taking her maid's hands, Tseri offers warm words of comfort, assuring her that having such dedicated support brings immense reassurance. While the tearful maid looks forward to launching as soon as a brand name and logo are set, Toy cautiously questions whether creating a brand is really that simple. Reassuring the young boy, the noblewoman points out that with her noble status, securing plentiful funding and streamlining paperwork will present no obstacle. Devoted assistant proudly agrees, declaring that combining their specialty honey with the backing of the trading company guarantees absolute success. Confident in their plan, Tseri promises to handle all official filing once the brand name is chosen, leaving Toy thoroughly impressed by her zeal. Bowing low once more, Chloe expresses her boundless happiness, overwhelmed by the gratitude she feels for this incredible opportunity. Turning her attention to the branding, Tseri weighs various name concepts, pondering whether incorporating floral themes or keeping it simple would better appeal to both women and men. Chloe excitedly suggests giving each individual cosmetic jar its own unique title. The noblewoman softly steps in to calm her overeager maid. Offering a creative solution, Toy points out regional terms for flowers and suggests blending them into the unique title Tseller. Lighted by the clever suggestion, Tseri beams with happiness, finding the sound of the name elegant and charming despite a touch of shyness. Tseller Honey officially chosen as their brand title, the group turns their focus toward designing an appealing logo featuring subtle motifs of bees and honey jars. She beamed with satisfaction, expressing her gratitude for Hisui's guidance in shaping what promised to be a splendid brand while outlining the remaining tasks. Designing the logo to handling procedures and finalizing prices through Pico Trading Company. Turning toward Chloe, she cautiously offered her help if there was any task needed, though Chloe inwardly worried that taking on more might prove to be an overwhelming burden. The sparkling, enthusiastic smile, Chloe braced herself, wondering if she was about to be asked to undertake something completely outrageous. They walked through the town together. Chloe expressed concern over the demanding request, but Tseri reassured her, promising to discuss it with Nicholas to prevent any unfair burden before affirming her determination to do everything she could. Turning her attention to Toy, she gently instructed him to take the next day off, warning him against overworking despite his dedication, while Hisui reacted with mild surprise. Chloe insisted that she would get plenty of rest and urged her lady not to worry, though she could not help but notice how tirelessly busy Tseri remained. Minding Toy of their agreement to work 5 days and rest for, she offered a radiant smile and suggested they head home, leaving the reluctant boy with no choice but to agree. Walking behind her, Toy quietly murmured that he didn't even want a day off, wishing instead to remain by her side constantly. Next day, as Toy walked outside alongside a giant white dog, he reflected on how busy Lady Tseri had been with village matters and felt a deep urge to be of greater help to her. Arriving at a popular shop in town, he observed a crowd of women gathered outside and noted that the hand cream sold there was immensely popular. Asking his companion to wait outside, he realized that learning about hand cream might provide useful knowledge to assist Lady Tseri. Looking at the glamorous, sparkling shop front, he hesitated, recognizing that entering such an upscale establishment in his current attire was probably a bad idea. Determined not to disgrace his master as a butler in training, Toy realized he needed finer clothing and resolved to go buy some immediately. Knowing he was still growing and would eventually need tailored clothes, he decided a suitable second-hand shop would be best for his current needs. Entering a cozy second-hand clothing store, he was greeted by the shopkeeper and began browsing for garments that wouldn't look out of place in high-end noble shops. He stood quietly as the shopkeeper evaluated his appearance, noting that subdued tones would complement his lighter hair color. Taylor presented various options, suggesting brown accents to match his striking eyes, while the boy readily admitted he had little knowledge of fine fashion and trusted the expert's judgment. Holding up an elegant tie accessory, the clerk remarked how well its vivid shade matched a certain familiar eye color, offering to let him try it on. Stepping into the fitting area, he adjusted his new collar while quietly lamenting his slender build and youthful face. Deciding to purchase the complete ensemble, his jaw dropped in utter shock when the clerk announced the steep final price of 93,000 luz. Exiting the shop with his package in hand, he offered a quick apology to his furry companion for making it wait so long during the transaction. Realizing that carrying his expensive purchases around the market posed a risk, he resolved to return to the estate grounds to play with the creature safely. Grand Mansion stood bathed in quiet sunlight as the afternoon progressed smoothly. Looking down from an upper window, Tseri observed the scene outside, pleased to see that her attendant was making proper use of his time off. After spending an energetic hour playing outdoors, he informed the creature that he would head into town alone to browse, asking it to look after the area. Dressed immaculately in his newly acquired formal suit, he entered a high-end cosmetic boutique, feeling self-conscious as the surrounding patrons turned their gazes toward him. Casually surveyed the shelves for quality hand creams suited for his master, entirely unaware of the nearby ladies whispering admiringly about his charming appearance. Back at the estate, Sari attempted to entertain the fluffy creature with a toy bone, though the creature quickly realized it wasn't real food. Amused by its dramatic drooling expression, she warmly offered to prepare a genuine treat for it instead. She gathered a spread of snacks. Her thoughts drifted to her young attendant, hoping he was truly relaxing without worrying about his duties. While her thoughts are often consumed by duty and work, the young butler sits quietly before shelves lined with countless cosmetic jars. Observing the vast variety on display, he glances up at the elegant decor, wondering if a shop so clearly tailored for women carries anything suitable for men. Examining a delicate container on display, he notes the refined design that appeals so strongly to noble women. Picking up a jar to inspect it closely, his mind turns to Lady Tsiri, wondering what sort of fragrance she would truly prefer. Recalls how radiant she looks whenever Lord Solitique presents her with delicate roses. Yet, an even warmer smile lights up her face whenever she gets the chance to cuddle and fluff toy in his pet form. He earnestly wishes she could ease her burden and relax just as comfortably around his human self. The sudden, agonizing thought strikes him like a bolt, or perhaps she cannot unwind in his presence because he has failed to prove himself reliable enough. Surrounding shoppers whisper among themselves, initially concerned by his sudden melancholy before watching him instantly snap back to full focus. Gripping the jar with renewed conviction, he resolves that even if he falls short now, he will study relentlessly until he becomes a truly dependable. Dressed in an elegant formal gown, she gazed at her reflection with a touch of anxiety, unused to trading her daily work clothes for such refined attire. While outside the carriage waited to take them through the evening streets. Noticing her quiet hesitation inside the carriage, her companion leaned closer and gently inquired if something was troubling her. He confessed that because it had been a long time since she attended a social soiree, especially one hosted by the Count's lady, she felt an unmistakable flutter of nerves. He offered a warm, reassuring smile, expressing how honored he felt to escort her, and acknowledging that since she rarely attended events outside the royal castle, her nervousness was entirely natural. With gentle intimacy, he placed a hand atop her head, reassuring that because he was by her side, there was absolutely nothing to fear. The affectionate gesture brought back memories of past outings where lowering her guard had invariably invited unexpected chaos and mishaps. Cheeks flushed bright crimson from his closeness, and she resolved to lean on his steady kindness to ease her flustered heart. Observing her reaction, he voiced his genuine happiness that she felt comfortable enough to rely on him, before quietly drawing her attention to something else. Shared how meaningful it was for him to wear the very fragrance she had specially chosen for his use. Thinking of how comforting it felt for them to wear complementary scents, she suddenly remembered a gift she had brought along specifically for him. He presented a small container of hand cream, a prototype crafted in Sarin Village, and offered it to him, earning his immediate praise for its wonderful, soothing aroma. Specialty cream was one of 3 distinct honey-infused formulas produced in Sarin Village under the Tellure brand, prized among noblewomen and commoners alike for its moisturizing qualities and rich scents. As twilight deepened into evening, the grand estate hosting the soiree came alive with brilliant light and welcoming chatter. Inside the venue, noblewomen immediately gathered around her, eager to express their delight after hearing that her trading company was launching the highly anticipated hand creams. She enthusiastically explained that her brand, Cellular Honey, was currently preparing for launch, quickly drawing an overwhelming amount of attention from the surrounding noble ladies. Knowing how crucial this opportunity was following Chloe's request, she plastered on a radiant smile, determined to give it her absolute best. Noble women eagerly inquired if she was wearing the prototype hand cream herself, to which she confirmed that it was the sweet honey variant tailored for young ladies, sparking even greater excitement about its upcoming release. Across the room, Solitique quietly observed her surrounded by admirers, while his companion raised a subtle question about her situation. Noting how seamlessly she mingled with the young women without a single man nearby, Wilfred teasingly asked Solitique if he felt a surge of jealousy. Solitique casually dismissed the idea, claiming there was no reason for concern since no men were present in her circle. Wilfred pointed out that being constantly by her side made a moment of separation naturally feel a bit lonely. Solitique could only ponder the thought in quiet reflection. Turning his attention back to the bustling crowd, Wilfred wondered what held the lady's fascination, only for Solitique to reveal with a faint smirk that it was all over hand cream. Solitique explained that her new product line was launching soon, and Wilfred warmly recalled receiving his own prototype from her earlier. Wilfred confessed he had once assumed she was far too timid to face public gatherings, expressing genuine admiration for the strength and resolve she was displaying. Solitique gazed towards her with affection, noting that despite being branded as lacking a blessing, she had remained steadfastly by his side as his fiancée for 10 whole years. Reflecting on the unimaginable pressure she must have endured over those years, Solitique acknowledged his own past foolishness and reaffirmed that understanding her heart was all that truly mattered. Wilfred cautioned that as her true blessings became public knowledge, her influence and admirers would rapidly expand, asking if such a shift unsettled him. Holding the prototype jar in his hand, Solitique contemplated using his own position to promote her creation, catching Wilfred off guard. Encouraged by Wilfred to openly declare himself her ally, Solitique agreed with a smile, ready to publicly lend her his full support. Gently smoothed the hand cream onto Wilfred's hands, receiving a warm compliment about how flawless his own hands were, which he accepted with gracious modesty. Holding the small jar, he admitted that while it was a precious gift he preferred to keep to himself, he felt compelled to share it, quietly musing on why others often envy his position. As adoring onlookers squealed in excitement, Wilfred questioned the timing of applying it right then, yet admitted the scent was far superior to what he had imagined, much to Solitique's delight. Wilfred marveled at how smoothly the cream absorbed without any sticky residue, allowing gloves to be put on right away, while Solitique promised to convey the praise to Tseri and assured full endorsement for the upcoming brand launch. Considering who else might use it, they joked about whether a rugged warrior like Orgren would ever care for hand cream, chuckling at the image of muscle-bound men needing skincare. Later that evening, after a long and grueling soiree, Tseri collapsed onto a plush sofa, utterly exhausted from her promotional efforts. Despite her deep fatigue, she smiled with satisfaction, realizing the positive reactions proved her promotion was working, and resolved to maintain this momentum. Asking Hisui about her schedule, she learned the next soiree was scheduled for tomorrow. Calculating her minimal rest days, she braced herself with quiet determination, confident she could handle the relentless push. Looking out at the stately mansion, Lady Tseri announced her intention to head to the village later that afternoon, asking Hisui to begin the necessary preparations. Hisui expressed mild surprise at her sudden request. He pointed out that she had been attending social events non-stop, suggesting she rest, but she simply stated that she was leaving. Despite his lingering concerns about her exhaustion from yesterday, she assured him she was completely fine after a good rest, leaving him marveling at how different she seemed. He handed over documents, explaining the need to check on the guards settling in and finalize the details regarding the hand cream, prompting Hisui to head off to prepare. Once alone, she collapsed onto her desk, mentally admitting how utterly exhausted she truly was. Knowing they wouldn't let her go if she acted tired, she forced herself to push forward. To boost her spirits, she wrapped her arms around her oversized, fluffy creature, embracing its warmth and softness with a happy smile. He marveled at how much the creature had grown, while Hisui prepared the horses and carriage outside. As they rode along, Hisui noted that no one would ever suspect she used to be an orphan. She cheerfully reassured him that not wearing a corset today made all the difference for simple meetings. Hisui looked back at her with a gentle gaze. Inspired by his dedication, she resolved not to ruin her health and vowed to do her absolute best. Soon arrived at the bustling village entrance, where guards stood watch outside neat wooden structures. Familiar young woman enthusiastically called out from the village gate, delightedly welcoming them as Hisui pulled up the carriage. Woman eagerly explained that they had received endless inquiries about honey, and were dying to discuss the upcoming launch, prompting a gentle reminder to remain calm. After exchanging warm morning greetings, Hisui offered to park the carriage while she went ahead to tour the area. Walking through the village, she marveled at the rapid progress of construction, noting that all the able-bodied men had pitched in to complete the barns and housing. Observing workers laboring over a deep pit, she acknowledged how tough digging a well was, impressed by the community's relentless effort. She marveled at how dramatically the village had transformed during her brief absence, with orderly rows of new homes and vibrant fields lining the landscape. Inquiring where the well construction crew was resting, she learned from her companion that Anton's house, the app room, and the guard station were all being utilized to accommodate the workers. Relief washed over her upon hearing that the community was managing the influx smoothly and handling every task with complete dedication. Nearby, the settlers worked side by side in high spirits, hauling heavy baskets filled to the brim with fresh harvest. Attendant reported that the sacred tree continued its steady growth alongside another plentiful yield, reassuring the young noblewoman that her guidance was always welcome. Watching the vibrant young children dart across the green fields brimming with vitality brought a wide smile to her face. Invigorated by the colonists' infectious energy, she offered them bright words of encouragement before stepping back toward her waiting carriage. Upon arriving at the merchant establishment in town, she was warmly greeted by Nicholas, who had been eagerly anticipating her arrival. Expressing her enthusiasm for their upcoming product release, she praised his efforts while he graciously attributed the rising public interest to her promotional efforts. Moving inside to review their business plans, the merchant explained the tentative pricing for the village honey and outlined the timeline for royal approval before public sales could commence. Examining the detailed document laid out on the table, they finalized the scheduled release date for the middle of winter alongside the pricing tier for the new hand cream, mapped out distinct market strategies across locations, designating high-end honey varieties for nobility while distributing commoner blends to local village branches and city shops. He expressed genuine astonishment at how quickly the brand launch had materialized, taking barely a month from the initial prototype phase. Merchant cautioned that while early demand would likely spike, they must prioritize maintaining high production production standards over hastily expanding output. Including their consultation over the paperwork, they reached a mutual agreement on customer communications and prepared to inspect the final brand logo design. They offered that adjustments could still be made within the day if anything displeased her. But Lady Tseri gasped in sheer marvel as she looked down at the proposed artwork. Lighted by the illustration of a stylized bee framed by a floral wreath, she enthusiastically approved the design, expressing her eagerness to see the final product while her associates smiled in relief. Moving on to packaging, the maid presented the hand cream containers, demonstrating the standard jar intended for commoners alongside the special cases reserved for nobility. She unveiled the luxury cases, explaining that while standard versions would be sold simply, the noble edition would come housed in decorative boxes. Observing the stark contrast between the simple jar and the polished wooden case, the young noblewoman agreed that the luxury aesthetic would resonate deeply with high society. Turning to the topic of retail, she asked if they had given any thought to opening dedicated specialty shops, prompting Nicholas to consider the proposal carefully. He admitted that high-status brands typically open their own stores simultaneously, making supply deals with external trading companies a much rarer arrangement. Merchant explained that while wealthy nobles prefer to trade within their own closed circles, an independent trader like himself lacked the desire and capital to maintain an entire commercial house. Swept up in excitement by her flexible strategy, Nicholas enthusiastically proclaimed that such innovative methods would bring about a total revolution across the entire kingdom. Modestly waving off their extravagant praise, she insisted that her goals were far more humble, intending merely to develop her territory and enrich the lives of her villagers. Pleased by their overwhelming confidence, Lady Tseri privately acknowledged the quiet burden of living up to such grand expectations when her original motive was simply survival. Standing clad in a cozy hooded cloak, Tseri looked ahead with quiet resolve as the long-awaited day finally arrived. It was the 15th day of the winter month, marking the official release day of Cellier Honey. Expressing her overflowing excitement, she praised their setup while Nicholas handled affairs at the main store, and Chloe took charge of sales in Selen Village, reassuring everyone that the advance reputation was stellar. Looking out from the carriage alongside Hisui, Tseri wondered if there was anything more she could do, overhearing how widely people were discussing the launch and cautiously allowing herself to hope for good sales. Suddenly, the carriage ground to a halt, prompting Tseri to peer out in surprise and wonder what was causing the unexpected delay. Outside, an unbelievable sight met their eyes. A massive line of carriages stretched down the snowy road in a total traffic jam. Shocked by the commotion, Tseri noted that carriages rarely ever traveled this remote road, while Hisui pointed out that the entire line seemed to be heading straight towards Selen Village. Hisui admitted he had expected things to be only slightly busier than usual for launch day, relieved that they had left the mansion early to beat the crowd. Realizing how severely she had underestimated public interest, Tseri softly questioned if she was truly that naive, while Hisui gently agreed that she had indeed understated expectations. The warm and reassuring smile, Hisui told her that her self-assessment was far too low, offering heartfelt words that made Tseri realize just how deeply he trusted and admired her. Reflecting on his words, Tseri remembered her fears of disappointing him after her past exhaustion, finding the courage to allow herself a bit more confidence despite her villainous role. Ahead of them, the store building in Selen Village came into view, already surrounded by early gathering crowds. Stepping out to carriages, Tseri thanked Hisui for his hard work, acknowledging that even arriving several hours early might not have been enough. He gasped in shock as they approached the storefront, realizing the immense crowd had gathered long past opening time, shouting for order amidst the chaos. Urging each other to hurry into action, Tseri and Hisui rushed forward to manage the overwhelming influx of eager customers. He pressed through the crowded street as staff directed patrons seeking potato chips toward the plaza. Looking at the endless line wrapped around the building, both she and Hisui realized slipping inside unnoticed would be nearly impossible, worrying whether stock would hold. Apologizing profusely to those around her, she begged for understanding as she squeezed past the gathering crowd. Spotting her amidst the commotion, Maria rushed over in surprise to greet her. She listened relievedly as Maria delivered a message from Chloe, putting her mind at ease about the staff's welfare. Hearing that even old Anton was moved to tears by the immense turnout bringing life to the village brought a tender smile to her face. Nearby, the bustling team continued serving eager buyers, striving to maintain momentum as orders for potato chips kept pouring in. Anton's passionate endorsement resonated across the plaza, with every available hand mobilized to support the bustling stalls. Maria admitted how tiring the non-stop work had been since morning, marveling at the children's boundless vitality while explaining her brief absence. Shocked by the realization that Maria might not have rested a single moment, she looked at her with deep concern. Urging her friend not to push herself beyond her limits, she insisted that taking breaks was crucial during such intense rushes. Reassured by her kind words, Maria beamed, declaring her tiredness completely banished by the thoughtful gesture. Maria then brought out unexpected gifts for both her and Hisui, prompting polite expressions of gratitude from them both. Opening the exquisite box, she was stunned to discover a featured item from today's official launch. Overwhelmed by the costly gesture, she questioned why she deserved it, only for Maria to fondly recall a heartfelt compliment about her hands that had deeply touched her. She listened attentively as Maria revealed that it was Odette who had originally given her the idea for the hand cream, driven by a desire to ease the burdens of everyone working so tirelessly. Recalling their earlier conversation, she quietly confirmed the memory. Holding out the gift box, Maria insisted it was her way of expressing true gratitude, though the young noblewoman gently squeezed the delicate package, feeling that no such thanks were necessary. Pressing the precious box tightly against her chest, Sari felt overwhelming emotion welling up within her. She marveled inwardly at how Maria remained completely unchanged from the day they first met, filled with boundless compassion. Reflecting on Maria's character, she admired her as a truly noble leader who never hesitated to pour her heart into supporting her people, cherishing every person around her. Though Sari half-jokingly thought about treasuring the gift like an heirloom, she knew it was meant to be used. Nearby, Maria kindly turned her attention to Hisui, reminding him to take good care of himself as well. Unable to contain her joy, Sari broke into tears of deep gratitude, promising to cherish the gift. Touched by her reaction, Maria offered a handkerchief to dry her eyes. Deciding it was time to get back to business, Hisui excused himself to assist at the potato chip stall, prompting an energetic Maria to volunteer her help as well, much to everyone's surprise. Not wanting to be left behind, Sari readily offered her assistance too, and soon they were all cheerfully serving customers together, selling bags of Selen Village potato chips to the busy crowd. High Priest Ryukalia calmly confirmed his intentions when questioned about the gravity of his words regarding the noble lady. His companion grew visibly agitated, shouting to remind him of the high-ranking individual to whom she was already engaged. Fazed by the outburst, Ryukalia gently pointed out that a mere engagement did not guarantee she would ultimately become his consort. As they debated writing a letter directly to her, Ryukalia emphasized that the decision ultimately lay in her hands alone. His stressed companion muttered a dark wish for the letter to be destroyed in transit. Ryukalia chided him for speaking such bad omens. Reflecting silently, the high priest marveled at how she had truly received the extraordinary divine blessing of fate, contemplated the immense difficulty of guiding the great goddess's power, taking comfort in the young woman's pure and grateful spirit. Meanwhile, Lady Tseri embraced the moment of peace, holding her treasured belongings with a radiant smile. Turning home late into the evening, she let out a weary sigh after dealing with heavily congested roads on her journey back. Stepping inside, she warmly greeted young Hisui, acknowledging the long and grueling workday they had both endured. Sui reassured her with a cheerful grin, expressing confidence in his own stamina while welcoming her home safely. Family gathered to congratulate her on the resounding success of her venture, proudly praising her hard work. Overwhelmed with joy, Tseri admired a grand bouquet of fresh roses presented to celebrate her achievement. Father explained that her mother was resting at the estate, encouraging Tseri to visit and greet her the following morning. Thoughtful and grateful, Tseri resolved to invite her mother for tea the next day to share her gratitude and success. She suggested moving to a more comfortable room for their discussion, prompting her butler to prepare tea in the parlor while she guided her young companions along. Gently patting the fluffy dog, she instructed Hisui to take Toy upstairs to bed, recognizing how exhausting their long journey had been. Wishing them a restful night, she remarked on how draining prolonged carriage travel could be for anyone. Excusing herself shortly after, she decided to head to her room first to retrieve her luggage before rejoining her family. Knocking softly on the parlor door, she stepped inside where her family was gathered, acknowledging how unusual traffic delays were even within the royal capital. Reassuring her parents, who expressed concern over her travel fatigue, she warmly thanked them and insisted she was perfectly fine. She then presented thoughtful gifts to both of her parents, offering the items she had specially brought back for them. Mother marveled at the newly launched hand cream, expressing her delight at receiving such a coveted item that was currently in high demand. Father applied the cream, praising its smooth quality and happily declaring that nothing made him prouder than receiving a gift from his daughter. Watching both of her parents react with such genuine happiness filled her heart with warmth and satisfaction. Reflecting on the past, she recalled how her parents had always showered her with beautiful bouquets and elegant dresses for every occasion. Realizing how little she had been able to return their favors, she contemplated expanding her product line to include items tailored specifically for men as a gesture of gratitude. A plate of freshly prepared sandwiches was served. She realized just how hungry she was and eagerly settled in to eat. With all three new product varieties successfully selling out and securing numerous pre-orders, she felt a wave of relief as she enjoyed her meal. Father then brought up a new matter, mentioning that a letter addressed to her from Lord Cizel had arrived earlier that day. Accepting the newly arrived document with quiet gratitude, she watched as her father examined the paper presented by the prince. Bearing the distinct wax seal of the temple, the letter clearly originated from the high priest, raising quiet speculation about whether they had discovered something regarding her divine blessing. Far away at the Grand Cathedral, the correspondence had only recently been dispatched amidst mounting tensions. Within the hallowed halls, the high priest groaned in frustration, clutching his throbbing head as the weight of administrative affairs pressed upon him. He dismissed the severity of the matter as a simple engagement, casually remarking that there was no need for such fuss over an unfinalized union, though his subordinates remained steadfastly stubborn. As he continued to complain animatedly about the exasperating situation, his weary aide nursed a headache, reminding him of his duty to assist should further complications arise. Back in the reception room, she silently warned herself not to be misled by the high priest's deceptively charming smile, turning to her father to ask if the letter brought troubling news that directly involved her. Prince confessed that a similar letter had reached him prior to her arrival, a message he had desperately hoped was an error, while her father prepared to reveal its contents. The knowing smirk rendered in official script, the message formally opened under the name of High Priest Lucaria Earthgalds. He froze in complete shock as the final declaration was spoken aloud, an official proposal of marriage. As the villagers review the document, the headman admits that regardless of their eventual response, deciding immediately is nearly impossible, requesting a bit of time to carefully consider the matter. Reflecting on her situation, Lady Tseri contemplates how, if her engagement is destined to be severed, she ought to accept the proposal, though she wonders what fate holds for Tselen village as she walks along the path. Suddenly, rapid system chimes sound as notifications pop up in succession, revealing that the great tree level has jumped 3 levels all at once, catching her completely off guard before she quickly brushes off her companion's concern. Flurry of completed milestones flash before her, confirming the great tree has reached level 8, house construction level 6, shop openings level 7, and specialty product creation level 8. Pleased by these unexpected developments, she smiles warmly and looks forward to reviewing the detailed system menu later, realizing what this sudden leap implies. Just as the realization dawns, the local builders enthusiastically announce that the mansion construction is finally complete, leaving her in sheer disbelief. Explaining that the main residence required extra care compared to the initial outpost, the workers lead the way, while she expresses her heartfelt gratitude for their meticulous effort despite their busy schedules. Guided forward toward the site, the fruit of their collective labor comes into full view where once stood an empty plot of land. Standing proudly under the clear sky, a magnificent 2-story wooden mansion now rests elegantly on the newly developed grounds. Approaching her with emotion, the lead builder apologizes for keeping her waiting, overwhelmed with pride at what they have accomplished. Admits that even without expert knowledge of architecture, anyone can see how much heart and collective effort went into creating such a grand structure from nothing. Observing their earnest faces, she feels deeply moved knowing how tirelessly they worked between their demanding days to build a place she could truly belong. The radiant, genuine smile, she offers her sincere thanks to every worker present for completing such an arduous task. Flustered by her high praise, the workers bashfully protest, insisting that contributing to her project was an immensely rewarding and joyful experience. Eagerly volunteering to handle any future construction tasks, the group happily invites her to inspect the grand interior together. She toured the newly completed mansion alongside her companions, listening attentively as the elder servant guided them through the ground floor, pointing out the spacious parlor and guest quarters situated beside the grand staircase. Inspecting the layout, the young noblewoman felt a deep sense of warmth, already envisioning lace curtains for the parlor, floral artwork on the walls, and a prime place of honor for her prized platinum rose. As they ascended to the upper floor, the staff quickly organized their duties, assigning room preparations and designating the largest chamber to serve as both her master bedroom and administrative office. Young boy suggested prioritizing the main floor first in case unexpected visitors arrived, a practical idea that everyone readily agreed with. While the others discussed sourcing fine tableware from nearby shops, she quietly pondered the logistics of hiring permanent cooks and maids versus commuting from the capital. Stepping over to a small potted plant, she began to sprinkle water over it, only for the stem to suddenly burst with vibrant energy and sprout at an astounding speed. In a matter of seconds, the magnificent flower surged upward, instantly towering over her and leaving the entire group gasping in utter astonishment. The maids questioned if this miraculous growth was her doing. She attributed it to the leveling up of the great tree, though Lady Maria noted how remarkably similar it was to divine blessings of harvest. Her mind drifted back to the moment she had touched the great tree at the Grand Temple, recalling the dormant, overflowing power she had felt within herself, wondering if her true abilities were finally awakening. She gazed closely at the blooming petals, contemplating the mysteries of divine energy and her own mysterious connection to this world. The boy voiced his worries about humans attempting to handle sacred powers too carelessly, before bowing his head and apologizing for sounding overly concerned. Went on to propose that instead of forcing the energy, she should simply borrow the power by speaking directly to the deity who granted it. Sudden epiphany struck her as she recalled memory fragments of the heroine's prayers. What had appeared to be simple worship might have actually been a direct conversation with a god. Accepting the watering can back into her hands, she decided to give the idea a try, resolving to reach out to the goddess. Clasping her hands tightly together in earnest prayer, she offered a soft plea for a sign, and instantly, a radiant divine crest manifested within her glowing eyes. As the prayer concludes, the young noblewoman gasps in relief upon realizing her divine connection was answered, while her companion excitedly points out that the sacred blessing mark has appeared in her left eye. Moments later, the mark fades away, leaving the young boy to express his quiet satisfaction, while she warmly thanks him for showing her how important this communion really was. Flushed with modest pride, the youth assures Lady Tseri that helping her in any way is his greatest honor. Observing how remarkably mature he has become, her attention shifts to his faithful companion, Hisui, who has always guided him in times of trouble. Thoughts wander back to past crises, pondering how he instinctively knew what to do when the great tree's flowers had turned black. Considering his deep bond with the divine beast, she wonders if someone taught him or if he carries secrets from his past that he hesitates to share. Curious yet considerate, she gently asks if she might inquire further about Hisui, just as they are greeted warmly by Mr. Giselle Kelvin. Outside, the peaceful village echoes with surprised shouts as everyone marvels at the great tree's sudden massive growth spurt. Surrounding villagers applaud and express their amazement at the flower's rapid expansion, while Mr. Kelvin confirms he has been welcomed warmly by the community. Explains how smoothly the village operates, with children taking turns feeding the livestock and everyone working together to protect their open wasteland from monsters. As they discuss the challenges of caring for livestock, Lady Tseri chuckles nervously when reminded of the 10 sheep they still need to manage. Gazing out over the thriving land, Mr. Kelvin expresses his deep pride in his assignment, observing how much love Lady Tseri and the great tree bring to the growing young villager earnestly pleaded for the continued protection of Tsirin village, prompting Serena to silently resolve to work even harder to live up to everyone's high expectations. Looking toward the village entrance, they observed that the carriages and arranged had finally been delivered, including a covered carriage and a large cargo wagon. Discussing the new additions, it was noted that Anton had been consulted about teaching the local youth how to handle horses as coachmen, a proposal Serena gladly accepted to improve travel and trade options. Suddenly, a solitary goat wandered nearby, catching the attention of Serena and the young boy beside her as it called out. As they watched the goat, Serena pondered whether it was herding the livestock, realizing how gentle the goats were and how they contributed greatly to the village diet through their milk. Across the field, Toy effortlessly guided the animals back toward their pen, acting almost like an efficient herding dog as he greeted his companions. Observing Toy's hard work, Serena praised his dedication in keeping the animals orderly before someone gently called out to catch her attention. Visiting noblewomen greeted Serena warmth, mentioning it had been a while since the recent soiree, and explaining that they had come to buy hand cream, though it was currently out of stock. Noblewoman explained she wanted to purchase the cream as a gift for her aunt living far. Apologizing for the inconvenience, though Serena expressed her sincere gratitude for the product's popularity. Calling that the village boasted a fine inn, the visitor praised the lovely atmosphere of Saran Village, noting how peaceful it felt compared to crowded places. Serena offered a guided tour and suggested announcing the restock date in advance, delighted by the noblewoman's enthusiasm for the local specialty potato chips. Moving through the bustling village area, Serena visited the potato chip stall, where workers were hard at work serving eager customers. Villagers expressed overwhelming praise for the delicious potato chips, with one customer jokingly ordering 10 bags, while others were reminded to enjoy them in moderation for their health. Watching the townspeople enjoy themselves, Serena felt a wave of relief seeing everyone settling in so well, even as her companions quietly cautioned against getting too carried away. Reflecting on recent events, Serena silently noted that she had purchased various gifts as an apology, secretly hoping for an opportunity to express her gratitude to Count Saltomarl as well. She activated her territory interface, reviewing the extensive list of divine tree blessings, territorial crop yield boosts, and soil growth enhancements that had brought the land to level 8. The village was steadily developing, reaching the 10th level to unlock a new skill remained a distant goal. Reclining on her lounge chair, her thoughts turned to the far more pressing matter at hand. Lord Lucaria. Realizing the weight of the situation, she resolved to consult her father before making any final decision. A week had passed since the delivery of that fateful letter, and today was the day they would finally deliver their response regarding the engagement proposal, as Solitique traveled by carriage. They arrived at the grandeur of the family estate, where guests were formally welcomed inside. Guided into the reception room, Solitique greeted Serena and her father, knowing full well that political pressure might lead her parents to accept the high priest's proposal. Fists clenched in silent resolve. High priest or not, he vowed to firmly oppose any obstacle that stood between them and refrain from handing Sari over. Setting all pleasantries aside, her father bluntly declared their intention to refuse Lord Lucaria's proposal of engagement. Explained that after thorough discussion, they had reached this conclusion, fully aware that rejecting a high priest would have significant national ramifications. They offered their formal apologies for the inconvenience, but Solitique let out a profound sigh of relief, expressing nothing but sheer gratitude for their firm stance. Grasping his hands tightly beneath the table, Solitique admitted that it was not merely his father, but the king himself who wished for their engagement to continue. Solitique expressed deep gratitude for their consideration, assuring them that despite the temple's vast influence, Alparat was not in dire straits, and he would never have surrendered her regardless. Relieved that her father raised no objections, Serena excused herself to relay their official refusal to Lord Lucaria, while her father watched on, noticing a subtle shift in the mood. The gentle, blushing smile, Solitique confessed how overjoyed he was that Sari had chosen him, leaving her flustered and struggling to maintain her composure amid his warm affection. Yet a lingering concern crossed her mind, as the high priest's authority rivaled the king's, making a refusal politically risky when deepening ties with Lady Maria would have been far more advantageous for the realm. Despite the political danger, Solitique looked genuinely happy that they had turned down the offer, leaving her to ponder whether this turn of events was truly following the intended narrative path. She pondered the alarming trajectory of events, realizing that if things continued this way, she might be driven to a desperate act of jealousy and face the guillotine, a truly terrifying thought. Yet, given that Lady Maria was supposed to be studying at the temple, she struggled to comprehend what storyline they were even trapped in, as jealousy felt entirely out of place. Noticed her troubled expression and gently asked what was wrong. In truth, she was consumed by the realization that she had orchestrated the circumstances keeping her from Lady Maria, suspecting that his sudden affection and praise were merely a calculated scheme of revenge for how poorly she had treated Maria. Possibility chilled her to the bone. She wondered if his gentle facade was merely an act designed to deceive her. But as she gazed directly into his clear, sorrowless eyes, her doubts began to flicker and fade. Deciding to abandon her spiraling thoughts, she shifted the conversation and inquired whether Count Saltomarl had been invited to the upcoming unveiling of her blessing, to which he confirmed they had. And asked if inviting the Count was wise given recent troubles, she gently insisted on thanking him personally for his recent support. Both her father and Solitique stared at her in utter disbelief at her unexpected expression of gratitude. Solitique pointed out the immense trouble the Count had caused, but she pointed out that the elaborate gifts sent were meant as an apology, clarifying that she herself had not been the one directly inconvenienced. He recalled the vast piles of luxurious fabrics and treasures delivered in just a few days, demonstrating the Count's formidable wealth and influence. Beyond wealth, the Count possessed the military authority to deploy elite soldiers to the village, alongside his own formidable skills as a knight. He reasoned that maintaining a diplomatic and friendly relationship with such a powerful noble was the most pragmatic choice. Terrified by his formidable military might, she resolved never to become an obstacle when Lady Maria eventually reached her engagement, silently vowing to stay far out of harm's way. Evening began at a grand ducal estate, where a lavish soiree was being hosted by a prominent house dedicated to expanding their confectionery enterprise. Before attending, Sari admired her more sophisticated dress, hoping the mature look would set a serious tone for the business opportunities ahead. Upon her arrival, Lord Solatique greeted her warmly, presenting a magnificent bouquet of roses, offered sincere praise for her refined appearance, inwardly captivated by her elegance while she quietly celebrated the success of her new look. Noticing a momentary flicker of concern on his face, she asked if anything was amiss, but he assured her all was well and expressed concern over her demanding schedule. Noted that preparations to present her specialty honey to the king were entering their final stage, though he acknowledged that his own administrative burdens were lightened by capable deputies. He brushed off the hardship of her duties, leading them both to agree to take care of themselves amidst their busy royal obligations. Nearby, guests gathered at the venue, expressing surprise and disappointment upon learning that the celebrated honey would not be served during the party. Politique tactfully explained to the inquiring nobles that the supply was reserved exclusively for the king, leaving the aristocratic crowd impressed by the exclusive royal privilege. Noble patrons graciously accepted the explanation, offering high praise for her family's esteemed estate and reputation. As the evening orchestra commenced, the host encouraged the guests to enjoy the music before excusing themselves to mingle elsewhere. The music filling the ballroom, he extended his hand, inviting her to share a dance, which she gladly accepted. Moved onto the floor together, her graceful and flawless steps commanding the attention of everyone in the room. Slight pause in their rhythm made him wonder if he had made her nervous, though she quickly recovered her composure. Looking into his eyes with a warm smile, she playfully asked him to cover for her if she faltered, to which he reassuringly pledged his complete support. He stood together with Solatique on the ballroom floor, listening as he praised her dedication, and assured her that no mistakes could possibly mar her performance, though she humbly insisted he was overestimating her efforts. They continued to glide gracefully across the grand hall. He leaned in slightly and gently reminded her of who she was dancing with. Solatique reflected inwardly on how earnestly she had practiced to avoid embarrassing him, touched by her sweetness. Meanwhile, nearby guests remarked on her growing public presence and open conversations, expressing gratitude for the chance to hear her at the soiree. Another noble, identifying himself as Emil, the eldest son of House Thompson, approached to request a dance and a discussion regarding their bottled products, to which Solatique politely yielded her turn. After stepping aside, Solatique was overcome by a wave of self-reproach, exasperated at his own petty feelings regarding her dancing and talking business with other men, questioned whether such narrow-minded possessiveness rendered him unfit to become the crown prince. Several days passed, and as night fell on the eve of the unveiling ceremony, Sari nervously awaited the morning, wishing time would slow down just as a gentle knock sounded at her door. Next morning, Anna entered cheerfully to alert Sari that it was time to begin her extensive preparations for the day's main event. Relaxing quietly with a warm cup of tea while her divine beast napped nearby, Sari requested that fruit water be prepared for her upcoming routine. Apologizing softly for waking the creature, she decided to take a bath while leaving Toy to rest peacefully under Anna's care. Anna presented food to the creature, remarking on how adorable and uniquely affectionate it was compared to ordinary animals. Sari advised her pet to eat at a calm pace before they prepared to head out shortly. Dressed and looking radiant in her mirror, Sari embodied the flawless beauty expected of a top-tier noble lady. Anna admired the lavish rose-pink gown, noting how the servants had gathered to prepare it, while a knock announced the arrival of Lord Solatique to escort her. Stepping out to meet him, Sari admitted her heightened nervousness, but Solatique showered her with praise, declaring her far more breathtaking than he had ever imagined. He had never wished to step into the public eye until now, yet on this momentous evening she stands as the main focus of everyone's attention. Gently clasping her hands, he offers her steady reassurance, comforting her with the promise that he will remain right by her side. As he gazes at her, his mind weighs the immense hardship she endured over the years, knowing he cannot burden her with his own lingering worries during her long-awaited blessing unveiling. Looking up with a radiant smile, she expresses that she can finally walk forward with her head held high, sincerely thanking him for making it all possible. Touched by her gratitude, he offers a gentle, affectionate smile and offers his hand, silently praying for her endless happiness as they prepare to head out together. Reflecting on the past, Sarashina remembered how several of tonight's invited guests had once schemed to strip her of her status as betrothed. Yet now, as the afterwards, she stood amidst the grand hall, composed and ready. As her anxiety flared over whether the crowd might react with hostility, Prince Solatique offered a gentle pat on her hands, offering silent comfort before they stepped forward together. Guiding her softly toward the center of the hall, he assured her that it was time for the unveiling, coaxing a tentative nod of agreement from her. He urged her to relax, reminding her that every guest had gathered specifically to celebrate her achievements. Watching his warm smile, Sarashina allowed herself to believe that everything was truly proceeding smoothly. Solatique steadfastly by her side, her heart swelled with gratitude, convinced that no obstacle could stand in their way. Stepping up to the podium, her father addressed the noble assembly, expressing profound thanks for their presence while praising the remarkable hand cream Sarashina had crafted for their domain. Continuing his speech, her father formally introduced Sarashina and Prince Solatique, declaring that as the joint rulers of Linkart Domain's 2nd District, they would stand together as equals. Grand Hall erupted in enthusiastic applause and warm wishes as the noble guests offered their hearty congratulations to the young couple. Deeply moved by the welcoming atmosphere, Sarashina expressed her sincere gratitude to the attendees who had come to witness the unveiling of her divine blessing. Addressing the crowd directly, she pledged to nurture the great tree in the 2nd District and work tirelessly to make the nobility proud of her efforts. Clasping her hands in prayer, she brought forth the glowing crest of her divine blessing, shining brightly before the eyes of the onlookers. Among the crowd, guests whispered in admiration about how High Priest Lucaria himself had recognized her power as a true blessing from the goddess. Thanked by her father and Solatique, Sarashina bowed humbly to the room, asking for the continued support of everyone present. Admirers pressed forward to praise her remarkable honey tea and village produce, while Solatique watched over her proudly, ensuring she was not overwhelmed by the crowd's eagerness. Approaching the couple with respectful greetings, 2 noble brothers named Arsel and Oswell offered their commendations to Solatique and Sarashina for their outstanding achievements. He stood alongside his brother as family members showered Sarashina with warm praise and heartfelt congratulations for receiving the goddess's blessing. Overwhelmed by their kindness, she expressed her deep gratitude, though her brothers lovingly teased her to ensure she wasn't pushing herself too hard. Conversation turned to impending arrivals as word came that Count Saltamarl was expected shortly. Recognizing that private matters needed to be discussed, one of the brothers offered to guide the incoming guest to a private room. Shortly after entering the private chamber, Count Zach Saltamarl introduced himself, offering his sincere congratulations on the unveiling of the blessing. Marquis expressed his appreciation for the Count's consideration and the security guards sent to Tsarin village. Count Saltamarl humbly bowed, offering a formal apology for the trouble his daughter Maria had previously caused. Sarashina gently reassured the Count, insisting that he no longer worry about his daughter's past actions, acknowledging his genuine kindness and formal regret. Watching the Count's relief, Sarashina inwardly reflected on how straightforward and earnest both the Count and his daughter Maria truly were in their own distinct ways. Inquiring about security, the Count asked if any issues had arisen with the guards. Sarashina reassured him that everything was quiet and expressed her immense gratitude for the capable security detail. Taking advantage of the calm moment, the Count requested to hear more about Sarashina's dedication and the progress within the village, expressing how wonderful it would be to hire the guards permanently. In the courtyard, the guards quietly carried out their duties, proposing practical improvements for village life that made the local residents feel entirely secure and supported. Back inside the estate, Sarashina relaxed in her room, mentioning her fatigue from yesterday. Her maid gently suggested serving tea after a relaxing walk while noting that Hisui was playing in the garden with Toy. Deciding to join her, the maid accompanied Sarashina outside, where they suddenly spotted someone mounting a horse and riding off at full speed. Det suddenly burst toward them in utter shock, breathlessly announcing the sudden appearance of a monster, leaving everyone stunned. As a special quiet moment settled over the estate, the young master stared intently at the plump fluffball known as Toy, reached out to gently stroke the creature's soft white fur as it squirmed comfortably under his touch. Spotting the pet's squishy side, he teased whether the creature had gained weight recently, while Toy stubbornly insisted that it was merely intelligent fluff rather than extra fat. Looking gently into the pet's eyes, the boy explained that he simply wanted all of his companions to stay healthy and fit. Striking a firm stance, he announced to the household that Toy was officially being placed on a strict diet, forbidding anyone from giving out extra snacks. Maids protested defensively, arguing that irresistible fluffiness naturally drew people into offering treats, while pointing out the hidden morsels in each other's hands. Whispered among themselves about how difficult it was to resist feeding him, warning that small treats from everyone quickly added up to a massive feast. Stepping forward with quiet authority, the elder butler agreed completely with the order, instructing everyone to refrain from feeding the creature. Moments later, the butler was caught red-handed attempting to lure Toy with a plate of lavish, high-grade meat, shocking the young master. Flustered and stammering excuses, the butler claimed he was disposing expensive kitchen scraps, though a dropped receipt betrayed his secret purchase. Maids immediately shouted in protest, exposing that he was actually the person trying hardest to spoil the pet with costly cuts of meat. Choosing affection over food, a maid gave Toy a thorough grooming and brushing instead, satisfying him with gentle pampering. Praising the creature for enduring the day without taking contraband food, The young boy happily hugged Toy for keeping his promise. However, once they were alone, the boy unveiled a massive secret piles of fresh fruits and meats, offering it all to Toy as his ultimate reward for being a good boy. He determined that his best course of action was to simply return the item, turning his steps back toward the majestic estate as a soft breeze blew through the quiet air. During a lively outing to the circus, Lord Solatique eagerly pointed out an animal in the show that resembled Toy, only for Lady Tseri to gently observe that it was in fact a raccoon rather than a dog. Reflecting on the journey, Lord Solatique rested gracefully alongside Toy, surrounded by notes commemorating the special attire, hard work, and dedicated support that brought their tale to its warm conclusion. Terashina gasped in sheer disbelief upon hearing the sudden report of a monster appearing. She immediately sought clarification on the extent of the damage, prompting the messenger to explain that while the village itself suffered no harm, several hunters had been injured within the great tree's 3-kilometer radius of influence. Hearing that the injured men had successfully escaped, she felt a wave of relief, knowing that guards had already gone out to subjugate the threat so the settlement would remain secure. Young woman expressed her deep gratitude to the messenger for bringing the news safely despite the danger, resolving to raise the warding blessing level as soon as possible to prevent future incidents. Having composed herself, she immediately ordered Hisui to prepare the carriage so they could head directly to the village without delay. Odette expressed concern that a noble shouldn't place herself in danger. Sarishta firmly stated that as the Lord, it was her duty to be present in person when critical events occurred. Realizing that Guts and the doctor wouldn't be able to ride together in the carriage, Odette urgently requested permission to accompany them to the village as well. Terashina acknowledged that while others might view her as a fragile young lady needing protection, she was determined to fulfill her responsibilities as Lord, trusting in the village's existing defenses. Her decision finalized, she warmly smiled and dismissed Odette to rest until departure preparations were completed, leaving Hisui to handle the stables. Before turning away, Terashina gave a quiet, firm instruction to ensure that no danger would befall Odette during the upcoming journey. Outside the Grand Manor, Odette stood beside the carriage wheel, her eyes filled with quiet determination as they prepared to set off. Upon arriving at the village, Terashina immediately called out to check on the safety of the gathered villagers. Villagers reassured her that they were safe for the moment, though they noted with concern that the subjugation team had not yet returned from their mission. The villagers suggested that she retreat to a safe place while they handled the search. Terashina steadfastly refused, insisting that as their lord she could not simply abandon her post. Composure broke into shock as the men revealed that the monster threatening their land was a dangerous rock snake. She listens attentively as the wounded guard explained how his squad had managed to injure the monster's tough hide before retreating to summon help. Recognizing the difficulty of piercing a rock snake's thick armor, she commended the guards chosen by Count Saltamarl for their bravery and tactical resolve. Overcome with remorse, the guard lowered his head and apologized for their failure to protect the village without taking casualties. Refusing to let him wallow in guilt, the young noblewoman stepped forward to declare that no one could ever brand them inadequate for courageously confronting such a beast. Moved by her empathetic words, the guard expressed his heartfelt gratitude. The villagers offered hands to support the standing guards. The discussion shifted to tactics, confirming that spirit orbs had been utilized to exploit the monster's elemental weakness. The injured soldier recounted using up their water attribute orbs to inflict damage, while the village elder confirmed that reserves remained safely stored in the village. Realizing that even specialized magic had left their force bruised, the young lady pondered the creature's dangerous resilience. Nearby, the villagers insisted that the injured men sit out the coming counteroffensive and receive medical care from the local doctor. Stepping into the group's tactical debate, she announced her intent to join the expedition herself, pointing out that her own supply of magic orbs could turn the tide. Her abrupt decree left the village elder wide-eyed in utter disbelief. Though she acknowledged that venturing forth without a full night escort seemed reckless on the surface, the urgency of the threat outweighed conventional caution. Smiling with quiet confidence, she reassured the group by citing her extensive familiarity with high-level combat and monster behavior. Beside her, the young boy nodded in agreement, acknowledging her proven record in battle. She urged them to view her role merely as a messenger delivering news of ultimate victory, promising to remain clear of direct danger while coordinating with their well-prepared forces. Observing her unshakable determination, Anton advised the elder that attempting to forbid her would only prompt her to slip away unescorted. Conceding the point, the elder realized that accompanying her was far safer than letting her run off alone. Stepping up alongside her, the young boy revealed that he had been secretly training in combat with the guards and vowed to protect her with his life. Their battle strategy set and spirit high, she beamed with conviction, confident that their combined magic and preparation would secure victory over the formidable rock snake. The elder implored the group to avoid approaching the beast under any circumstances, to which she agreed while requesting extra water element magic as a precaution. Trusting the village's safety to the locals during their brief absence, she stepped forward, earning admiration from the onlookers who marveled at a noble taking such direct action. Terrifying roar resonated through the air as the massive stone-scaled monster reared its head. Watching the defenders engage the giant serpent, she immediately recognized the looming threat as the feared rock snake. As the battle raged nearby, a villager offered her a pair of enchanted magic spheres to aid in the fight. Accepting only a single sphere, she insisted that he keep the other for self-defense, a gesture of quiet consideration that left the young man reassured. In the front lines, the warriors struggled to break through the creature's impenetrable hide, realizing their stamina would fail before they could deal a decisive blow. Attempting to create an opening, one fighter shouted insults to provoke the beast, drawing its furious, wide-jawed strike directly toward himself. Seeing the monster thrash wildly without leaving a clear target, she gasped in shock as the difficulty of landing an effective magical strike became dangerously clear. The frontline battle growing increasingly fierce, the young boy urged her to act while she contemplated how to properly deploy the magical sphere. Defenders' shouts filled the air, warning that the wounded beast had become even more volatile and left no room for a reckless assault. Determined not to let hesitation lead to disaster, she declared her intention to throw the sphere herself despite the overwhelming risk of failure. Refusing to let her bear such a dangerous responsibility alone, the young companion offered to advance to the front lines and signal the exact moment to strike. She voiced her concern over the immense personal peril he would face. He firmly stood his ground, maintaining that clearing a path for her success was his duty. Looking at her with unshakable trust, he reminded her of how she had consistently achieved the impossible, fully confident in her ability to see them through. Listened carefully as Lady Tseri implored him not to act recklessly, pointing out that he lacked formal combat training unlike Gats. Reassuring her, he explained that when he raised his blade, it would be her cue to throw the magic sphere, to which she agreed. The steady resolve to protect everyone, Hisui edged closer to the battlefield, while Tseri clutched the orb tightly, realizing she needed to narrow the distance for her throw. From his vantage point amidst the tension, one of the frontline fighters suddenly noticed Lady Tserashina's dangerous positioning and called out in surprise. Men urged Hisui to fall back, warning that holding the magic sphere would make him a primary target for the beast, but he implored them to put their faith in the Lord's plan. Reasoned that while the rock snake remained injured, they had to press their advantage, believing that Tseri's spell would succeed and that drawing the creature's gaze was necessary to land a direct hit. Taking charge of the frontline command, Hisui promised to give the signal for an immediate full retreat, and the soldiers acknowledged his orders without hesitation. As the enraged rock snake thrashed and lunged, Hisui shouted for the men to fall back immediately before locking eyes with Tseri and giving the final cue. With all her strength, Tseri hurled the magic sphere forward into the air, aiming straight for the looming beast. To her utter horror and the disbelief of the onlookers, the thrown sphere fell far short of its target, tumbling harmlessly to the ground long before reaching the monster. Despite a well-aimed throw, the distance proved too great, causing the planar plan to fail as the orb fell short, leaving Lady Tseri in sheer panic while the giant beast loomed ahead. The ferocious roar, the fearsome monster surged forward, but the fluffy white creature leapt into action, bounding across the snowy terrain to intervene. Landing heavily, the creature created a protective barrier between the threat and Lady Tseri, who watched in relief as the danger was held at bay. As news arrived that the subjugation squad had returned, overwhelming relief swept over everyone, bringing tears of gratitude to their eyes. Gathered together, the companions expressed immense relief at each other's safety, reassuring one another after the tense ordeal. Bracing tightly, Odette wept as she confessed her worries, apologizing for rushing off before anyone could stop her. Lady Tseri confirmed that she remained entirely unhurt thanks to everyone's protection, though she urged that the injured be promptly taken to a doctor. Companions scolded her for being so reckless as to confront a rock snake, insisting she promised never to put herself in such danger again. Surrounded by admiring children, Lady Tseri expressed her relief at their safety, humbled by how much everyone had worried for her during the battle, and asked if she was scared. Lady Tseri humbly downplayed her role, insisting she was merely watching over the fight alongside the others. Villagers warmly reassured her that simply having her present gave them immense courage during the terrifying ordeal. It boasted triumphantly about how magnificently the monster was defeated, while the children listened in awe and admiration. Internally, Lady Tseri felt embarrassed, remembering that she had only thrown a flimsy ball, even as the children clamored to hear more. Watching the exaggerated retelling unfold before her eyes, she wondered in amusement how grand the battle must have looked from Guts' perspective. Later, as a plate of roasted rocks was presented, gratitude was offered to Toy T for saving them during the encounter. Warmly offered his thanks to Toy, whose affectionate panting left a noticeable trail of drool. Acknowledged that while praising Lady Tseri was well-deserved, Hisui deserved recognition as well. Young boy graciously thanked Hisui as a hearty meal was placed before them. Hisui apologized for putting everyone in danger, though Tseri reassured him that the plan had ultimately succeeded, even if the peril was real. Reflecting on his own limitations, Hisui declared with unwavering resolve that he was fully prepared to risk his life for his master. His earnest commitment resonated deeply with those around him, who looked on with mixed feelings of gratitude and solemnity. Determined not to be left behind, Lady Tseri announced her intention to train harder and practice cliff shooting the very next day, much to the mild bewilderment of her companions. Elsewhere in the village, news spread fast about a plan to present local honey as a tribute to His Majesty the King. Mere mention of King Arwen of Alberad struck fear into the hearts of the villagers, who shuddered at the ruler's terrifying reputation. Anton recalled with fondness the unforgettable taste of pancakes drizzled with sweet honey, a memory etched vividly in his mind. Relieved by the nostalgic thought, Anton assured the others that he and his fellow settlers would handle all necessary preparations for the tribute. As they discussed marketing the honey, Anton admitted his nervousness about preparing a royal tribute, asking if anyone had ideas for a suitable product name. Lady Seri admitted she was hopeless at naming things and suggested asking the villagers, though everyone quickly passed the responsibility along. Simple request for a product name plunged the villagers into comical chaos, as everyone fled to avoid being put in charge of the decision. Realizing the honey was gathered by rare bees drawn to the majestic great tree, Anton pondered using a name that clearly reflected its unique and natural origin. He hesitated slightly before putting forward his suggestion, pondering if honey of the flower bees and the great tree might work, though the others gently pointed out that a simpler, more stylish name would suit a product with such a delicate floral fragrance and rich sweetness. While everyone across the realm was familiar with the majestic great tree, far fewer knew about the specific flower bees, making honey of the great tree a far more direct and memorable choice. They debated whether using the sacred tree's name might be seen as disrespectful. Lady Serena and Chloe arrived, perfectly timed to hear the narrowed-down list of candidates. Upon hearing honey of the great tree, Chloe erupted with unrestrained delight, loudly proclaiming her love for the title until she had to be gently told to calm down. Lady Serena voiced her complete agreement, remarking that the exquisite honey owed its existence to the tree's power and truly deserved the honor, which left the humble harvester flustered and blushing at the high praise. Lady Serena formally agreed to adopt honey of the great tree as their temporary choice, prompting overjoyed thanks from the villagers, even as Nicholas reminded them it was only a provisional decision. Clarifying what provisional meant, Lady Serena looked thoughtfully at the jar of honey, resolving that she could not make the final decree herself and would go directly to receive King Arwen's permission. Seri finalized her plans. She noted that speaking to the king directly could secure the strength of the Pakat Trading Company. Overwhelmed by the sudden gravity of treason charges, Nicholas collapsed in a panic, gasping out his fears. Companions tried to soothe his anxiety, reassuring him that with the crown prince involved, lèse majesté was unlikely, though they advised preparing a contingency plan just in case. Later, the grand doors of the royal audience chamber swung open as Tesseri approached the throne. King welcomed her cordially, expressing his gratitude for her visit and inviting her to present the harvest from her territory. Intrigued that crops could thrive on what was once barren soil, the king asked his attendant to present the offering immediately. Presented before him was a jar of great tree honey, harvested directly from Seren village. Sweet nectar was a true testament to the unique blessings granted by the magnificent great tree. Examining its clear consistency, the king sampled a small spoonful and marveled at its pure quality. Overcome with delight by the exquisite taste, he declared that no other honey could ever compare. Officially decreed that the royal household would continuously purchase this superior honey. Seri was filled with immense joy and gratitude, securing not only approval for the brand but the prestige of becoming a royal supplier. Watching from the doorway, Solatique and Will relaxed as the tense meeting concluded without any trouble. Will teased Prince Solatique about his deep concern, though Solatique softly admitted he merely wanted to burn the sight of her success into his memory. Listening to the king express heartfelt remorse for her past hardships, Solatique quietly observed the emotional scene, acknowledged the heavy risks and disadvantages that a queen without divine blessing would face, including resentment from the populace and contempt from neighboring nations. But the monarch assured her that even without a blessing, he had always regarded her as a wonderful person, which was precisely why he had wished for her to become his son's fiancée. He offered warm words of encouragement, assuring her that having braved such a painful path, her future would shine even brighter, and expressing his high hopes for her as both a lord and future queen. Looking at her with deep affection, he reminded her that having known her since birth, she was just like a daughter to him. Gently extended his support, urging her to rely on him whenever she found herself in need. Their heartfelt conversation concluded. Solatique stepped into the room to announce that all preparations were ready, prompting the king to excuse himself, while Seri wondered what had been arranged. Magnificent spread of fluffy soufflé pancakes drizzled with local honey and paired with fresh tea was presented, greatly pleasing the king with its thoughtful touch. Solatique explained that they had specially prepared pancakes and honey tea for him, prompting the delighted monarch to eagerly invite everyone to partake together. Upon taking his first bite, the king let out a sigh of pure bliss, overwhelmed by the heavenly flavor. He praised how the honey enhanced the dish and marveled at the wonderfully fluffy texture, prompting Seri to express her gratitude for his kind words. Seri smiled warmly, secretly recalling how she had instructed the royal chefs on making soufflé pancakes from her past life, knowing the recipe would pair flawlessly with her territory's honey. The king lauded the honey's exquisite quality, prompting Seri to promise a steady supply, before she sampled the tea and remarked on how effortlessly enjoyable its sweetness was when blended with milk. Remarked on how comforting the warm, sweet tea felt on a chilly day after exhausting paperwork, which led Seri to silently reflect on the intense demands of state governance. Considering how taxing it was to govern a small territory compared to an entire kingdom, Seri quietly hoped they could take a brief respite, prompting Solatique to notice her preoccupation. She expressed her concern over how busy they both were and worried if they were getting proper rest. Solatique offered a gentle smile and admitted that he was far more concerned about her. Watched attentively as his father, King Arwen, proposed establishing regular tea gatherings, pointing out that forcing oneself to work continuously only decreases efficiency, and that scheduled breaks are essential. Lighted by the idea, the prince quietly noted that this would grant him even more time to spend with Seri, while expressively asking to join future gatherings alongside his father and the Marquis. Observing his son's genuine happiness, the king chuckled warmly, unable to hide his affection as he acknowledged how transparent the young prince's feelings were. The light-hearted atmosphere continued. Seri pondered the idea of holding separate tea gatherings with Lady Liren, while the elders quietly shared a moment of amusement over the young couple's expressive nature. Enjoying a bite of the souffle pancake, Sari reflected on Lady Liren's warmth and contemplated inviting her to future gatherings, fully aware of how crucial proper backing would be for Lady Melia's standing as the future queen. King Arwen then shared that the queen was eager to meet Sari after hearing about the day's events, expressing a desire for his wife to host her for tea as well. Assuring the king that she would do her utmost to highlight Lady Melia's finest qualities, Sari listened as His Majesty expressed a preference for a private meeting with the queen, before thanking them for the delicious meal as he prepared to take his leave. Standing quietly by the window, the monarch reflected on past events, recalling how everyone had once accepted the temple's judgment regarding the absence of a divine blessing. Swirling his drink thoughtfully, he pondered why the engagement between his son and Sari had never been formally annulled, despite lacking firm grounds to justify maintaining it at the time. Recalled visiting Sari while she lay bedridden after being declared blessingless, acknowledging that while dissolving the engagement was the logical course for the kingdom, his visit revealed something unexpected. In that quiet chamber, he had seen that her spirit was neither broken by despair nor dejected. Instead, her eyes shone with a powerful, unmistakable clarity born of firm resolve. Overwhelmed by her inner strength, the king had realized at that moment that this extraordinary young woman was truly worthy of standing beside his son as the future queen. It was the unwavering, brilliant look in her eyes that had ultimately convinced him of her true character and potential. Several days after the gathering, Sari received a formal letter from Lady Melia, deciding to read its contents carefully rather than dismissing it. Discussing the unopened correspondence with her companions, Sari speculated that it might contain an apology or a request regarding her etiquette training, while those around her observed her with keen interest. He inspects the newly arrived letter with a hint of mild surprise, noting that it contains an unexpected invitation to visit a minor. As the cold winter season neared its end, memories of their first meeting came to mind, back when the weather was still warm. Neither had imagined that the young companion would eventually become a fine trainee butler, a compliment humbly accepted with quiet gratitude. Looking forward to the upcoming month, the young butler promised to perform his duties faithfully while addressing his noble mistress. Standing outside the grand hall, he gently reminded her that her scheduled appointment was about to begin, marveling quietly at how much everyone had grown. Right on time, Lady Maria appeared, wearing a bright smile and formal acolyte vestments. Greeting her guest warmly, Maria welcomed her into the private room, though she noted with relief how well the etiquette training had paid off despite the temple's strict rules. Unable to contain her enthusiasm, Maria leaned in close to explain that she had insisted until finally receiving official permission to reveal something important. Once everyone was seated comfortably inside, tea was served, allowing the conversation to continue in a relaxed setting. Observing her companion, Sari noted how much Maria's posture and movements had refined, bringing up the recent letter mentioning that her divine blessing had grown stronger. Excitedly holding a small potted plant, Maria declared her intention to share her methods and teach her friend directly. Recognizing Maria's unwavering confidence and deep devotion as a favored follower of the harvest god Frey, Sari observed that her core personality had remained delightfully unchanged. Though Maria struggled briefly to articulate the complex theology of connecting with one's deity, her resolve to attempt the demonstration remained firm. Closing her eyes in solemn prayer over the potted plant, Maria called upon God Frey of the bountiful harvest to hear her voice and bestow his blessing. Instantly, the flora responded as if endowed with a life of its own, causing the leaves to radiate energy and bloom brilliantly right before their eyes. Astounded by the display, Sari eagerly accepted Maria's offer to learn the technique, thrilled by the prospect of mastering such magic. Maria explained that utilizing divine blessings was simply a matter of engaging in a true dialogue with the gods who loved them, leaving Sari to wonder if a specific secret method preserved within the temple. He reflected on what Hisui had taught her previously about speaking directly to the granting deity in order to borrow their divine power. Wondering if the true methods of channeling divine blessings were shrouded in secrecy, she questioned whether there were other ways to wield her gift. Beside her, Hisui muse that converses with a god felt less like commanding power and more like seeking guidance. Deep down, she longed to master her blessing so she could truly be of help, even as the frightening reality of altering fate weighed on her mind. Turning to her leafy companion, she agreed to give the attempt another try. Despite their efforts, the attempt yielded little result, leading her to wonder if her prayers simply lacked sufficient devotion. As they walked through the ornate temple corridors, she expressed her quiet hope that the deity would eventually answer her call. Having witnessed a miracle before, she had secretly hoped for success, only to be reminded that communing with the divine was never simple. Suddenly, a towering presence brightened the room as High Priest Lucaria appeared before them with a warm greeting. Maria immediately recognized the grand figure, while Sari recalled how he had offered his assistance during her previous visit. Marveling at his captivating grace and youthful stature, Maria introduced herself with deep reverence as the shrine maiden blessed by the harvest god Frey. Lucaria greeted them warmly, expressing gratitude to the divine for granting them another meeting. Lucaria acknowledged Maria's remarkable accomplishment on the great tree and inquired kindly about her well-being at the temple. Glowing with appreciation, Maria assured him that everyone had received her with utmost kindness. When the high priest gently inquired about the nature of the bond between the two young women, they cheerfully answered in unison that they were close friends. Watching their sweet camaraderie, Lucaria turned his gentle attention towards Sari and requested a private moment with her. Overwhelmed by his sudden focus, she found herself flustered, secretly wishing she could melt into the background. Mind raced with uncertainty over whether he intended to speak regarding her divine blessing or a potential matrimonial proposal. Keen to avoid awkwardness in front of Maria, she realized that if it pertained to her mysterious power, she could not afford to pass up the opportunity. Silently praying that his inquiry concerned her blessing, she agreed to his request, prompting the high priest to invite her to follow him. Maria expressed her heartfelt gratitude for the invitation, thrilled to have reconnected after such a long time, while Sari exchanged polite parting words with her friend. After promising to meet again soon, the group parted ways, leaving Hizui to pucker his cheeks in quiet disappointment as he sulked about being left behind. Seated across from Sari in a quiet reception room, the high priest listened intently as she confessed her desire to master her power, offering his full assistance without hesitation, much to her pleasant surprise. He felt a deep sense of gratitude, though a quiet doubt lingered in her mind as to whether receiving special attention from a high priest who had once proposed marriage was entirely proper. Lucaria carefully pondered her observations regarding the striking similarities in architectural layout between the minor shrines and the main temple, questioning if caution drove their design. Went on to explain the concept of institutional neutrality, clarifying that minor temples across the lands shared a unified foundation precisely to prevent any single nation from asserting religious dominance. Realizing the profound responsibility rested upon her shoulders, she pondered whether research into her divine blessing was driven by its inherent potential to either preserve or destroy their world. Rather than delaying their efforts for another time, Lucaria offered to guide her directly, encouraging her to sense the true nature of her latent power right then and there. Explained that divine beings do not exchange verbal words with mortals, but rather favor specific environments, much like how the light god Baldur manifests his presence around warm light and lush greenery. Calling the trials of her former existence and her present standing, she quietly mused over whether a deity could truly guide a soul through the unpredictable twists of fate. Lucaria proposed placing their foreheads together once again to initiate the communion. Her loyal attendants immediately voiced their startled protests at such an intimate ritual. Reassuring her companions, Lucaria explained that his peculiar magic granted him the ability to perceive a person's inner essence, allowing her to touch upon an aspect of the divine. Asking for privacy as he prepared to begin, he gently stepped closer to prepare her mind for the delicate ritual. Instructing her to breathe slowly and deeply, a soothing warmth spread across her forehead, while she could not help but admire his strikingly serene features up close. As their foreheads touched in solemn stillness, Lucaria began chanting a quiet prayer to invoke the divine blessing. Consciousness drifted far away into a vast submerged landscape, desperately reaching out in thought to connect with her silent goddess. Overwhelmed by a sudden sensation of drowning, she snapped back to reality, greeted instantly by Hisui's anxious face checking if she was unharmed. Visualizing the clear underwater imagery she had just witnessed, she resolved to comprehend the true desires and preferences of her goddess. She finds herself suspended in a dark aquatic abyss, watching a trail of luminous bubbles float gently toward the distant surface. Descending softly through the deep water, her foot touches down upon the submerged floor. Taking in her surroundings, she hastens through a grand sunlit corridor filled with greenery, marveling at the unfamiliar realm unfolding before her eyes. Standing atop a high balcony, Lady Tseri gazed down in awe at the vast structure stretching out below her, an elaborate sprawling hedge maze that seemed to defy explanation. Stepping into the stone corridors that wound through the garden, she wondered if venturing deeper would finally provide the answers she sought. She pressed onward. She paused before framed artwork hanging along the walls, instantly recognizing every single painting as a familiar image from her past. Confusion only deepened when she came across a vibrant arrangement of flowers labeled as the platinum variety, leaving her to ponder why such a rare item was displayed in this strange place. Bending down to examine an electrical wall outlet, a wave of nostalgia washed over her at the sight of such modern technology in this world. She continued through the mysterious compound, discovering potted plants and household items, carefully arranged alongside lush garden greenery. Coming across a covered display easel, she realized it held a computer monitor, an exact replica of the device she had used in her previous life, firmly fixed in place. Walking down a narrow hallway lined with her personal belongings, her bow and arrows, hand cream, and even her pet's food bowl, she came to the undeniable conclusion that this place was directly reflecting her personal memories. Despite finding so many familiar personal effects scattered along the corridors, she noted with growing unease that the place was entirely deserted and lacked any clear exit. Eventually coming upon a massive chained door reminiscent of the seal beneath the Grand Temple, she tentatively called out to see if Hale was trapped inside. Reaching out to turn a door handle, she steeled her nerves, suspecting that whoever awaited inside might be the goddess herself. Opening the door, her high expectations vanished in an instant as she realized the room inside was an exact duplicate of her own bedchamber, leaving her disappointed. Glancing into a full-length mirror, she questioned whether the unseen presence was playing complex games with her or simply rejecting her presence. Suddenly, her own reflection broke away from her movements, smiling back at her and asking if she found her current life unsatisfactory. Recognizing the divine voice speaking through the mirror image, She listened as the figure declared her preference for anything that brings entertainment. She snapped back to reality as the priest apologized for keeping her waiting, though she quietly assured him it was fine. Realizing that time flowed differently between the divine realm and reality, she pondered whether telling them she heard the goddess's voice would cause trouble. While Solatique noted it had only been a minute since they touched foreheads. When asked about her experience, she chose to keep her secret, simply remarking that it felt like navigating a maze. High Priest quietly pondered the nature of divine favor, considering how complex and intertwined fates often receive the goddess's preference. Mused further on how intricately designed ornaments or unusual destinies seem to draw the divine gaze. He insisted that she was merely an ordinary noble, though the priest noted that being branded as blessingless was already quite unusual. He suggested that her experience might have been guidance from the goddess, prompting the high priest to decide he would speak with the deity directly to understand her blessing. Solatique then offered her a ride in his carriage so she could rest, much to her surprise and polite gratitude. Her mind raced with thoughts of cliff shooting with Hisui despite her physical fatigue. She calculated the tedious effort required to achieve her goals. Meanwhile, an exasperated voice echoed through the hallway outside a closed door, questioning what someone thought they were doing. High Priest was lightly scolded by his subordinate for his informal conduct, reminding him of his status. Solatique firmly warned the other man to exercise restraint, sharply pointing out that she was already betrothed. Reflecting on the departure, she expressed her appreciation for their time and held on to hope for the future. Observing the quick divine sensitivity displayed, the high priest felt a surge of hope, recognizing how rare such a gift was. Gazing down at a floral arrangement, he concluded that she was precisely the kind of person the temple desperately needed. Far removed from his influence back at the Holy Temple, several weeks quietly passed in the settlement. In that time, the land yielded a bountiful harvest, sprouting vibrant crops from the fertile soil. Having completed their daily hunt, the young boy joyfully congratulated her on reaching 1,000 beast kills. She checked her interface, realizing her ward-off evil blessing had finally leveled up to expand her protection boundary. While he remarked on how dramatically her stamina had improved, realized that her rigorous cliff shooting exercises were designed for endurance training. She agreed, explaining that constant daily practice built stamina effortlessly, though refining their combat techniques remained the true priority. She looked across the peaceful village. She pondered how much easier life would be if she could openly explain the system to everyone, though she worried outsiders would never comprehend its magic. Deciding to rest and head back, she quietly pondered whether the system's blessings would endure once her own role in this world reached its eventual end. She worried that if her knowledge was misconstrued or if the people placed absolute faith in the barrier, future generations might be caught unprepared against lurking dark threats. As they walked through the snowy woods, she reminded herself that even if high-level monsters were kept at bay, wild beasts and bandits could still breach their borders. Noticing her distant gaze in the freezing cold, the boy kindly offered to fetch her a warm drink indoors before asking what had caught her attention. Overhead, a cozy family of foxes huddled safely together in the brush, underscoring her realization that the divine system was merely a support tool rather than a crutch. Exchanging determined smiles, the two companions bound themselves to a shared vow to protect Saren village together from that day forward. Morning begins gently as the maid enters to wake Lady Tsarina, who burrows deep into her soft bedding, wishing for just a few extra minutes of rest. Plush furry presence climbs onto the bed, smothering her in a warm, enthusiastic morning cuddle. Nuzzling into the impossibly fluffy companion, she declares it the absolute best way to awaken, though her attendant quickly reminds her of the important appointment scheduled with the trading company that day. Looking outside, a heavy blanket of snow covers the courtyard, prompting her to wrap up warmly and prepare to leave early to account for the winter weather. As they travel through the chilly morning, her companion warns her against catching a cold in this harsh season, while she quietly longs for the cozy warmth of a traditional heater. Reaching their destination, she bids farewell to her maid Odette with instructions to stay safe, before heading inside to finish preparations for the day's business. Outside in the crisp air, children and townspeople engage in lively snowball fights, filling the winter air with cheerful laughter. Reflecting on the store's incredible success, she notes with pride that their products have secured royal purveyor status even prior to official launch, making every detail of design and packaging vital. Sitting down with Nicholas, the merchant presents the newly finalized 100-gram jars of honey, inviting her to inspect the finished sample. Admiring the clear glass jar, she observes its compact size and beautiful amber hue, agreeing that the smaller portion is perfect for high-quality honey. Inspect various color-coded containers on the table, noting how personalized color choices make them delightful gifts or self-care luxuries. Merchant expresses his excitement for the launch, but a proposal is made to delay the official release until spring, prompting him to inquire about the reason. Presenting a long customer ledger, she reveals an overwhelming wave of advance reservations from loyal patrons, numbering well into the hundreds. Explaining her strategy, she suggests prioritizing current loyal clients first to foster goodwill while waiting for hand cream supplies to stabilize before a wider public release. Nicholas readily agrees to the plan, confirming that advance sales will commence on the first day of the month of water, once their honey reserves are fully replenished. Cheerful merchant nodded attentively as Lady Tsarina requested a custom jar of honey as a gift by the 30th of the month, promising that it would be ready in time. Confidence filled his response as he assured her of the prince's delight, prompting Toy to turn the conversation around and ask when Serena's own birthday fell. She revealed softly that her birthday was on the 27th of the month of Earth. Sudden realization sent shockwaves through the room, as the group panicked upon realizing her special day was occurring later that very month. When asked about her past past celebrations, she admitted sheepishly that her family had always marked the occasion quietly, without much fanfare. Hearing this, Toy burst upward with unbridled excitement, insisting they host a massive celebration, and offering to take charge of the preparations despite the short notice. Nicholas and the others quickly agreed, noting that although gathering dignitaries on short notice would be difficult, many locals wished to honor her. After restoring calm to the room, the group reasoned that a gathering would also benefit their brand, persuading Serena to agree to a celebration. She explained her wish to host a simple gathering right here in the village, desiring to express her deepest gratitude to her family for all their worries. Reflecting on the hard work that built the community, she recalled how every shared trial had strengthened their collective bond. She hoped that seeing the thriving village firsthand would finally put her family's lingering anxieties to rest. Selfless concern moved Toy to tears, overwhelmed by Serena's devotion to her loved ones. Determined to make the day perfect, Toy eagerly offered to take full responsibility for organizing the event. Promising to create an atmosphere where everyone could relax and enjoy themselves, Toy earned a heartfelt smile of thanks from Serena. Surrounded by a giant bouquet of beautiful flowers and the warm cheers of her companions, Serena bathed in the joyful anticipation of her upcoming birthday. She graciously accepted the oversized floral bouquet, expressing her heartfelt gratitude as warm beverages were offered to welcome everyone inside out of the chill. Delighted by the arrival of her family, she turned to see her older brother waving, while her parents inquired about her well-being and expressed their joy at being invited. Father threw his arms around her in an exuberant embrace, loudly declaring how long he had waited to visit the village, while the rest of the family offered cheerful birthday wishes. Smiling softly, she noted that the villagers trusted her deeply, prompting her family to remark on how much the settlement had developed and how glad they were to celebrate together again. As they prepared to start the feast, her father enthusiastically clapped his hands together, prompting a gentle joke about his eagerness from his wife. A spread of delicious dishes was laid out, featuring popular potato chips, pancakes, honey mousse, honey lemon chicken, and refreshing soda. Taking a bite of the food, her father was instantly impressed by its taste, while the hosts urged everyone to enjoy the meal. Conversation lively continued over the table, with her family praising the unique honey-paired dishes and jokingly arguing over who had bragged to the king first. Calling past frustrations, her father sulked slightly, leaving her to wonder what antics he had gotten up to before. Listening to her family praise the tender meat and rare honey recipes, she smiled warmly, reflecting on how much the culinary landscape around the village had transformed over the past year. Brother and family reassured her of their unwavering support no matter what challenges lay ahead, filling her heart with deep comfort as she expressed her gratitude. Brightening the room with her beaming smile, Sarashina expressed how giddy she felt on a day dedicated to showing her gratitude, prompting a gentle response from her attentive servant. She gathered with her loyal household staff in the kitchen. She admitted that while celebrating her own special day brought her joy, serving others meant even more. Lifting a tray of freshly prepared treats to carry out herself, she brushed off their playful remarks about her unusual habit, while the servants affectionately insisted that her humble heart was precisely what made her so remarkable. Ranged neatly upon delicate porcelain plates sat several warm golden souffle pancakes ready to be presented to her guests. Upon sampling the dessert, the guests effusively praised her culinary skills, marveling at how light and airy they were, while Prince Solatik approached her with a quiet smile, offering her a glass and encouraging her to step back and enjoy the celebration herself. Stepping over toward a lavish arrangement of flowers, a guest expressed surprise upon learning that she tended the blossoms herself, rather than leaving the work to her attendants. She gently explained that seeing the plants bloom under her personal care brought a unique sense of warmth and happiness to her heart. Listening quietly beside her, Solatik observed her fond expression and softly remarked how deeply he cherished seeing her so content. Looking upon the vibrant centerpiece, a guest noted that the flowers bloomed so beautifully because of her tender care, though her eyes suddenly widened in subtle astonishment. Despite the joyful surroundings, a lingering shadow of fatigue crossed her face, catching the silent concern of those standing nearby. Clearing her throat and raising her goblet, she turned to address the assembled crowd, expressing her immense gratitude for her presence on such a dreamlike day. Surrounding nobles and friends listened intently as she acknowledged the difficult trials behind them and credited their steadfast support for bringing everyone safely to this moment. The glowing, joyful smile, she offered her heartfelt thanks once more and requested their continued goodwill before raising her glass to call for a toast. Glasses clinked across the room. Solatik stepped forward to offer his own toast, commending her endurance through strict queenly training and her dedicated service as a lord. Looking directly into her eyes with earnest devotion, he publicly confessed that he found himself falling in love with her all over again. He held her hand gently, asking her to stay by his side continuously from now on. She gazed back at his tender smile, reflecting that today was her birthday and quietly accepting his wish as she allowed herself to dream. Around them, the surrounding guests watched the sweet interaction with warm and fond expressions. Shifting the focus to the festivities, he presented her with an exquisitely decorated box adorned with rose carvings, encouraging her to open her present. She stammered in gratitude at the sheer luxury of the container alone. He insisted with a smile that she go ahead and open it. Inside rested a breathtaking, complete collection of fine jewelry, a lavish gesture worth as much as several formal gowns. Explaining that every single piece was crafted in a style she loved, he reached into the box and gently instructed her to stand still so he could put it on her. He added softly that because the gemstones matched the shade of his eyes, it felt as though he was keeping her all to himself, sending a deep blush across her face. Onlookers murmured in delight at their intimacy, while she struggled to compose herself amid such public displays of affection. Momentarily drawing attention away from the couple, another visiting noble pair stepped forward to present their offering from the stack of gifts, offered a splendidly patterned carpet, explaining they thought it would suit her residence, for which she expressed her sincere gratitude. Noble gentleman then revealed his personal gift, an elegant bow and arrows designed with an assist mechanism to reduce the required draw strength. Testing the bow, she admired how perfectly it fit her grip and celebrated her boosted combat capabilities, while her companion playfully warned her not to overexert herself. Presenting a delicate tisette, Wilfred offered it as a gift from Onker Bonheur, explaining it was a personal choice for her. Lighted by the thoughtful brand, Sari happily promised to use it every single day, while he expressed how lonely the royal capital felt without her around. Reflecting on how smoothly things had been running in the territory, she smiled, content with staying in Harmel recently. It had been a full year since starting Sarin Village, from planting the great tree's seed to revitalizing the land, hoping to invite everyone back next year without fear of exile. As the guests prepared to leave, warm farewells were exchanged near the entrance, looking forward to future visits. Reluctant to depart, Prince Solatique admitted how hard it was to leave her behind, eagerly anticipating his own birthday celebration next. Wondered aloud if it seemed childish to look forward to his birthday so much, but she gently reassured him. Bidding a final goodnight as the evening drew to a close, he wished her sweet dreams before taking his leave. Turning back inside to begin cleaning up, she noticed with surprise that all the furniture had already been tidied away. Grateful to Chloe and the staff for their swift work, she stepped further into the house only to realize others were still waiting. Anton and the local villagers happily announced that they had already taken care of all the cleanup duties. Guiding carriages to clearing away the mess, the townsfolk expressed how glad they were to assist. Though she worried there was no food left to offer them, the villagers asked if they could still celebrate together. The elderly man warmly explained that they had brought their own celebration, eager to throw a party filled with daily gratitude. Knowing she might not have had time to eat, the cheerful locals proudly presented a meal they had prepared specially for her. She flustered immediately, waving her hands in protest while blush flooded her cheeks at the overwhelming generosity. Overcoming her initial embarrassment, she warmly accepted Anton's invitation, bringing a broad, delighted smile to the elderly man's face. The cheerful call to move along, the group set off together toward the village festivities. Next morning, the young noblewoman stretched lazily in her room, reflecting on how wonderfully full of joy the previous day had been. Feeling profoundly blessed to be celebrated so warmly twice in one day, she decided to head outside to check if the precious platinum roses were blooming again. As Hisui entered carrying morning tea, the startling sight made him freeze in complete shock, causing her to blush in confusion at his reaction. Ranged in splendid glory sat a massive, breathtaking bouquet of fully bloomed platinum roses. Meanwhile, back in the capital, Arsaj pondered deeply over what gift he should prepare for his sister's upcoming birthday. Brother Oswald walked in carrying a heavy wooden case, prompting Arsaj to inquire if it contained a present for their sister, only to learn it held a custom-made bow and arrow set. Oswald expressed relief that the long-awaited weapon order had arrived just in time, while Arsaj silently lamented how remarkably tough his sister was growing. Resolved to offer a contrasting gift, Arsaj decided he would give her something fitting for a proper peaceful lady, keeping the exact nature of his surprise a strict secret. Groaned aloud, clutching his head in frustration as he wrestled with the agonizing dilemma of choosing the perfect gift. As he pondered the options, a fine dress, elegant jewelry, or a refined tea set, he quickly realized that such grand items were precisely what Prince Arsaj would choose, leaving him back at square one. His mind drifted to something impractical like a shed. He caught himself with a gasp, realizing that was far better suited as a gift for young Toy instead. Pondering what else she might adore, he considered furniture tailored for her residence in the village, wondering if a practical touch for her everyday life would be the right path. Meanwhile, an exquisite selection of high-end necklaces and rings was laid out across velvet trays for inspection. Examining the radiant crafts alongside Lord Will, he noted how each item seemed increasingly lavish, making it difficult to select something that felt genuine rather than merely extravagant. Merchant presented delicate glass craftsmanship and fine jewelry, carefully pointing out pieces that struck a balance between reasonable pricing and exceptional artistry. Debating the matter further, he acknowledged that as her first party serving as host, it deserved a truly special gesture, even if keeping the budget reasonable proved challenging. Merchant then brought forth a smaller, intricately lined case, offering an alternative suited for a personal token. Observing the beautiful glass box adorned with sculpted roses, they worried that an overly expensive item might burden her instead of bringing her joy. Elsewhere in the settlement, the village group stood gathered together in deep collective contemplation. When Hisui approached and inquired about their worried expressions, they admitted that with only a few days remaining, everything they had seen in town exceeded their modest budget. Hisui gently reminded them that Lady Tseri had never cared for lavish or expensive possessions, but would simply be overjoyed just to be celebrated by everyone. Knowing her selfless nature, they agreed that she would always prioritize entertaining her guests over focusing on herself. Inspired by this realization, their faces lit up with enthusiasm as they unanimously decided to organize a heartfelt surprise party in her. On the table sat a delicate bouquet of platinum roses, their petals showing subtle signs of wilting. Examining the subtle wilt of the petals, the young boy wondered if the flowers had been overwatered, though Tseri speculated that the dry winter air might instead be the cause. He gently pointed out that platinum roses were notoriously difficult to nurture, suggesting that perhaps failure was simply inevitable. Reminded her of how she had previously saved the great tree's flower using her divine power, asking if she could tap into that same blessing to revive this arrangement. Continued to encourage her, pointing out that having received direct guidance from the high priest, she was uniquely qualified, though she remained hesitant, recalling how she had only managed to alter fate a single time. Supported by the presence of her loyal companion and the cheerful hound at her side, she felt a reassuring wave of solidarity ease her doubts. The soft smile, she agreed, confident that together they could overcome any challenge and alter the flower's destiny. The quiet elegance of the room, the two sat opposite each other around the table, focusing their attention entirely on the delicate task before them. Clasping her hands tightly in prayer, she reached out mentally to the goddess who had granted her the sacred blessing. Closing her eyes, she recalled her previous life as an ordinary youth who loved Otomi games, having been reborn into this world after her sudden death. Mind drifted to the endless hours spent immersed in virtual worlds as a veteran gamer accustomed to navigating complex choices. Familiar system prompt materialized before her consciousness, presenting the choice between letting the platinum rose decay or restoring it to magnificent life. And without hesitation, she chose to make it bloom. Focusing all her willpower into the prayer, she implored the divine force to make the platinum rose grow in radiant beauty. Instantly, a bright surge of divine light erupted from the arrangement, swelling the petals into a breathtaking, fully vibrant display that left the young boy wide-eyed with astonishment. Commending her incredible success, he offered to prepare tea so she could rest after such a nerve-wracking effort. Leaning back into her seat, she happily embraced the oversized fragrant bouquet, filled with joy and satisfaction at her success. She marvels at the magnificent bouquet restored through her divine magic, confident that her blessing truly reigns supreme. A few days later, she presents a beautifully decorated ink bottle adorned with a white and blue ribbon. Relieved that the custom request was completed in time, she gently asks if the subtle layering of the ribbons was noticed, explaining how the combination of blue and white creates an exceptionally special aesthetic. Reflecting on the image colors of the prince and herself, she mentions how choosing blue to match His Highness was a deliberate choice that perfectly symbolizes them both. The companion enthusiastically gushes over how absolute perfection the ribbon arrangement turned out to be, though Tseri modestly wonders if it openly declares her affection too strongly. As they admire the finished gift, her friend suggests embellishing the ribbon ends with lavish silver clasps, sapphires, and diamonds, but Tseri insists that the current delicate ribbon is already lovely and conveys her genuine feelings. Flustered by the overwhelming praise regarding how perfectly their image colors align, she hides her blushing face in modest embarrassment. Shortly after expressing her gratitude for the exquisite craftsmanship, she is informed that the remaining wrapping materials will be carefully finalized by the following day. Moments later, her brother Oswald drops by unexpectedly to check on the progress of the birthday bow he had given her. Examining the weapon, he is pleased to hear how comfortable and natural the bow feels in her hands, delighted that she is steadily improving every day. He humbly mentions his self-taught background and offers basic guidance. She warmly reassures him that his instruction is deeply appreciated. Stepping outside, they observe the great tree that has grown remarkably tall in record time, recognizing its miraculous flourishing as a direct gift from the goddess. Looking upon the flourishing flora, she quietly offers a prayer of profound gratitude for the divine blessing bestowed upon them. Calling the recent unveiling ceremony, her brother praises how divine she looked, while surrounding noble society buzzes over her incredible power and the high priest's sudden engagement proposal. Even on his day off, her devoted brother admits he couldn't sit still out of concern for her archery practice, leaving her touched by his endearing protectiveness. She stood near her brother and companions as they discussed safety precautions before heading out into the field. Companion quietly considered her reckless streak, admitting to himself that while he wished she wouldn't push herself too hard, he hesitated to interfere with her fierce dedication. Group exchanged light-hearted banter, eager to prevent any misunderstandings about their upcoming training plans. He agreed to carefully assess her progress right then to ensure her safety, knowing that if she improved too quickly, she might push her limits even further. Suddenly, the horse burst forward at a breakneck speed, causing her to cry out in surprise, while her brother cautioned her not to bite her tongue while riding. The path took them deep into the dense, dark woods where tall trees lined the quiet trail. Sensing an ominous atmosphere in the forest, she voiced her concern about what monsters might lurk nearby, though her brother reassured her that they were only there to gauge her skill, not to hunt beasts. Suggested using the forest trees as targets for archery, pointing out that having high motivation was a positive trait as long as they took things step by step. After practicing her shots until her posture visibly improved, her brother suggested wrapping up the training session for the day. Holding her lightweight bow, she eagerly expressed a desire to keep practicing, but he gently warned her that overconfidence could lead to mistakes. Noticing the fading light, he insisted they head back before nightfall, and she quietly agreed. Reached out and placed a gentle hand atop her head, offering a reassuring gesture after her hard work. The bright smile, she happily accepted his offer to practice together again in the future. The next morning, the physical toll of the intense training became clear as she lay stiffly in bed, nursing severe muscle soreness despite her proper music echoed through the grand ballroom as musicians pulled bow across string, filling the opulent hall with lively melodies while noble couples waltzed under glittering chandeliers. Amidst the swirling crowd, Tseri expressed her gratitude to Solatik for joining her for a third consecutive dance, to which he gently inquired if she was feeling fatigued. Reassured her with a charming smile, declaring that the evening was delightful simply because she was his partner, leaving her quietly touched yet self-deprecating. Observing her subtle reaction, Solatik mused privately on how surprisingly dense his beloved could be when it came to recognizing the true depth of his affections. Across the bustling reception hall, guests continued to socialize, their eyes frequently drifting toward the prominent couple standing at the center of attention. A group of young noblewomen approached to offer their formal birthday wishes, which Sari accepted with polite grace alongside Solatik. Behind raised fans, the ladies began casting subtle barbs, whispering among themselves about her demeanor and questioning the validity of her divine blessing. Pressed further with veiled provocation, suggesting that rumors of her mark were mere fabrications, unless she were willing to reveal it to the court. Other onlookers joined the chatter, mentioning accounts from her unveiling and pressing for details with persistent curiosity. Solatik smoothly stepped in, explaining to the crowd that her mark was a rare and fleeting blessing not intended for ordinary gaze, shielding her from further scrutiny. Recognizing their veiled hostility, Sari marveled internally at how openly these social rivals were willing to challenge her standing. She understood that with her position as Solatik's betrothed virtually secured, their petty malice stemmed from sheer envy and desperation. The calm yet firm composure, she reminded the detractors that High Priest Lucaria himself had witnessed her blessing, asking if they wished for her to forward their doubts to him. Threat of divine authority immediately silenced the crowd, while Solatik leaned in close to tease her about her sharp rebuttal before reaffirming his devoted choice. Drawing her protectively against his chest in front of the entire assembly, he boldly declared that she was his irreplaceable fiancée, and that he would permit no one to challenge her. Gently invited Sari to step away from the ball, leaving behind the thoroughly defeated noblewomen who had dared to challenge her. As they walked through the sunlit corridor, he reflected on how those ladies simply could not accept him due to his lack of a blessing, though he acknowledged that they truly adored him. Turning to her with undivided affection, he declared that regardless of anyone else, she remained his absolute number one. Sari found herself startled by the declaration, questioning why he was confessing so openly, to which he teased that he seemed perpetually lovesick only for her. Concerned that his words might have placed too much pressure on her regarding Lady Maria, he leaned in softly, but she quickly reassured him that was not the case. Changing the topic, Sari recalled his earlier mention of things he enjoyed and curiously inquired what he had meant. Explained that raising the royal great tree together with her was his chief happiness, though he certainly had other joys as well. Emphasized that guiding the kingdom and nurturing the tree was a destiny he could share with no one other than her. As they strolled together, Sari reflected on how he had always protected her and cared for her, wondering if his reliance on her truly signified her future role as queen. Feeling the warmth of his hand holding hers, she realized how comfortable it was to be by his side as he envisioned a shared future. She quietly admitted to herself that she felt unready for the immense responsibility of becoming queen. She began to wonder if such an ending might not be so bad after all. He expressed his sincere gratitude to her for continuing her queen training despite all the challenges. Sari offered a gentle smile in response, yet deep within her heart, a quiet doubt prevented her from feeling completely joyful. Noticing the chill in the air, he suggested they return to her room soon as he stood beside her. Offering her a birthday present, he wished her a happy birthday once again, asking if she would like to open it, to which she warmly agreed. He carefully opens the gift box to present its contents. Specialty honey from Cern Village, a fine hand cream, and an exquisite hair accessory. Expressing his genuine delight, he admits he thought he would have to wait until next month for that rare honey, while she feels immensely relieved that her gift brought him joy. Admiration fills her as she notices the ribbon matches his personal color scheme, touched by how perfectly suited it is. Seeing him immediately notice the thoughtful detail brings a shy blush to her face, realizing it was no mere coincidence. Promises to cherish the gift, expressing how happy it makes him to know she thinks of him so fondly. The conversation turns to recent events. He casually asks if she spoke with Lady Maria, to which she explains her brief visit to the small shrine. Apologizing for his demanding schedule, he notes that his recent report ended up taking the form of a letter rather than a proper visit, wishing they could have traveled together instead. He asks whether the tea party with Lady Maria proved unpleasant, but she reassures him that it served as good etiquette practice and allowed her to see Maria's progress. Reflecting on Maria's growing strength and devotion, she ponders whether he is truly being as considerate of her feelings as he appears. Her mind wrestles with conflicting thoughts about his open feelings regarding Maria versus his firm refusal of Sari's marriage proposal, even as he reminds her that she already explained her meeting with Lord Lucaria in her letter. She contemplates whether the encounter was awkward, silently deciding it is best not to dwell on such delicate matters. Calling Lucaria's guidance, she explains how his instruction helped her connect with a portion of the goddess's power, though a shadow of hesitation lingers in his eyes. Pauses abruptly, seizing upon the word instructing with sudden intensity and demanding clarification. Leaning closer, he brings up their previous investigation at the Grand Temple regarding the blessing mark, probing into the details of that sacred encounter. With grave concern, he warns her never to lower her guard around a man who once proposed to her, stressing how difficult it can be to refuse someone of elevated status. Gently offered an apology, admitting that because he had not been by her side, he shared in the blame. Sari bowed her head remorsefully, offering her own apologies and acknowledging that she had been careless, regardless of Lucaria's status as the High Priest. Pressing the matter no further, he asked only one promise. If she ever intended to visit the temple again, she must inform him beforehand without fail, Sari readily agreed as they gazed down at the thoughtful gifts arranged on the table. As night settled over the grand estate, Sari pondered the delicate situation in solitude. She realized that any strange rumors arising from her visit could bring unnecessary trouble upon Solatique, forcing her to carefully consider appropriate countermeasures. Contemplation was interrupted as a servant entered to deliver a newly arrived letter. Apologizing for disturbing her late in the evening, the servant handed over the correspondence sent from Lady Myria. Unfolding the stationery, Sari examined the message inside. It was an invitation to a tea party scheduled just 5 days away, a surprisingly sudden request that gave her pause. Deciding not to delay, Sari called out to Hisui asking for paper to draft an immediate reply to Lady Myria and instructing that the necessary preparations. Guests were warmly welcomed as they presented a specially prepared cake from their finest chef. Expressing sincere gratitude for the invitation, anxious thoughts raced quietly through her mind. Regretting not passing the gift directly to the shrine maiden to avoid any potential mishap, Leaf washed over as the gift was received thoughtfully, promising to have it sliced immediately for everyone to enjoy. Seeing them interact so naturally, a lingering anxiety remained over why such heavy concern weighed on her mind instead. Meanwhile, someone gazed quietly out the window, lost in deep contemplation of the surrounding afternoon view. Nearby, a fluffy creature reclined comfortably on a soft cushion, enjoying a moment of peaceful rest. Inviting the group to settle into the room, a large, beautiful floral centerpiece decorated the center table. Expressing excitement for tea together, attention was drawn to the unique potted plant with tightly closed buds. Explaining that her divine blessing had grown remarkably stronger, she offered an immediate demonstration of the harvest god's remarkable power. Chanting a solemn prayer to bestow life and nourishment through the water spirits, a sudden radiant light began to envelop her hands in the potted plant. A sudden brilliant burst, the dormant buds burst into full vibrant bloom, astonishing everyone in attendance. Witnessing plants bloom instantly left the onlookers in absolute awe, as divine blessings had rarely been seen applied in such a manner. Discussing the significance, it was noted that such power could be immensely useful, though it highlighted the household's lack of a legendary tree. Realizing the subtle intention behind the display, it became clear that her true aim was to appeal for a higher standing through her divine connection. She declared her intention to speak directly to the harvest god Frey, confident that the flower would respond, while Prince Solatique expressed lingering disbelief at how easily his previous remark had been dismissed. Clasping her hands in devout prayer, she asked everyone to watch closely as a magnificent full bloom burst forth from the bouquet. Surprised that the plant had responded, Prince Solatique pondered aloud whether his own divine power was even necessary, while she proudly pointed out how hard she had worked to achieve such results. Recalled how Tseri had once altered the color of the great tree's blossoms, only to feel brushed aside once again as the conversation moved past his observation. Gaze lowered solemnly as she admitted that she clearly remembered the breathtaking beauty of that moment, acknowledging that her own display fell far short by comparison. An uncomfortable silence settled over the room, prompting the men in the back to whisper among themselves about the strange, heavy atmosphere. Attempting to break the tension, the young maiden offered a polite apology for what she claimed was merely a slip of the tongue. Lady Tseri voiced her pleasant surprise at how skillfully the divine blessing was being handled, though those standing nearby could not help but notice the oppressive mood lingering in the air. She quietly confessed that despite her efforts to speak to the plants as instructed, controlling the power at will remained far beyond her reach. Reflecting on the restrictive etiquette training and lonely upbringing of someone raised so sheltered, Lady Tseri agreed, reaffirming how much dedicated effort had been spent. As tea and pastries were served, the onlookers marveled at the delicious spread, while Prince Solatique inwardly questioned the propriety of making such personal confessions right in front of a fiancé. The collective sigh of relief as the tense atmosphere finally eased. They declared that it was time to officially begin their gathering. As conversation flowed, Lady Myria expressed her desire to visit Saren village again once spring arrived, anticipating that many more travelers would flock to the area. Lady Sarashina responded with warm hospitality, offering to gladly guide her whenever the time came. However, Lady Sarashina gently cautioned that her recent schedule had been exceptionally busy. She requested that Lady Myria inform her of any plans well in advance, as an unscheduled visit might prevent her from offering a proper tour. She went on to explain her upcoming venture. Starting in the month of water, they would begin selling honey gathered directly from bees feeding on blooming flowers in Saren village. Lady Myria was astounded by the accomplishment, noting that most nobles could only admire products bearing a royal warrant. Yet Lady Sarashina was actually producing them herself, after His Majesty took such a liking to the honey. Companions praised Lady Sarashina's remarkable achievements, expressing deep gratitude for her efforts. Looking at her, Lady Myria could not help but feel a lingering sense of inadequacy, reflecting silently on how far she still had to go to match such competence. Deeply aware of her own perceived shortcomings, Lady Myria pondered how little she felt able to contribute to the royal family. Despite having received the blessing of a goddess, suddenly filled with resolve, Lady Myria leaned forward, passionately declaring her desperate desire to narrow the gap between them and prove her own worth. Driven by her outburst, she abruptly stood up from the tea table, startling everyone present as she prepared to demonstrate her intent. A wide, determined look in her eyes, Lady Maria announced her intention to offer a prayer right then and there. Advising her to reconsider, Lady Tsarashina urged her to refrain from using any more of her divine blessing power indoors. But Lady Maria countered that she simply wished to be acknowledged. The young companion noted how easily she backed down without opposition. Lady Maria remained firm, refusing to yield her position. Joining the caution, Lord Solatique pointed out that overusing divine blessing power drains immense stamina and makes control increasingly difficult, urging her not to overexert herself. Despite the collective warnings, Lady Maria pleaded earnestly, begging for the opportunity to prove that she too could be of meaningful use. Standing resolute between her companions, she reminded them all that she was, after all, one who had received the sacred blessing of the harvest god Frey, chanting a sacred prayer toward the winter-bound land outside the window, calling upon the harvest god Frey to bestow a divine blessing upon the frozen soil. She focused her remaining energy. Sarashina watched with deep concern, doubting whether the frail girl's body could withstand the strain of summoning spring in the open air. Unaware of the onlookers' growing anxiety, the young noblewoman recited each verse of the incantation, entreating water, fire, wind, and earth to lend her their supreme power. In response to her spoken words, a delicate green shoot miraculously broke through the hard, icy earth. Exultant at the sight of the newly sprouted leaf, she proudly celebrated her success, though the surrounding noblemen promptly advised her to rest before her strength failed entirely. Stumbling with exhaustion, she leaned against Sarashina to brag about her gift, oblivious to the fact that the plant outside was swelling into an unusually thick, writhing vine. Sarashina attempted to guide the dizzy girl away to recover. The guards and Lord Solatique immediately noticed the rapid, abnormal mutation taking place beyond the glass. Sensing imminent danger, Anton drew his steel blade and positioned himself in front of the prince, igniting confusion and panic from the exhausted caster. Chaos erupted as Lord Solatique ordered everyone to evacuate the room, while she desperately protested that a sacred blessing could never cause harm. Before anyone could retreat to safety, a monstrous tendril shattered the threshold and shot directly toward Sarashina. Heavy lethargy settled over Tseri as she slowly regained awareness on the floor. Spotting dark liquid spilled across the surface, she initially assumed it was spilled tea, but the acrid, vile stench rising from the mess immediately proved otherwise. Before she could process the situation, Hisui hurled himself forward, placing his own body between her and the sudden, deadly strike that shattered the air beside them. The onlookers gasped in sheer disbelief. The boy turned back toward her, his breath hitching as he struggled to speak her name through the shock. Stumbling back from the impact, he looked down in terror at his own hand, which was rapidly turning pitch black from the virulent corruption spreading through his skin. Overcome with sheer panic at the monstrous sight, Lady Maria fell backward, crying out in terror as the dark entity surged and reshaped itself before their eyes. Leaping into action, Prince Solatique drew his blade and severed the creeping tendrils in a swift strike, while Tseri desperately checked on the young boy. Surrounding guards scrambled to usher everyone to safety, insisting the boy receive immediate medical care despite his stubborn attempts to claim he was unharmed. Escape route was abruptly cut off as the blackened mass began to swell and writhe aggressively, expanding rapidly across the room to trap them inside. The dark growth coiling tightly around Hisui's arm, the panicked companions shouted for Maria to intervene, but she could only cower on the ground in total helplessness. Terrified by the reaching black vines, she shrieked for the unnatural threat to stay away from her. Taking a deep breath, Hisui placed his glowing palm directly onto the writhing shadow, chanting a sacred prayer to invoke the divine cleansing power of the harvest god Frey. Radiant light erupted from his hand, pacifying the corruption and transforming the violent tendrils into a harmless, gentle sprout of living flora. Relieved by the sudden calm, Tseri explained to the astonished onlookers that Hisui's divine blessing had successfully neutralized the dark curse. However, as they inspected his condition further, Prince Solatique noticed that the dark wound on the boy's chest remained dangerously inflamed. Realizing the severity of the lingering damage, Solatique immediately dispatched his men to summon both the royal physician and local doctors, instructing Tseri to apply pressure to the wound. Instructed Tseri to lay the injured boy down and apply firm pressure to his wound. As Tseri pressed down with trembling hands, offering her tearful apologies, Hisui softly tried to reassure her despite his agony. Weakly closing his eyes, Hisui offered a serene smile, asking them to look after Toy while he rested. Tseri cried out in protest, begging him to stay awake, while Solatique gently reassured the young boy that he could rest once the doctor arrived. Solatique quickly checked the boy's vitals, confirming to a panicked Tseri that Hisui had merely lost consciousness and was still breathing steadily. Glancing back at her, he kept his confidence silent, trusting in her hidden resilience. Firmly believing in her strength to overcome this terror, he stood up and resolved to find a doctor immediately without losing another second. Time ticked away. Tseri tried to offer soothing words, but Hisui's breathing grew increasingly shallow and ragged. Watching his frail form, she was crushed by a wave of intense remorse, feeling responsible for depending on him so heavily. Her mind descended into a spiral of self-reproach, agonizing over every choice she had made, from bringing him along to placing him in a role where he felt compelled to shield her with his life. Memories of his bright, steadfast gaze flooded her thoughts, making her wonder if he would have been safe had he never crossed paths with her or become her loyal attendant. Desperately pleading for his life, her silent prayers echoed in the darkness until a mysterious, unseen query challenged her resolve, asking why she would not alter fate itself if she was so dissatisfied. Confronted with a pivotal juncture of destiny, she harbored a vision of hope, expressing her profound gratitude as the chance to rewrite his tragic fate opened before her. As the young boy lay motionless, his pale face showed no signs of life amidst the silent aftermath. In that desperate moment, a quiet resolve took hold as the strange power began to manifest. Clasping her hands tightly, Lady Serena poured every ounce of her will into a single desperate wish, praying to alter reality itself and bring him back to a state before the fatal injury occurred. Miraculously, the pools of blood staining the floor dissolved into specks of light and completely vanished. As the terrible marks faded from existence, the boy softly opened his eyes, breathing once more. Relief washed over her as she saw the warm color returning to his cheeks, letting out a soft sigh of utter gratitude. Moments later, Lord Solitique burst into the room accompanied by a physician, offering a heartfelt prayer of thanks to the goddess before freezing in shock at the unbelievable sight before him. Staring at the boy in complete disbelief, he demanded to know what had just transpired while she looked back in stunned silence. His gaze fell upon the boy's clothes, where every trace of blood and tearing had mysteriously disappeared without leaving behind even a single stain. Pondered the impossibility of the situation, knowing full well that no potion or known healing blessing in the royal capital possessed the power to erase all physical evidence of such massive blood loss. Sensing the growing complication, he suggested relocating to another room to speak in private, leaving the rest of the household bewildered as they confirmed that the boy had somehow made a complete recovery. Outside the chamber, the doctors and guards were abruptly dismissed by the prince, left thoroughly confused as to why their urgent medical intervention was suddenly deemed unnecessary. Examining the patient shortly after, the medical examiners exchanged bewildered glances, unable to find a single scratch or wound on his body. He marveled at his pristine health, noting that despite reports of severe trauma, his complexion was perfect and he appeared to simply be resting in a peaceful slumber, requiring no medical treatment whatsoever. Meanwhile, in a quiet adjacent sitting room, Lady Maria sat in a dazed trance, entirely oblivious to the secret nature of the events unfolding around them. Insisting on strict confidentiality to protect everyone involved, Lord Solitique secured her promise of secrecy before Lady Serena frankly admitted that it was her own miraculous blessing that had rewound time and healed the boy. She admitted that given the circumstance, it all made sense, though when asked if she had discovered which god's blessing she possessed, she confessed she still didn't even know its name, only that her power had the terrifying ability to alter a person's fate. As he leaned forward to ask how she was capable of changing fate, she began to lay out the mechanics of her miraculous power. She explained that she was presented with a choice between two outcomes. In this instance, a fate where Hisui was struck and died, or one where he narrowly avoided the attack. He observed that without having witnessed the miracle firsthand, anyone would have simply assumed the boy had dodged the blow entirely. He inquired if the same phenomenon occurred when Maria caused the black flowers to bloom. She quietly confirmed it. He noted that a power capable of instantaneously mending fatal wounds was something anyone would crave, prompting her to softly apologize for keeping it hidden until now. Reassuring her, the prince expressed his gratitude for her honesty, emphasizing that a power so tremendous was rightfully meant to be kept secret and that her caution had been entirely justified. The situation settled, the physicians were thanked as arrangements were made to call a carriage back to the estate, while Maria stood nearby carrying a heavy weight of guilt for the debt she now owed to the injured boy. Bowing deeply, Maria offered a sincere apology, admitting that she had ignored every warning and acted purely out of selfishness, placing everyone in grave danger. He acknowledged that although Hisui had suffered terrible injuries, he had ultimately survived, though a lingering doubt still shadowed her words. Turning directly to Lady Serena, Maria firmly stated that this reckless incident had crossed the line. He confronted her sternly, pointing out that her actions had nearly cost a person their life, leaving the noblewoman to quietly accept the blame. Reminding her that Hisui had not yet regained consciousness, Maria requested that a proper apology be given directly to the boy once he awoke, to which an earnest promise was immediately made. Outside, rain began to patter softly against the earth, dripping gently onto the tender green shoots in the quiet garden. Tiring to solitude, she reflected in silence, realizing that she had been completely unable to suppress her turbulent emotions. She knew that demanding an apology did not mean Hisui was obligated to grant forgiveness, deciding that she would have to explain to him that what transpired could never be brushed off as a mere mistake. Gazing at the sleeping boy, she shuddered at the sobering reality that without the miraculous blessing, Hisui would no longer be alive. He leaned close over the sleeping boy, remembering the physician's assurance that he was merely resting. Yet, as she stared at his quiet, pale face, her composure cracked. Exasperated and trembling with concern, tears welled in her eyes as she burst out pleading with Hisui to wake up already because she was terrified for him. Sitting on a low stool at his bedside, her voice echoed through the quiet room as she cried out for him to awake. As consciousness slowly returns, the unbearable pain begins to recede into a dull ache, leaving behind a heavy, overwhelming drowsiness. Drifting between sleep and awareness, thoughts linger on the need to request time off until a physician arrives, wondering quietly if the young lady will look after things in the meantime. Overwhelmed with distress, the young noblewoman fights tears, agonizing over whether she failed to protect him and urgently planning to fetch medical help while explaining his injuries. Opening his eye just a sliver, he contemplates her tearful expression, wondering precisely where she might have been hurt. Sitting up abruptly in bed, he blurted out his concern, demanding to know where she was injured. He turns in startled surprise at his sudden movement while he gazes back attentively, causing her expression to soften into a gentle, quiet smile. Overcome with relief, she forcefully grabs his shoulders and shakes him repeatedly, crying out her gratitude to the heavens while he groans that she had already asked him that moments ago. Wincing under her overly enthusiastic grip, he cries out in pain, begging her to take it easy on his sore body. Checking to ensure she is unharmed, he gently inspects her, slowly realizing the full weight of what had transpired. He realizes with profound relief that her divine power successfully altered his fate. While he pieced together the truth and asked if she had been the one to save him, questions if his collapse meant he failed as a butler, but she quickly dismisses his doubts, reassuring him that his actions kept her safe before offering him her sincere thanks. She sternly lectures him against doing anything so reckless again, revealing he had been unconscious for 3 whole days, prompting a sheepish apology from him. Looking directly at her, he counters with a firm condition of his own, asking her to promise not to do anything reckless either. He stammers that as long as he refrains from danger, she will do the same, awkwardly trying to change the subject, which leads him to question if this casual demeanor is her true self. He beams at her with a bright, warm smile. She panics internally, realizing she had let her guard down and allowed her unrefined personality to slip through. He tried desperately to laugh off her slip of the tongue, urging the boy to pretend nothing had happened. However, Hisui remained unfooled, pointing out that her forced act had always felt unnatural to him, leaving her sighing in utter defeat. Accepting her exposure, the young noblewoman conceded that her efforts to portray a delicate lady had been in vain, though Hisui bluntly reminded her that delicate ladies rarely engage in heavy farm work to begin with. Seeing her embarrassment, Hisui warmly reassured her that he preferred her genuine personality over any awkward performance, prompting her to gratefully promise that she would be herself around him from then on. Curiously, Hisui asked why she had felt such a strong need to act so refined, to which she explained that without a divine blessing, she had hoped to avoid causing any additional burden for her family. He further admitted that playing the role of a quiet and humble young lady had simply been a survival tactic, ensuring that fewer troublesome situations would come her way in noble society. She explained how staying silent led people to ignore her. Hisui listened attentively, recognizing the immense hardship she must have endured while trying to protect herself. Taking off the painful memories, she offered a bright smile and expressed how relieved she felt to have Hisui the villagers and her loyal pet Toy by her side now. Gentle as she stroked Toy, she admitted how exhausting it had been to constantly hide her true nature, while Hisui felt a sense of relief and clarity seeing her finally speak from the heart. Suddenly shifting her mood, she demanded that Hisui reveal his own secrets as well, since her true self was now fully exposed, even as she secretly panicked over having blown her own cover. Evading the awkward pressure, Hisui groaned and began stretching his stiff body from days of rest, leaving the young lady flustered as he steered the conversation away from himself. Revealing the secret behind his perception, Hisui explained that the device he received belonged to Heimdall, the god of guidance. Because of Heimdall's influence, he possessed the rare ability to sense or see the optimal paths forward, which was precisely how he guided Lady Maria's plants back to their original growth. Clarified that it functioned largely as an intuitive feeling, warning him if a choice would lead to harm or guiding him toward a favorable outcome. Understanding his ability, Sari realized that this unique sight allowed him to recognize the blessing mark over her left eye, as his power perceived the paths of gods and spirits. He added that the intuition acted as a guidepost, leading him directly toward important encounters, such as the moment he felt compelled to find Toy. Marveling at how convenient it was to locate divine beasts through such insight, Sari listened as he recalled walking toward the exact location where Toy had been waiting. Recognizing the limits of her current knowledge, Sari noted that to uncover deeper truths, they would need access to more detailed books, perhaps at a grand temple or a major library. In response, Hisui offered to accompany her to the royal castle's library, assuring her that his presence would ease any restrictions. Grateful for his help, Sari gladly accepted. His own secrets laid bare, Hisui playfully pressed her to share what she was hiding in return, catching her completely off guard. Eternal panic seized her, knowing it was impossible to explain concepts like game scenarios or system mechanics without sounding entirely absurd. Noticing her distress, Hisui quietly reflected that while she might easily accept wishful thinking, he had no intention of forcing her into uncomfortable confessions. Gently softening his tone, he reassured her that she never had to force herself to speak if it was too painful, promising that he would always stand by her side no matter what. Strikingly moved by his words, Sari contemplated whether his dedication meant he placed her above even the kingdom or the gods themselves. He reflected on how leaders like High Priest Lucaria was bound to the temple and Prince Solatique to the realm, both bound by duties they must prioritize during times of crisis. Reaffirming her deep faith in him, Sari asked Hisui to continue watching over her in the days ahead, a promise he warmly and readily accepted. Lay in bed surrounded by affectionate companions, relishing the soft, fluffy fur of his spirit friend while being gently reminded not to cause any trouble for Lady Sari. His warm, restorative medicine was carefully prepared and administered. He focused on resting his weary body. Reassuring the anxious creature beside him, the boy offered a gentle smile, confirming that the pain had completely faded away. Sitting up in the quiet bedroom, he quietly repeated that he truly felt no lingering pain from his ordeal. Outside the estate, sunlight illuminated the lush garden archway, bathing the grounds in peaceful tranquility. Reflecting back on the recent battle, he humbly mused that seasoned knights like Sir Wilfrid or Sir Orgrin would never have made such reckless mistakes. While discussing the armored guard's tactical movements, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind, interrupting his thoughts. Prince Solatique stood before him, explaining that he had visited to inquire about a recent matter, having heard from Sari that the boy had finally awakened. Calling the moment he had knocked Lady Sari down to save her, the young boy braced himself, fully expecting to be reprimanded for his rash action. He attempted to apologize for his disrespectful conduct. Solatique cut him off in surprise, clarifying that he had come not to scold, but to express deep gratitude for saving Sari at the shrine. Presenting a bountiful basket of fresh fruit as a get-well gift, The prince brushed off the boy's persistent self-deprecation regarding his injuries. Lowering his head, the young attendant felt entirely unworthy of receiving such generous kindness from royalty. Politique reassured him that regardless of his injuries, Sari's safety had been preserved solely because of his swift, decisive actions. Looking into the boy's startled eyes, the prince commended his courage, emphasizing that risking one's life to protect a master went far beyond mere duty or formal training. Overwhelmed with emotion, the boy accepted the gift with tear-filled eyes, deeply moved by the prince's heartfelt praise and recognition. As he listened, a gentle smile graced Lady Sari's face as she watched from the window, while inside, high praise and sincere gratitude were extended to the estate's splendid butler. As a new day began, Sari cheerfully asked Hisui if he would like to go shopping with her, catching the boy completely off guard as he looked up from his work. Surveying the spacious room, she expressed her desire to decorate the interior with cozy, relaxing furnishings that would make the space feel more like home. He envisioned ordering an enormous custom cushion, something even larger than Toy's bed, while Hisui questioned if she meant a bed big enough for a dog, picturing the huge, fluffy pet lounging comfortably. With an ecstatic smile, she declared she wanted the kind of luxurious cushion that rendered anyone lying on it utterly useless, leaving Hisui baffled by her strange ambition as he watched her imagine sinking into its soft plushness. Determined to fully commit to her role, Sari poured all her effort into acting proper, while Odette gladly agreed to prepare the carriage for their outing, and Hisui was instructed to dress in casual clothes as well. As Odette carefully brushed Tetsu's hair into a lovely neat style, the young lady sat contented, ready for the upcoming venture into the city. Stepping outside into the crisp air, Odette noted that although the snow had stopped, it remained chilly outside, while Sari quietly acknowledged the cold atmosphere as they moved toward the carriage. Hoping to disguise herself so she could act naturally without being recognized, Sari donned a pair of glasses, though Hisui simply stared at her in deadpan disbelief, questioning if that really counted as a disguise. Hisui Blunt pointed out that no matter how one looked at it, she was unmistakably Lady Sari, completely unfazed by her attempt at incognito attire. Calling past events, Sari remembered when she had bought loungewear as a thank you gift for Sari in the past, managing to navigate the awkward interaction despite the absurdity. Browsing through the rack of garments inside the shop, Hisui wondered if the clothes belonged to Odette, only for Sari to clarify that they were actually intended for herself. Observing her happily browsing loose lounge clothes instead of formal dresses, Hisui expressed relief at seeing her enjoy herself, though he found himself caught in the middle when Sari and Odette asked for his opinion on which outfit suited her best. Hisui complimented how Lady Sari looked great in anything. She flusteredly deflected the praise before moving on to inspect a pair of trousers on display. The idea of a noble lady wearing pants astonished Hisui, while Sari rationalized that casual, comfortable trousers were far better for lounging around the room when Odette entered, leaving the shopkeeper in utter shock at the aristocratic scandal. Encouraged by how fashionable loungewear had become, Sari enthusiastically decided to buy matching sets so both she and Odette could relax together, marveling at just how dedicated she was to the art of lounging. Feeling a sudden wave of hunger, she happily announced that she knew the perfect spot to eat and handed off her packages to her companions. Guiding them through the busy streets, she led the small group straight toward a bustling, open-air food stall. She effortlessly ordered 2 skewers from the vendor, leaving Hisui astonished. Despite her aristocratic status, she handled street vendors with complete ease instead of sticking to high-end dining. Taking a blissful bite of the hot street food, she beamed with excitement, having longed to taste it for so long, while Hisui watched in fascination at her childlike joy. Hisui found himself wondering if she had secretly grown up as a commoner given her familiar knowledge, though he quickly chided himself for such disrespectful thoughts just as she noticed his intense stare. He blurted out his query about her origins. She promptly set the record straight, affirming her noble upbringing before enthusiastically rallying them toward their primary shopping target, a legendary relaxing cushion. Before moving on to the next shop, however, she paused and reached into her bags to present a special gift she had prepared specifically for him. Unwrapping a cozy knitted scarf, she kindly offered it to Hisui, noting that while warmer days were ahead, she hoped he would enjoy wearing it. Overwhelmed by her unexpected kindness, the young boy apologized for not noticing her thoughtful gesture earlier and thanked her profusely. Wrapping the soft fabric around his neck, he offered a brilliant, heartfelt smile, promising from the bottom of his heart that he would treasure it always. As they walked away, Hisui quietly vowed never to forget this day, silently wishing that his warm, peaceful life alongside Lady Sari could continue forever. A few days later, the long-awaited cushion was delivered to the manor, driving her into a state of sheer euphoria as she tested its unmatched comfort. Unable to contain her enthusiasm, she grabbed Hisui by the arm and yanked him down directly onto the massive soft cushion beside her. Sinking into the incredibly plush material, Hisui was forced to admit that the extraordinary pillow was every bit as amazing as she had claimed. Flustered by how closely she was leaning into him, Hisui stammered out a protest, but she brushed his worries aside, pointing out that they were completely alone in the room. He wondered if he disliked the soft cushion, but he quickly assured her that he found it wonderful. Excited by his response, she immediately suggested getting matching ones for him and Odette as well. He agreed that keeping such luxury entirely to herself would be a shame, noting that keeping it locked away in her quarters would prevent others from relaxing. The young servant mused about needing one for Toy as well. She suddenly envisioned her mansion completely overrun with rejected, oversized cushions and panicked at the thought. Disappointed that Toy was missing out on the comfort, she slouched in frustration until learning he was fast asleep in the living room, prompting her bright idea to place a cushion right in the common area. Both agreed it was a stroke of genius, while the plump cat remained blissfully asleep nearby, oblivious to their plans. Outside the grand manor, Anton paused in the garden, his gaze dropping toward something unusual growing near the estate grounds. Growing quietly in the dirt was a strange plant, its leaves turned entirely pitch black. Lady Serena looked on with wide, glistening eyes as a magnificent display was unveiled before her. Before her stood a massive, beautifully crafted ice sculpture depicting Toy, leaving her momentarily speechless until she recognized the familiar form. Lord Solitique explained that while he had initially considered a birthday cake, he felt cutting into a sculpture of Toy would be too cruel, a sentiment Serena readily agreed with despite her desire to see such a creation. Admitting his desire to see her happy, he promised to bring Toy along on their next occasion, pleased by how fond she was of the creature. Gently reminded her that it was her special day, which was why he went through such lengths to prepare the perfect ice sculpture. With an affectionate smile, he confessed that seeing her happy would make him the happiest man in the world, a statement that overwhelmed her with joyful emotion. Flushed with happiness, she warmly expressed her gratitude, to which he softly replied that her presence made this the best year of his life. Meanwhile, the surrounding onlookers overheard every romantic word, left utterly defeated by his overwhelming charm and earnest devotion. Elsewhere at the chapel, a child excitedly approached Lady Maria to present a thoughtful gift. The young companion offered a red zinnia that had just bloomed that morning from a hand-grown seed, wishing her a happy belated birthday as Maria gratefully accepted the beautiful bloom. Outside, rain fell softly against the courtyard, casting a quiet ambiance over the chapel grounds. Lady Maria paused, her expression turning serious as a sudden distraction weighed upon her mind. Near the entrance, two young attendants whispered to each other, noticing that she was preparing to take her leave. Hesitating by the corner, one quietly urged the other to hand over their gift before the noblewoman departed. They stood together near the window, carefully holding their potted plant while contemplating how best to approach her. She gazed down at the vibrant red zinnia in her hands, her expression heavy with resolve as she realized she could not bring herself to offer it to him. Meanwhile, word of recent events in town continued to circulate, as recollections surfaced of the young lad spotted carrying heavy luggage and assisting a mysterious lady in public. In truth, the young noblewoman had gone to absurd lengths to disguise herself behind round spectacles, desperately praying her cover would not be blown. Back within the quiet sanctuary of the Grand Manor, the senior butler gently admonished the youth for his reckless bravery. The young attendant offered a sheepish smile, attempting to brush off the incident by claiming he had simply lost his footing while shielding his master. The elderly manservant voiced his regret that the boy had been unconscious when his lady rushed to his side, emphasizing just how profoundly worried everyone had been. Turning with a somber gaze, the veteran butler reflected on how fragile youth could be, praising the boy's devotion while warning of the tragedy that follows a life cut short. Softened the heavy atmosphere with a light chuckle, gently reminding the boy that he was a domestic manservant rather than a sworn knight. Undeterred, the youth turned the question back onto his mentor, asking if he would not make the exact same sacrifice without hesitation for his own master. The gentle smile, the boy added that instinct takes over in moments of crisis, reminding the old man that his loss would bring just as much sorrow to those around him. Acknowledging the truth in his words, the elder butler quietly proposed a mutual pact that neither of them would act recklessly or bring grief to the household. Examining a strange stalk growing near the mansion, the estate workers noted with concern how significantly the mysterious plant had expanded over the course of just a single week. He reasoned that someone within the household must have planted it, given that it appeared far too intentional to be a mere weed. Continuing their discussion along the sunlit arcade, the staff pondered who among the family could have introduced such an unusual specimen without consulting the gardener. Outside in the manicured gardens, Lady Tseri walked thoughtfully down a stone path lined with blooming flowers. Meanwhile, word arrived that Anna had fallen ill with a sudden cold. Though Tseri wished to visit her, she was advised to keep her distance to avoid catching the sickness. To assist with the household duties during Anna's absence, Tseri and her companion agreed to summon Odette, who had previously trained as a maid at the estate. A few days later, however, Odette herself ended up bedridden, lamenting how her attempt to hide her own ailments had failed completely. News quickly spread that Odette was not the only servant to fall sick. Nearly half of the mansion's staff had come down with the exact same condition, raising deep concerns over whether a simple seasonal change could truly cause such a widespread outbreak. Despite the high rate of affliction among the servants, Tseri noted that she remained perfectly fine, prompting them to investigate the mansion for the root cause. Joined by Toy in his animal form, the group began searching the estate halls, pausing as the creature seemed to pick up a distinct scent. Lord Beisel and Mr. Hanley reported that food contamination was ruled out, as everyone had consumed the same meals without any irregularities in the ingredients or preparation. Considering the possibility of a viral illness, they confirmed that no similar outbreak had been reported in the surrounding town. Their initial inquiries leading to a dead end, Toy suddenly barked and began trotting down the corridor. Realizing that Toy had discovered a clue, the group immediately decided to follow the creature's lead. She paused to catch her breath as her companion gently inquired if she was too exhausted to run, prompting her to admit that sprinting through the mansion grounds would hardly be fitting decorum for a noblewoman. Sudden low bark from Toy interrupted their conversation, drawing everyone's attention toward the unexpected sight the creature had uncovered. Standing before them was a dark, mysterious sapling, prompting the group to wonder who could have planted such an unnatural black tree in this quiet corner of the estate. Staring intently at the strange dark foliage, Hisui felt an unsettling wave of familiarity, convinced he had encountered something remarkably similar somewhere before. While Hisui clarified that though it was not identical, its eerie aura felt completely the same, Anton approached them carrying a spade, arriving right as they needed extra eyes on the discovery. And asked when the black sapling had been planted, Anton admitted he had simply assumed someone else had placed it there, prompting Sari to express regret over not noticing it sooner due to her frequent trips away from the estate. Anton then recalled that several months ago, unusual black petals had been found scattered across the grounds, speculating that perhaps one of those very petals had carried the seed that rooted here. Mention of black petals immediately evoked memories of the great associated with Lady Maria, with Hisui remembering how those ominous petals had suddenly vanished without a trace back then. Sensing a danger in its presence, Hisui urgently proposed uprooting the plant immediately, suspecting it might be connected to the sudden sickness spreading among the staff, though Anton hesitated to believe a tiny tree could cause such widespread harm. Though Anton noted that the great tree was known to grant blessings, Hisui remained steadfast, asserting that this sapling radiated a corrupt, impure power that could not be trusted. As Anton offered to fetch additional help to dig it up, Hisui assessed the small size of the plant and believed he could easily pull it out with his own hands. Reassuring Sari that it would take no effort at all, Hisui reached down, got a firm grip on the slender trunk and began to pull. Despite straining with every ounce of his strength, the mysterious black sapling remained unyielding, refusing to budge even a fraction of an inch from the soil. In the garden, the workers decide to cut back the mysterious plant before attempting to dig it up from the roots. Everyone's absolute shock, the axe blade bounces off without leaving so much as a scratch on the black stem. Determined not to give up, the men declare they will dig it out directly, while Sari pleads for their success. Shovels forcefully into the earth right beside the stubborn root. Despite digging all around the perimeter, a sharp metallic ringing echoes, leading them to wonder if there is an impenetrable rock hidden underneath. Workers ultimately throw up their hands in defeat, informing her that it is completely impossible to uproot the mysterious sapling. Left standing alone before the indestructible plant, she stares in utter bewilderment, questioning what in the world this strange black tree could possibly be. Retreating to the Grand Library, Sari buries her face in a stack of heavy volumes, frustrated by her careless research habits as Giselle sits quietly nearby. He complains that despite searching continuously since yesterday, not a single tome makes mention of a black tree, while Giselle tries to keep her focused on sorting through the pile. Giselle points out that if the information isn't in the estate's archives, their only remaining options are the temple or royal castle records, though Tesseri despises the mountain of paperwork that would entail. The next morning, sunlight bathes the grand estate, signaling a fresh start to their investigation. Sari continues sifting through text after text, carefully distinguishing between works of fiction and scholarly theories. He ponders whether fairy tales could actually be rooted in historical reality, recalling old stories like the Pied Piper of Hamelin that were based on true events. Giselle looks up in surprise when Sari suddenly catches his attention, prompting him to ask what she found. He recalls a passage from another book stating that whenever an evil ruler takes power, a great tree will turn pitch black. She sat quietly as her companion pondered whether fairy tales could truly be treated as reliable history, while the young prince gently pointed out that such fables were usually created merely to entertain children. Unshaken, she argued that legends and stories were only handed down through generations because an actual historical event had sparked them in the first place. He elaborated that stories written within the same era frequently shared underlying themes or social issues, rewritten so that even children could grasp them, leading her companion to realize that real history might indeed be buried within the folklore. As they reviewed records of strange occurrences surrounding the great trees across various regions, her companion conceded that these recurring incidents could not be dismissed as simple fantasy. Considering cross-referencing author names and publication dates, a grim realization settled over her as she contemplated the horrific possibility that their world might truly be facing an impending disaster. Diving deep into the archives, the group discovered two separate texts written by the same author, both ominous in their warning that when people lose faith in the great tree, divine wrath brings total calamity. Realizing the public texts offered vague clues at best, they agreed that their next step must be searching through restricted archives for definitive answers. Though obtaining official permission to access the restricted section would take a day, she remained eager to unravel the mystery as swiftly as possible. Suddenly, footsteps echoed through the library, startling her as Lord Solitique unexpectedly walked through the rows of bookshelves, greeted them warmly, explaining he had come after being informed of their whereabouts, while her companion politely thanked the hardworking prince for visiting, reassuring them that seeing her restored his energy after a long day of duties. His radiant presence instantly lifted her spirits and relieved her fatigue. He inquired about the nature of their research. She hesitated, reluctant to burden an already overworked nobleman with their troubling discovery. Before she could intervene, her companion blurted out the truth, explaining that they were searching for answers regarding a suspicious tree causing widespread illness. Sudden confession left both her and the prince wide-eyed with shock. Defending the decision, her young companion insisted that since the situation could easily escalate into a matter of national security, involving the prince immediately was the only sensible choice. As his bold declaration hangs in the air, Lady Tseri panics, flustered and sweating as she stammers that nothing has been officially confirmed yet, only to be interrupted as her name is called. In response, Lord Solitique demands to know why she would hide such a serious matter from him. As Sari struggles to formulate an excuse, the young boy smoothly intervenes, explaining that she simply wished to spare His Highness given his demanding official duties. A reply that leaves Sari inwardly screaming in exasperation at his blunt disclosure. Standing beside her companion, the young noblewoman listened intently as Hisui reassured them that the right decision had been made, while Solitique softly affirmed her wisdom, dependability, and suitability to govern the nation together. He expressed her gratitude for his concern but gently insisted on bearing the responsibility as his fiancé, urging him to share every detail of the situation with her. Meanwhile, back at the estate, Anna lay bedridden and miserable, complaining to Marie that no position brought relief, while Marie quietly instructed her to rest without pushing herself through unnecessary exercises. Marie offered her a hot bowl of soup, remarking on how surprising it was for Anna to catch a cold, though Anna defensively claimed she hadn't meant her earlier words in a bad way. Reflecting on her disciplined lifestyle, Anna wondered how illness could have overcome her when she always prioritized full nights of sleep and consistently turned down late invitations. Marie urged her to eat well and rest quietly to recover. Anna contemplated whether the universe was simply forcing her to take a much-needed break from her usual tireless routine. Drinking her soup, Anna noted with concern that Odette also looked terribly ill. Realizing that with so many servants falling sick, the manor was suddenly operating with barely any staff. In another room, groans of distress echoed as the afflicted gardenser suffered in bed, whimpering about a mysterious tree while crying out in pain. Marie explained that because the ailment might be contagious, the staff were ordered to remain isolated at the manor, pointing out how the sick gardeners kept feverishly repeating phrases about a tree. Realizing the risk of exposure, Anna suddenly panicked and tried to shoo Marie away to protect her from catching the mysterious illness. As Marie stood calmly before her with unwavering kindness, Anna marveled in awe, inwardly wondering if Marie was truly a saint sent to care for them. Marie then casually warned her to avoid the cold, shaded backyard, mentioning rumors that venturing near it only caused a patient's condition to worsen dramatically. Back in the archives, Lady Tsarina searched through the restricted texts, quietly marveling at the endless trouble Maria seemed intent on causing before ever feeling satisfied. Zui paused for a moment near the high shelves, calling out to her to wait as he reached up to retrieve a specific volume. Opening the ancient book together, they examined an illustration depicting a dark, solitary tree, identifying it as the legendary unblooming great tree described in the Forbidden Records. He listened intently as the alarming truth of their situation was laid bare. This mysterious anomaly possessed properties opposite to those of a normal sacred tree, threatening to destabilize the territory's weather and unleash devastating disasters unless a solution could be found. Solitique admitted that during his prior research into her blessing, he had read every available text on sacred trees, yet this elusive, unblooming great tree appeared only on that single page without any recorded method to counteract its curse. Realizing that no such event had ever occurred in her memories of the original game's storyline, she pondered her limited options and reasoned that a journey to the Grand Temple might yield answers. The prospect of dealing with the eccentric high priest brought on an immediate headache. She knew time was running out and hoped to uncover the truth behind her own blessing as well. Solitique explained that altering his official schedule to accompany her would take time. Serena firmly declared that she would make the trip alone to resolve all their pressing issues at once. Solitique expressed his deep regret that formal protocol prevented him from escorting her as her fiancée, but Serena gently reassured him that his support and feelings were already more than sufficient. Urging her to seek his help immediately should trouble arise, Solitique privately worried about how and when to inform Lady Maria, fearing her volatile emotional state might cause further complications. The assurances that proper escort would be arranged for her safety, Hisui and the rest of the group shared a quiet moment of camaraderie and mutual concern. Considering Maria's current state of despair and seclusion, Serena concluded it was best to keep her uninformed about the crisis for the time being. Meanwhile, deep within the darkened hallways of the estate, dark leaves fluttered through the air as another victim succumbed to the eerie, spreading affliction. Deep within the silent corridors rested a potted plant known as the unblooming great tree, standing motionless as the 49th chapter began. Nearby, the young boy gently explained to his companion that Lady Maria remained shut away in complete isolation, suggesting there was no longer any need to inform her of recent events. Under the quiet glow of the night sky, she turned toward him, speaking his name softly in the cool air. He reminded him that he had every right to feel anger for what Maria had subjected him to, but he merely acknowledged a faint lingering resentment with a humble smile. He admitted that he barely remembered the harm done to him, though she felt the crushing guilt that her own involvement had prevented Maria from receiving proper public justice. Placing a hand over his chest with genuine gratitude, the boy emphasized that he was simply thankful to be alive because of her intervention, leaving her lost in quiet thought. Still troubled, she pondered aloud whether Maria herself was not enduring a heavy form of torment in her seclusion. Someone as straightforward as Maria, being ignored and unpunished by society, was perhaps the harshest penalty imaginable, leaving her alone in the dark. Reflecting on his upbringing in the slums, he pointed out that commoners like him were used to such harsh realities, deeply touched that a noble would worry so much on his behalf. She considered the stark divide between noble sensibilities and commoner endurance, asking herself if her outrage was somehow out of place. Internally, she refused to accept that social standing meant quietly submitting to injustice and unfair treatment. Overflowing with emotion, she passionately vowed that if he refused to voice his anger or grief, she would express it and complain on his behalf whenever he needed to talk. Dramatic declaration made him chuckle, remarking lightheartedly on how unique she was while she puffed out her cheeks in mild annoyance. Looking at her warm expression, he recalled how nobles usually performed acts of charity merely for publicity, realizing how truly extraordinary her selfless heart was. In his heart, he realized that she made him feel recognized as a human being of real worth, silently resolving that he would gladly give his life to protect her. As he listened quietly to the ongoing investigation, the men discussed how the root cause of the recent mysterious illness remained entirely unknown, extending even to Tseri. Their discussion was suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door, signaling an unexpected late-night visitor. Serena and Prince Solatik stepped inside, urgently seeking counsel regarding the strange phenomena plaguing the estate. Meanwhile, in the servants' quarters, a maid tended to a sickbed, noting how Marie seemed perfectly healthy because she rarely ventured into the backyard. Bedridden patient concurred, recalling rumors that one's condition drastically worsens upon going near that specific area. He went on to explain the prevailing theory. A single black flower petal discarded long ago was believed to have grown into a cursed black tree. Overhearing these revelations, Anna's heart sank as she realized the tree harbored an unnatural force, questioning who could have discarded such a dangerous thing. Traumatized by the truth, she sat up in horror, realizing that Lady Serena was not at fault and had been unfairly maligned by the surrounding rumors. Memories flashed back to earlier warnings about avoiding the backyard altogether due to the dark flower petals. Staring out into the night, she refused to believe that something granting the blessing of the great tree could be so sinister. Driven by desperation, her physical strength began to fail her as her body felt increasingly heavy and painful with every step. Approaching the cursed grounds, her willpower slowly drained away, drawn toward the menacing silhouette of the distant tree. Standing before the small, dark sapling, she felt a terrible sensation, as though her very desire to live was being forcibly drained. Lapsing to her knees before the sapling, she gasped for answers, questioning how a simple petal could transform into such a malevolent force. Witnessing her sudden collapse, Serena and Solatik rushed forward in deep concern, calling out to ask if she was all right. She bowed her head in guilt, explaining that she had heard rumors of people growing unwell upon visiting the garden, yet Lady Serena gently insisted there was no need for any apology. Confessing her mistake, the maid admitted to throwing away the dark flower petal in that very spot, describing how standing near the resulting tree gradually drained her spirit until Serena urged them to leave. She voiced her confusion over why she had discarded the petal there. Serena offered a heartfelt apology and insisted on escorting her back to her room. Once settled inside the quiet bedchamber, Serena sat beside her maid and acknowledged that her concerns had been entirely justified. Reflecting on the situation, the noblewoman took the blame upon herself, remembering that she was the one who had brought the cursed petal home in the first place. She pondered whether throwing it away had changed anything, realizing that the tree's unnatural vitality prevented them from simply cutting or digging it up. Even burning the petal might not have stopped its growth. Having it sprout within reach at least allowed them a chance to monitor and address the threat. Reaching out to comfort her, Serena gently took her hand and invited her to travel together to the Harmel estate the following day. She explained that a change of scenery might restore her health, sharing that her father planned to leave only a skeleton crew while granting leave to the rest of the staff. The maid voiced guilt over the household's disruption. Serena reassured her that all servants would continue receiving wages and those in need could stay at Harmel. Promising that assistance would be requested from the Grand Temple to resolve the curse, Serena offered a warm smile and urged her maid to brighten her countenance. Soft, relieved smile touched the maid's face as she quietly agreed to accompany her lady. Morning arrived, Serena asked her father if he would be joining them at Harmel, but he firmly refused to abandon the estate. Gesturing toward himself and the butler, he assured her that those remaining in good health were entirely unaffected by the mysterious ailment. Watching her father ponder the matter, Serena wondered internally whether varying divine blessings determined who remained immune to the tree's influence. She listens quietly as her father ponders the gravity of the situation, acknowledging that if the strange tree truly shares the properties of the great tree, her insights have been invaluable. Turned to his trusted butler, the nobleman requests that Hanley investigate further from that specific angle, a task the loyal servant readily accepts. Asked about her departure for the Grand Temple, the young lady explains that a letter has already been dispatched to High Priest Lucaria Earthgalds, and she will set off as soon as a reply arrives. In the meantime, she intends to oversee the village's affairs before returning to the royal capital in 2 days, prompting a sympathetic remark about her relentless schedule. Seeing her shoulder such a heavy burden, her mother tenderly reassures her that the recent troubles are by no means her fault or responsibility. Gently cupping her daughter's face, the fond mother urges her not to push herself beyond her limits, reminding her of how precious she is to the family. Composing herself, the young noblewoman nods softly before turning her attention to Hisui. She inquisitively asks whether she has been acting recklessly, Both Hisui and her mother respond with amused smiles that she isn't doing so at the moment, leaving her to silently wonder if they truly doubt her self. Inside the quiet estate, Lady Tsarashina sat by Odette's bedside, urging her faithful maid to take all the rest she needed to recover. Handing over a small handbell, she instructed Odette to ring it if any need arose, prompting the maid to warmly remark on how their usual roles had completely reversed. As Tsarashina expressed her earnest wish for a speedy recovery, Odette gently urged her young mistress not to fret and to take things easy herself. But in the gentle sunlight, she shared a quiet, affectionate moment with a gentle deer caressing its head with a soft smile. Strolling through the gardens alongside her companions, she marveled at the lush, vibrant roses blooming all around them, a soothing contrast to the dark grand tree they had once faced. Surrounding her, the townsfolk shared boisterous laughter and bright smiles, celebrating the warmth and unity of their growing community. She expressed her gratitude for their continued support. The villagers pointed out that today marked the exact anniversary of the month she first arrived in their village. Looking at the flourishing flora, she recalled how a single tiny seed planted exactly 1 year ago had now blossomed into magnificent sprawling rose bushes. Villagers added that today was also the official anniversary of this settlement being recognized as a true village, a sentiment she fondly acknowledged, declaring with dramatic flair that today was the day their legend truly began. Her companion's grand speech left Tsarashina sweating at their dramatic exaggeration. Brushing aside the grand talk of anniversaries, she quickly shifted the focus, inquiring whether everyone had actually been taking proper rest. She pressed them on whether they had found time to enjoy a quiet cup of tea, relax with a book, or gaze at the sky for familiar cloud shapes, only to learn how little leisure time they had kept for themselves. Devoted follower dramatically proclaimed that transcending such basic human needs elevated her to the status of an almighty deity, causing Tsarashina to protest against such wild worship. The elder villagers explained that while they wished to throw a grand celebration for the occasion, they simply lacked the time and preparation needed to host one. They admitted that despite their newfound prosperity, resources were still too limited for a large party, having only realized the significance of the date earlier that morning. He offered to prepare whatever they desired if given enough time, suggesting they hold the celebration today since everyone was already gathered. The villagers warmly accepted, agreeing that gathering together to enjoy themselves was all that truly mattered. Hearing this, the young boy stepped forward, eagerly offering his assistance so that everyone could prepare the festivities together. Delighted by the enthusiasm, Tsarashina beamed, encouraging everyone to pitch in their ideas and turn the gathering into a memorable occasion. However, when she attempted to jump straight into heavy physical labor, the surrounding villagers immediately intervened, insisting she refrain from overexerting herself. Faced with their concerns, she offered a radiant, saintly smile, gently reassuring them that the true purpose of the day was simply to enjoy spending time in each other's company. Spirits high, the entire village commenced preparations, reminding one another to pace themselves. Stepping aside to the great tree, Tsarashina offered a quiet prayer of gratitude for its growth over the past year. Suddenly, a miraculous surge of power echoed through her mind as system notifications announced that the great tree's level had increased, startling both her and those nearby. Excusing herself to change her attire after the sudden shock, she left the boys behind where a stray bug briefly startled the young man. System interface detailed the milestone. The great tree had attained level 10, fulfilling the dual requirements of 1 full year having elapsed and the territory reaching a population of over 100 residents. Looking around at the bustling village scene, she marveled at how many people had truly come to settle in her domain. Cheerful townsfolk going up with their day represented the milestone of a flourishing community born under her care. She recalled that reaching level 10 triggers a special event, reflecting on how trade housing contracts and their famous cellular honey had drawn so many new settlers in the spring. Meanwhile, the festival preparations proceeded at a brisk pace, with residents coordinating food, juices, and spirits. Dishes were being organized. Tsarashina decided to check on Odette to see if she was well enough to eat something. To her utter amazement, she found Odette already up and carrying a towering stack of dishes, seamlessly helping out with the party preparations despite her recent recovery. She had barely arrived when the young lady enthusiastically insisted on joining the festivities. It was a momentous occasion, the settlement's very first anniversary, and she was determined to take part. Despite flustered warnings from those beside her to rest and not overexert herself, the young noblewoman declared that she had completely recovered. Tired of being bedridden, she felt an eager urge to move about, secretly suspecting that her sudden miraculous recovery was intimately connected to the mysterious great tree. The maid's arrival finally accounted for, the gathering was officially cleared to begin. Beneath strings of decorative lanterns hung across the grounds, confident footsteps moved forward into the open air to kick off the long-awaited anniversary celebration. Addressing the gathered townspeople, Lady Tsiri welcomed everyone and reminded them that exactly 1 year had passed since they planted the great tree together. She asked the villagers to join her in prayer, expressing gratitude for the tree's protection over the past year and wishing for continued blessings in the time ahead. Closing her eyes in deep reverence, she began the solemn ceremony. Surrounded by the crowd, she prayed for the tree to watch over them so they could live their days in peaceful happiness. As her power manifested, a pure spring began to bubble up from beneath the roots, signaling the moment of transformation. Gentle forest creatures gathered around the clear waters, leaving those watching nearby in quiet astonishment. astonishment. Deer, rabbits, and birds gathered peacefully around the enchanted spring, drawn to the serene life surging from the earth. Anton looked on in utter disbelief, tears welling in his eyes as he wondered if he was dreaming. Nicholas wept with joy, overcome with emotion at witnessing a spring flowing directly from a great tree for the very first time. Villagers marveled together, declaring that despite all their travels, nowhere else in the world held such a miracle. The crowd cheered and shed tears of gratitude at the wondrous sight. Sari watched them with quiet pride and affection. The appearance of the spring opened up countless new possibilities for farming, allowing crops to thrive around the great tree like never before. Looking upon the joyful faces of the people, she felt deeply grateful to be part of this village. She reminded the villagers that this miracle was made possible by their own dedication and expressed her heartfelt thanks. Flustered by her praise, Anton and the townsfolk humbly brushed off the compliment, overwhelmed by her kind words. Stood quietly as the village continued to expand under the sacred tree's blessing. Expressing deep gratitude for the miracle bestowed upon them, the villagers promised to remain humble and work together as Sari village steadily grew busier. Surrounded by playful animals and peaceful nature, the gentle spirit of the village shone brightly. Sari urged everyone to continue striving onward without ever forgetting who they truly were. Showing their shared commitment, the townspeople cheered in unity during the festive gathering under glowing lanterns. Looking around at the thriving community, the elderly man could hardly believe that this new life was truly his reality. Reflecting on his painful past in the slums where survival was a daily struggle, he contemplated simple, peaceful tasks like collecting honey. Nearby, community members happily bonded over cooking lessons, shared enthusiasm for trying new daily activities. Children eagerly asked to join hunting trips, surrounded by smiling friends who marveled at how far they had all come. Just a single year, their once difficult existence had transformed into a completely different, warm world filled with lighthearted chatter about making pancakes. No longer were there any neglected adults or pitiful children cast aside by society in this revitalized sanctuary. With Sari's unwavering kindness, everyone felt guided toward a hopeful future, eagerly anticipating the meals and days ahead. Observing the bright path she walked, the older settler looked on with deep admiration, knowing the future ahead was genuinely radiant. Elsewhere, a noble holding a written proposal expressed subtle disappointment as his officer firmly declined to give up on his stance. The calm and knowing smile, the high priest noted how human hearts are ever-changing, looking forward to future encounters. As the final pieces of luggage are loaded onto the carriage, Sari expresses her gratitude to her brother Oswell for agreeing to escort her to the Grand Temple, which he casually accepts as his duty. Just as Oswell remarks on someone's lateness, Prince Arsaj arrives with a bright smile, eager to join the departing party. Arsaj explains that he worked frantically to clear his schedule so he could accompany her when she meets the high priest, leaving Sari deeply impressed by his dependability. Oswell expresses his sincere thanks for the prince's presence, mentioning that Arsaj has also been invited to the upcoming grand banquet. While Oswell commends the prince's dedication to discussing diplomatic affairs, Arsaj teasingly insists that state matters take a back seat because prioritizing Sari is his true focus, causing her to inwardly cringe. Sari despairs internally, realizing that despite all past developments, the prince clearly has not given up his pursuit of proposing to her. Meanwhile, at the Grand Temple, High Priest Lucaria Earthgald stands silently by a tall window, deep in contemplation while holding his sacred scripture. In the temple gardens, the great tree stands barren and withered, its unblooming branches casting a somber shadow over the grounds. Elsewhere on the estate, Anton observes with growing concern that even the grass surrounding the blighted area has withered and blackened. Hanley and Anton discuss the passage of time, noting it has been 10 days and calculating that Sari's party should be arriving shortly while verifying that the sick staff are steadily recovering. However, they note that the remaining household staff continue to fall ill one by one, though Hanley insists on granting them proper leave until the mystery is resolved. Even the estate's cook suffering from severe fatigue, Hanley ponders temporary solutions for meals, recalling that a new restaurant recently opened nearby. Upon arriving at the destination, the party is escorted inside as their hosts outline the schedule, noting the evening's banquet and the planned discussions about the unblooming great tree for the following day. Noticing Sari's solemn expression, Arsaj playfully pokes her forehead to ease her tension, urging her to relax despite the grave nature of their mission. Acknowledging her worries, Arsaj reflects on how vital it is to resolve the crisis of the great tree, knowing her family's future hangs in the balance. Offered reassuring words, insisting that High Priest Lucaria would surely possess a solution to their dire situation. Looking toward the window, she quietly voiced her faint hope that his words would prove true. Noticing her persistent melancholy, he inquired why she still appeared so uncheerful. She confessed her fear that if even this last hope failed them, they would be left with nowhere to turn, though he reminded her that with royal support present, no harm could easily befall them. Upon arriving at the formal dining hall of the Grand Temple, Prince Arsas warmly greeted his elder brother, High Priest Lucaria, before introducing the Linkret siblings as honored guests for the occasion. Lucaria offered a radiant, gentle greeting to his visitors, yet behind his perfect smile, she felt an unsettling impression that his true thoughts remained entirely unreadable. As they began their meal, the High Priest casually brought up a recent incident at a smaller regional temple, surprising her that news of such a private matter involving their butler had already reached his ears. Asked if the sacred blessing he had previously imparted had proven helpful, she politely expressed her gratitude, while admitting it had not yielded results during the commotion. Lucaria acknowledged the lack of progress regarding former matters, noting that research had hit a dead end. before steering the conversation toward a new topic that had recently sparked his curiosity. He expressed a keen desire to personally visit and inspect the great tree being cultivated in her territory, a prospect that immediately filled her with silent apprehension. Standard protocol dictated that great trees in outlying territories were derived from cuttings of the Grand Temple's own sacred tree, and the temple rarely interfered unless directly summoned, leading her to question why this particular tree commanded such unusual interest. Lucaria maintained an enigmatic smile when pressed about what he expected to find, humbly dismissing his own expertise while she carefully weighed how to request access to his vast archives. Panic surged within her at the thought of the high priest visiting her village and potentially uncovering her hidden secrets, though the conversation quickly shifted as discussions of proper hospitality arose. Redirecting the focus of their meeting, the high priest apologized for getting carried away and urged that they address the urgent issue at hand, prompting her to offer her full assistance. Seizing the opportunity, she formally requested permission to consult all written records within the Grand Temple, specifically asking for access to restricted texts hidden from the public. Cautioned that granting access to classified archives would be difficult, pointing out that an unblooming great tree was an extraordinarily rare occurrence with few documented precedents. Curious as to how she had learned about such obscure records, he pressed her for the source of her information, noting that only scholars in the royal palace would typically possess such specific knowledge. He assured her that while no solution was recorded in the palace archives, he was eager to assist her as much as possible, bringing a ray of hope to Sari. Observing her tightly clasped hands in distress, he recognized that her agony went beyond her maid's despair over the unblooming great tree. Reaching out gently, the high priest took Sari's hands into his own, warning her that gripping them so fiercely would only cause her physical pain. Apologizing for his poor choice of words, he offered a reassuring smile to calm her frayed nerves. While he admitted he could not solve the issue immediately, he hinted at a secret method and promised to confirm the details by the following day. Upon returning to her quarters, Sari was greeted warmly by Bites, though he quickly noticed her deep anxiety. He explained that while a potential solution existed, the uncertainty surrounding it left her feeling uneasy. Trembling with fear, Sari voiced her dark apprehension that the mysterious method might demand a terrifying sacrifice. Toy immediately offered to step in and take her place if necessary, but she firmly refused to let him endanger himself. Trying to restore calm, Toy urged her to rest, reminding her that they did not yet know what the solution entailed. As they stood alone in the quiet corridor, Toy quietly suggested that if the absolute worst came to pass, they could simply flee together under the cover of night. Entering the room, the group was greeted warmly and invited inside to begin their discussion. High Priest Lucaria requested a private audience, asking the rest of the entourage to wait outside while reassurance was offered that everything would be fine. The companions prepared to leave, promises were exchanged to ensure safety, with Toy casting a suspicious glare toward Lucaria. Apologizing for the breach of protocol, they agreed to wait in the lobby to avoid leaving a young woman alone with an unmarried man. Once alone, Lucaria began outlining the results of the investigation regarding the blessing priest named Carter, noting that even a direct conversation yielded no clear identification. Explained that Carter had thoroughly searched every document available and that other clergy members confirmed the unprecedented nature of the event. Because of the oversight, Carter was stripped of his status and demoted to an apprentice priest in a small distant temple, ensuring he would never rise in rank again. Though the punishment felt severe, Sari acknowledged that Carter likely acted without malice, though some accountability was necessary. Reflecting on the fallen priest, they noted that losing his position and the trust of the people must be a painful penalty in itself. Exchanging a gentle smile, she expressed her gratitude for his efforts, relieved to know Carter had tried his best. Lucaria bowed deeply in apology for the temple's oversight, praying that she could live peacefully from now on. She reassured him that the mistake was not his fault, reflecting on the legendary goddess who bestowed her rare blessing. Pondering the immense power and reach of this divine gift, she realized that making such a public revelation could prove dangerous across nations. She contemplated the true identity of the deity, murmuring the name Norn, the goddess of fate, while considering the immense weight that such a divine link brought with it. And asked if this matter should be made public, the high priest advised against it for the time being, acknowledging her concern that something might be amiss. Offered his sincere apologies, noting that mentioning the goddess of fate directly always sounded overly serious, despite how little factual record actually remained. He reflected on the ancient lore, remembering that those blessed by Norn were said to live fated lives capable of altering an entire era, though she personally questioned whether her own reincarnated existence truly held such grand potential. High Priest admitted that he had allowed his enthusiasm regarding blessings to overwhelm him, apologizing for startling her with his intense line of questioning. Offering to grant one of her requests to make amends, he excused himself and moved to sit directly beside her on the couch to inspect the documentation together. Despite feeling slight pressure from his close presence, she agreed to examine the heavy tome he produced, titled Records of the Unblooming Great Tree. Expressing her deep gratitude, she urged him to keep the materials secret, prompting him to hold the tome himself so they could read through its pages side by side. Text detailed how the immense power of a great tree could foster prosperity and protect the land when guided by a pure heart, yet possessed equal potential for devastation under corrupt influence. Neglected or infused with malice, an unblooming great tree would manifest as a dark blight, causing nearby citizens to fall ill and blackening the very grass surrounding it. Pointed out that these symptoms perfectly mirrored the strange phenomena occurring near her domain, where persistent rain and mysterious spreading illnesses threatened to engulf entire towns. She absorbed the unsettling realization that the royal capital itself might eventually fall victim. He he offered a quiet reassurance that time remained to intervene. Overwhelmed by his intense devotion and solemn aura as he prayed for protection, she found herself clutching his sleeve in a sudden moment of vulnerability. Meeting her gaze directly, the high priest proposed a decisive exchange. In return for purifying and withering the corrupted tree, he asked if she would become his bride. Outside the study doors, Hisui grew restless at the prolonged discussion, though the companions urged patience, unaware of the life-altering proposal taking place within. As he looks past the young lady, the surrounding companions observe the tense atmosphere in quiet anticipation. Breaking the heavy silence, she turns to face everyone present, her expression serious as she prepares to share an important announcement. Meanwhile, in the private quarters, an infuriated man berates High Priest Lucaria for shamelessly making another marriage proposal. Lucaria calmly defends himself, insisting he simply kept his promise, but the furious man retorts that proposing marriage is far more outrageous than merely holding her hand. Smirking with confidence, the man assumes she would naturally reject such a bold offer without second thought. Lucaria coolly corrects him, pointing out that it was a fair negotiation and revealing that she actually accepted. Shocked and bewildered, the man stammers, accusing him of forcing her into the agreement. The serene and triumphant smile, Lucaria proudly announces to everyone that he and Lady Sari are now officially engaged, while she stands beside him looking visibly unsatisfied. High Priest Lucaria Earthgald stood before his dedicated attendant inside the sacred hall, formally declaring that he had become engaged. During this sudden announcement, the attendant paused, offering his thoughts with all due respect as he processed the news, quickly flipped through Lucaria's thick agenda, pointing out with frustration that the schedule was completely packed for the entire upcoming year, asking if the wedding would have to wait a full year at the earliest. Lucaria playfully suggested filling the schedule for the next 100 years instead, prompting his stressed assistant to slam the ledger shut in irritation and remind him that managing both official duties and daily life was already a full-time struggle. The assistant grumbled that if he could not get married himself, matters would hardly proceed smoothly, calling his superior's attitude downright creepy as he turned away in disgust. As the attendant slammed the heavy door behind him and stormed off, Lucaria remained alone in his office, wondering aloud why his subordinate always started sulking like that. Looking out toward the magnificent dome of the Holy Cathedral, he reminded himself with a subtle smile that this decision was necessary for the temple as well. In truth, the union touched upon cherished memories of simple days spent amidst sunny, flower-filled meadows alongside loved ones. Meanwhile, inside the noble residence, Lady Sari sat quietly across from her family, calmly confirming that she had indeed accepted the marriage proposal. The decision immediately ignited an argument as her hot-headed brother slammed his hands on the table, demanding to know why she made such a choice without consulting them first, while her other relative reasoned that answering quickly was for the best. The young lady attempted to intervene and speak directly to her brother Oswald. Lord Wilfred stepped in, quietly insisting that he handle the matter himself. Noted with a composed expression that since High Priest Lucaria was the one who made such an unreasonable proposal, he owed them a proper explanation, warning that forcibly stopping him would only lead to further complications. Acknowledged that while every brother desired Sari's happiness, their differing priorities could cause her to suffer if they clashed. Even as Tessari remained firm in her conviction. Reflecting on his duties, he understood that his status required him to prioritize national stability and collective prosperity, whereas Oswald focused purely on Sari's personal joy, just as heavy footsteps echoed outside the doorway. As High Priest Lucaria appeared in the doorway, Oswald turned to him with fierce determination in his eyes, declaring firmly that they needed to talk. He maintained a composed composure despite the sudden disturbance, reminding the agitated visitor to mind his decorum when addressing the High Priest. Wilfred brushed past, asking forgiveness for a bit of rudeness, while the High Priest graciously insisted he did not mind at all. Noticing the sharp tension, he smirked slightly and asked Wilfred if he intended to strike him, to which the young noble firmly declined. Softening the atmosphere, the High Priest invited them inside, allowing the attendant to excuse himself. Taking his seat, the cleric expressed mild surprise that the two men had not arrived together. Wilfred took a seat opposite him, pressing whether he truly comprehended the gravity of the whole situation, to which he calmly agreed. Wilfred countered that he had only come after negotiating directly with the young lady. The High Priest challenged that framing, asserting it sounded far more like blackmail, though he casually added that he did not view his own demands as outrageous. Leaning back comfortably in his armchair, he reasoned that his actions were merely adhering to established noble customs, framing the entire proposal as nothing more than a practical political marriage. He outlined the dual benefits of the arrangement, first, addressing the crisis surrounding the sacred unblooming tree, and second, offering the young noblewoman full sanctuary and protection. Shifting the debate toward her extraordinary abilities, Wilfred demanded clarification on what it truly meant to possess the power to alter fate. The High Priest explained that an undone reality could restore a shattered object or turn a failed outcome into success, leaving Wilfred unsettled by the terrifying implications. As Wilfred gazed toward the sprawling capital outside, the sheer scale of that power weighed heavily upon him, realizing it possessed the potential to decide the destiny of an entire nation. High Priest warned that while it was a matter of theoretical possibilities, any person exposed to such immense power might easily succumb to temptation, leaving open the dangerous question of who might misuse her and for what end. Lord Wilfred posed a fundamental question about power. In this world, who stands on equal footing with a nation or even surpasses it? The answer was obvious: the temple. And within that sacred institution, the one holding absolute authority was Lucaria himself. Wilfred pressed further, stating that as family, he wanted Sari to live happily and safely above all else. Lucaria countered with a calm smile, asking if he was implying she could not find happiness with him, pointing out that she couldn't have both. The sharp, piercing glare, Wilfred confronted the high priest directly, demanding to know if he intended to use Tesseri's divine blessing for his own ends as well. Unfazed by the accusation, Lucaria offered a serene reassurance, asking Wilfred to rest assured. Wilfred made his intentions clear. To become part of her family, he would love, cherish, and protect her, walking together side by side. Radiant, triumphant expression bloomed across Lucaria's face as he inwardly celebrated. With Norn's divine power finally in his grasp, he claimed he had become the happiest person in the entire world. Wilfred met his gaze with intense, unwavering determination, his eyes narrowing as he evaluated the high priest's true motives. Lucaria offered a graceful nod, expressing his gratitude and promising to trust those sincere words. Lucaria voiced his understanding. Wilfred inwardly issued a stern condition. If he ever deemed that Ceri was unhappy, he would take her back immediately without hesitation. Exiting the chamber, Wilfred rejoined Ceri and Toy in the grand hallway. Ceri greeted her brother with warm relief as he approached. Gripping her shoulders firmly, Wilfred looked intently into Ceri's eyes, instructing her that if she ever felt unhappy, she must tell them right away. Ceri offered a bright, cheerful affirmation, promising that her happiness came first above all else, before Wilfred bade them goodnight and excused himself to rest. As Wilfred departed, Ceri turned to Toy, asking if he believed her brother had given his approval, to which Toy agreed it was most likely. Toy reflected gently with a warm, supportive smile, knowing that her own happiness was what truly mattered. Ceri expressed her heartfelt thanks, realizing that all she could do was place her trust in him and continue serving beside her companions. Looking up at the peaceful surroundings, Ceri felt confident in her choice, realizing that her true happiness existed precisely because everyone she cared about was right here together. She raised her hands to her face in distress, exasperated by the sheer impossibility of explaining her predicament to Wilfred. When Hisui casually inquired about her future plans and advised against picking a fight with the temple, she burst out in frustration, declaring that was precisely the core of her problem, as she simply could not imagine the young man accepting the situation with a smile. Hisui suggested a practical alternative, proposing that she simply dissolve the engagement once the crisis of the unblooming great tree was finally resolved. As Wilfred bid his farewells with a promise to explain everything properly later, she reflected silently on how she had always expected her engagement to be broken off eventually, though she never imagined it unfolding quite like this. Observing the couple, she recognized that from now on, those two could openly walk hand in hand together. Realizing with quiet resignation that her own chapter had truly come to an end, she counted her blessings, reassuring herself that avoiding her intended execution was a positive outcome. Even if Miria had nearly stolen her great tree and lost control of her blessing in a way that severely injured Hisui, ultimately, defeating the final boss required Lady Miria's divine blessing above all else. A wave of anxiety washed over her as she pondered the current state of affairs. Miria was actively causing a kingdom-wide crisis. Yet as the game's heroine, she and her husband needed to deepen their bond to defeat the final boss together. Her mind raced with uneasy thoughts about whether the upcoming final boss battle would actually turn out alright. Staring blankly ahead in lingering disbelief, determined to do whatever she could while still present at the Grand Temple, she steeled her resolve for the sake of the kingdom and Lady Miria. Under the cover of night, she made her way down into the dark, stone-brick corridors beneath the temple. Reaching the heavy wooden doors, she was stunned to find the massive chains resting broken on the floor, leaving the portal unexpectedly unlocked and standing open. Stepping cautiously inside, she was bewildered by the ordinary, elegant bedroom before her, realizing the infamous final boss had lived in startling luxury rather than a grim cell. Surveying the completely empty chamber, she concluded that the original storyline had broken completely off script, resulting in the narrative ending prematurely and the final boss vanishing without a trace. On the day of her blessing ceremony at 6 years old, after being told she possessed no divine blessing at all, a terrifying vision haunted her sleep. What seemed like a mere nightmare would soon prove to be an unavoidable reality, a dark future where she watched her life unravel piece by piece. As they strolled together near the majestic palace, Wilfred paused and gently broke the silence, asking what they had been discussing. Noticing how distracted she appeared, observing her hesitation, he gently advised her not to force herself if she was still feeling unwell. Looking up at his striking features, she could not help but realize that he possessed all the heroic qualities of a true main lead. Standing before the towering castle spires, she finally accepted the harrowing truth. She had been reborn into the exact world of a game she once knew. Images from the story flashed in her mind, recalling countless moments she had witnessed before. And in every single version of that tale, the woman standing contentedly by his side was never her. From the story's perspective, the antagonist's constant exile and execution felt like deserved punishment. But standing in those shoes now, the looming threat of abandonment was utterly terrifying. Without a divine blessing, the only reason her engagement remained intact was her unmatched dignity and flawless capability, traits suitable for a future queen that barely kept her fate at bay. Reaching out toward a rose bush while trying to process her reality, a sharp thorn pricked her finger, drawing a small drop of blood. Immediately reacted in alarm at her sudden injury, while she apologized in embarrassment for her own clumsiness. As he carefully tended to her hand, she reflected on how tiny misunderstandings slowly alienate a person until they are deemed unpleasant and effortlessly cast aside. He warned her that rose thorns were dangerous and cautioned against touching them, to which she quietly voiced concern that using his cloth would stain it. Calling his own advice, she reminded him that pressing on a wound stops the bleeding, even as a bitter thought lingered that she would inevitably be abandoned. Looking into his warm expression, she quietly admitted to herself that despite knowing her cruel destiny, she was still terrible at playing the cold role assigned to her. He felt the gentle pressure of his hands holding hers as he voiced his concern, worried that even the slightest touch might cause her pain. He offered a soft, inquiring smile. An underlying sorrow touched her heart, knowing this tenderness was temporary, yet unable to stop wishing it were real. Gazing back into his compassionate eyes, she found herself helplessly clinging to the desperate hope that this affection could last. He carefully tended to her hand. She quietly assured him that he had not squeezed too tightly, realizing that the comfort of his devotion far outweighed the sting of the thorn. Drawing her close into a warm embrace, he acknowledged her injury, but resting against him, every trace of physical pain melted away. Looking at her bandaged finger, he abruptly declared that he would order the gardener to cut down all the rose bushes, prompting her to cry out in protest as he insisted that anything causing her harm had to be removed. Surprised by his extreme overprotectiveness, she felt a sweet mixture of happiness and utter disbelief at his dramatic resolve. He quickly pleaded with him to spare the garden, arguing that destroying such beautiful flowers would be a terrible waste. While he listened intently with arms crossed. Softening her tone, she finally revealed her true reason, confessing how much she genuinely loved roses, which instantly softened his stern posture. Surrounded by quiet warmth, the vibrant roses bloomed beautifully under the clear sky, delicate petals floating gently in the air. Meanwhile, High Priest Lucaria maintained his serene and dignified presence, keeping a watchful eye on the sanctuary and the peaceful days surrounding the estate.